The summer of 2022 was a warm one, as far as summers in Alberta go. During COVID, I had taken up hiking as a means of both passing the time and keeping myself in some semblance of good shape. Now that the pandemic and its related restrictions had largely abated, I had grown so fond of my hiking expeditions that I began to retain it as part of my regular activities. I won't claim to be any sort of professional hiker, but I had learned my fair share via trial and error to the extent that I always packed well and took all the necessary precautions for wherever I was heading. If you've never been to Alberta before, I would highly recommend it. We're not well known as far as Canadian provinces go, but we have some of the best wilderness in the world for campers and hikers looking to enjoy the serenity of nature. The northern reaches of the Rocky Mountains form our western border and provide an abundance of trails, campsites, and provincial parks that can be enjoyed for free, sparing the expense of getting there. It was to the Rocky Mountains that I had planned my latest hiking excursion. The Heritage Day long weekend was fast approaching, and I had decided to abscond to the mountains for a good 4-day hike to get a break from the bustle of city life. I had recently found a trail, which I had never hiked before, called Crestwood Trail, which, from the pictures online, promised to be a beautiful trip, dotted with suitable campsites for a 3-day journey. I had managed to rope a couple of friends into coming with me on this hike. 2 were well seasoned in mountain hikes, Evan and Evangeline. The other 2, Emma and Aaron, not so much. The plan was for all of us to arrive separately on Friday afternoon, make camp at the trailhead, then begin on Saturday morning to return sometime on Monday. Having Monday off due to the holiday, I booked that Friday off work so that I could make my way to the mountains at a leisurely pace. Departing Edmonton as the sun reached its zenith, I made Hinton just after 3 o'clock and pulled into the parking lot of a local diner to put something in my stomach and to check on the status of my fellow hikers. I settled into a booth, ordered a cup of coffee along with a greasy plate of meat, eggs, and hash browns, and took out my phone. The rest of the company was still some ways away, so I had plenty of time to eat, reach the campsite, and pitch my tent before expecting the presence of anyone else. I finished my meal and leaned back satisfied. I always used hiking trips as an excuse to binge on my favorite unhealthy breakfast foods. I got a refill on my coffee and asked for the bill the next time the waitress happened by, and sat at the booth gazing out the window, watching the cars zip by on the highway. The coffee was strong and bitter, but there's something about a shitty cup of diner coffee that scratches a particular itch like nothing else. "Need the machine?" came a voice from my right, and I pulled my attention away from the highway to focus on the waitress standing next to me with a smile on her face and debit machine in her hand. "Yes, I will, thank you," I said, as I set down my cup of coffee and tilted to the side to fish my wallet out of my back pocket. "Heading to the mountains for the weekend?" the waitress asked as I punched my pin into the machine. "Yeah, 3-day hike actually," I replied with a smile as I returned the machine to her and drained my cup of coffee. "Oh, fun. Whereabouts are you headed?" she asked, tearing a receipt off the machine and handing me a copy. "Crestwood Trail, a bit northwest of here, never been," I said with a smile that quickly evaporated as I watched the face of the waitress darken as I mentioned the trail. "They say that's an evil trail, you know," she said. "Evil? Like it's haunted?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "Well, no, it's not a ghost. Folks say it's a monster," she said, with a sly tilt of her head. "What kind of monster?" I asked. The waitress glanced around the diner. It was in between the lunch and the dinner rushes, so the whole place was pretty much empty, aside from me and 2 other tables. After satisfying herself that it wasn't too busy, She sat herself down across from me in the booth and leaned forward. I always enjoy a good folk legend, so my attention was fixed on her. So, way back in the early days, she began, when settlers first showed up here at the foot of the mountains, there was a preacher who came from the east with his daughter and set up one of the first churches around these parts. Now, this preacher was one of those old school men, the Puritans, or whatever. Super strict, him and his daughter would be working all day, never laughing and never smiling. But the one thing this preacher would allow his daughter was that he got her a pet dog after her mama died. A big, beautiful dog who loved that girl and was always by her side. The problem was that as the preacher got older, well, he got even stricter and harsher in the house. Before long, the preacher was saying that his daughter loved the dog more than she loved God. He might have been losing his marbles a bit by that point too, because he was saying that the dog was possessed by a demon that was making his daughter stray away from the Lord. A text pinged on my phone, which I ignored, and the waitress poured me another cup of coffee, which I sipped it absent-mindedly as I listened to the story. So, this preacher, thinking that there's a demon in his daughter's dog, gets up from his prayers one day and grabs his musket to go put an end to the mutt, which was out playing in the field with his daughter. Now, as you might guess, the daughter is screaming and crying and begging her dad not to do it, but the preacher won't listen. Now, the preacher goes to shoot the dog. And the daughter? She pulls out her pocket knife and stabs her dad right in the arm. Before her and the dog, they book it off into the woods, right up where Crestwood Trail is nowadays. So, the girl haunts the trail or something then? I ask, taking a sip from my coffee. Nope. The thing is, that preacher might have been right about there being a demon in that dog. Because, she paused to look around, they never saw the girl or the dog ever again. But they say that when you go up that trail, sometimes you find these things with the heads of dogs and the bodies of people. So, like a dog minotaur? I asked with a smile. Pretty much, the waitress said, laughing and standing up from my table. Well, that's a good story. Where'd you hear it? I ask. Family, it's a story that makes the rounds. In all seriousness, that trail does get some bears and wolves now and then, along with a couple rock slides. You be careful up there. There may not be no monsters, but it is a dangerous trail, she said as she took my plate. Oh, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, I said, standing up with a smile after finishing my coffee. I strode out of the diner, taking a mint from the bowl by the front door on the way out. I lit a cigarette and leaned against the driver's side door of my car. I gazed up at the handful of clouds that were drifting lazily across the sky and sighed out a cloud of smoke into the pleasantly warm summer air. I chuckled as I thought over the folktale that the waitress had told me and crushed my smoke out underfoot. I gave my back and legs a final stretch, sat down in the car, and hopped back onto the highway, heading west into the mountains. It only took another hour to reach to the trailhead of Crestwood, and most of that delay was due to having trouble finding the spot. I parked in the lot, packed up my things, notified the gang that I was here, and set off for the campsite we were all planning to meet at. It was a brief walk, quite close to the trailhead, which we planned merely to use as our staging ground for the first day. The trailhead was nearly deserted, with only one or two other cars in the lot and not a soul in sight. I had snapped a picture of the trail map at the lot, just in case I needed it later. It was the height of summer, but a cool breeze was blowing off the mountains from the west. The world felt fresh, crisp, and alive. Birds were singing, Squirrels chased one another back and forth, and a few rabbits were nibbling on patches of grass aside the trail. I reached the clearing that we had decided on for our first campsite, tossed my bag on the ground, and took a deep breath of fresh air. A small creek was gurgling past the clearing, and ancient pines ringed the space around. Crestwood Trail was just visible past the underbrush, which would make it easy to call out to my friends as they passed by. I gathered a pile of stones from the creek and created a small spot for a fire in the center of the clearing, and after gathering up enough deadwood and kindling, I had a respectable blaze going shortly after. I pitched my tent and sat down by the fire to bask in the peaceful serenity of unadulterated nature. When I'm in nature, the closest I get to keeping track of the time is knowing where the sun is. So I can't tell you how long it took for Evan and Evangeline to show up, but it couldn't have been that long. I said hello and asked all the standard questions like how they were and how their trip was, and then helped them set their tents up. We were halfway through the setup when Emma and Aaron came plodding up the trail, causing the whole process of questions and setup to begin anew. Barring a few hiccups by the two inexperienced hikers, we quickly had our campsite set up and a small dinner cooking over the fire. Stomachs full, we settled down and passed a few drinks around the circle. As the sun began to sink below the horizon, I heard the howling of something deep off in the wilderness, either a wolf or a coyote, and it sent a quick chill up my spine, reminding me of the story the waitress in Hinton had told me. I piped up and told the group I had a story and related the tale that I had heard that afternoon to the general approval of my friends. They thought it was at least a unique local folk tale, albeit not a particularly scary campfire story. This devolved into us telling scary stories around the fire for another hour or so, though it was nothing beyond your very stereotypical ghost stories or serial killers with hook hand stories. With a slight buzz and a full stomach, we all retired to bed after spending a good half hour gazing at the beauty of the mountain stars, which were shining in full, unobstructed beauty, unimpeded by the light pollution of a city. As I slipped into my cool sleeping bag, my head filled with thoughts of trees gently swaying in the wind and crystal clear glacial creeks snaking silently along the floors of ancient valleys. We woke early to the gentle tittering of the mountain birds, and I stepped out from the tent, shivering as I yawned. Sunbeams were shattering themselves against the dewdrops that coated both the trees and the grass, causing the whole clearing to glitter like crystal. A few ribbons of fog were hung about the creek, distant and dismal cousins to the rolling banks of fog that embraced the upper reaches of the mountain peaks about us. I relieved myself and dug through the ashes of last night's fire, where I found a few red coals desperately clinging to life and heat in their ashen tomb. With some kindling and a series of deep breaths, the crackling of a fire soon joined the chorus of sounds on the morning mountain. I sat for a while as I let the warmth flood over me. Summer though it is, a night in the mountains is almost always cold, regardless of time of year. A lesson I learned the hard way when I almost froze on a mountain one summer night. I boiled a pot of coffee on the fire and began to fry up breakfast, the smell of which served well in waking up my still sleeping friends. We gathered around the fire, eating and drinking in silence, until everyone's mood seemed to perk up once they had some coffee in them. We broke camp and kicked out our fire, chatting all the while about what had been going on in our lives. At 8 o'clock that morning, we returned to the path and began our hike up Crestwood Trail. The hike that day was largely uneventful. Don't get me wrong, it was an absolutely beautiful trail. Snaking through the hearts of a number of valleys, we were passing by groves of trees, fields of flowers, and pure blue ponds and rivers. We sat on the side of a shale outcropping for a quick lunch and a break from the walking, and camped that night on the banks of a glacial pond. It was another great night of stars and good company, and we all went to bed early to rest our aching legs. Emma and Aaron, not being avid hikers, had slowed us down somewhat, but we were still on track to reach the trail end by tomorrow and be back to the trailhead on Monday. I had my morning coffee while laying on the bank of an ice-cold pond and watching dawn break over the peaks of a mountain range. It was absolutely beautiful. Like the day before, we broke camp quickly and were off again on the trail. This day promised to be harder than the ones before, as it was largely uphill, with terrain far rockier and more treacherous. The end of the trail was supposedly one of the most captivating glacial waterfalls in the world, however, so I found sore feet a small price to pay. The 5 of us were crossing a portion of the trail that was buried under a shale slide when I heard a yelp from behind me and the sound of rocks being tumbled down the side of the hill. I spun around to see that Aaron had slipped on some of the loose stones and tumbled a few feet off the trail. "You all right?" Evan called as he picked his way down to her to help her back to her feet. "Yeah, I think so." Aaron winced as she was lifted back to her feet. She let out a little yelp and had to lean on Evan for a moment, who lowered her back down. We had gathered around, and Aaron had pulled her boot off to reveal that her ankle looked in somewhat of a bad state. "Could be sprained," Evangeline said worriedly. "It's hurting when I put pressure on it," Aaron said. "I don't think you should keep walking on that," I added. "Well, not much of a choice at this point," Emma said, gesturing to the broad wilderness all around us. "I can head back and you guys can keep going without me. I don't want to spoil the weekend," Aaron said with a smile. "Not alone, you won't," Evan said. We sat there on the shale and debated for a bit. We found a walking stick for Aaron and managed to bind her ankle up so it stayed in place better. It was decided that Evan would take her as far back as they could go that day and camp somewhere, meeting up with us as we made our way back the next day. We sat on the shale slide, taking a break and passing some whiskey around, which seemed to put everyone, including Aaron, in a better mood. We bid goodbye to one another as Emma, Evangeline, and I carried on up the trail while Aaron and Evan hobbled slowly away in the distance. After about half an hour of walking, they were out of sight. With just the 3 of us, and now feeling like we were in something of a hurry, we reached the end of the trail not long after the sun had peaked in the sky. It was as beautiful as promised. A stream of ice-white water cascaded down the stones above us to spill out into the riverhead that bounded down the mountain into the valleys below. Pine trees and shrubbery filled the entire mountain cove where the waterfall began, and we spent some time exploring and taking pictures. "Hey, come check this out," I heard the voice of Emma cut through the sounds of the afternoon. I pushed through some underbrush before I found her, standing at the mouth of a yawning black cave. "Wow," Evangeline said as she emerged from the undergrowth to stand next to us. The mouth of the cave opened up the face of the mountain rock, and before the cave was strewn, there was a random collection of bones, blood, feathers, and fur. Some sort of totem. It was constructed just outside the mouth of the cave, a pile of rocks stacked one on top of the other, with strange symbols and patterns drawn on them in what looked like it was blood. On top of the pile sat what looked to be the skull of a wolf or huge dog that glared at us from empty black eye sockets. On the sides of the mountain, flanking the entrances of the cave, were what looked like ancient cave paintings, scenes of animals being hunted. But unlike most cave paintings, where it was humans hunting buffalo or whatever, this one seemed to show some sort of animal-headed man hunting things. It looked like some sort of ancient Egyptian god. The 3 of us stood in dumb silence, gazing at the scene before us, and my stomach started to turn as I thought of the story from the diner. I knew or thought I knew, that monsters weren't real, they were just stories. But in this moment, all reason was out the window, and I was ready to get the fuck off of that mountain. "All right, that's enough for me. Let's go," Emma said. "Yup," I said. "Okay," Evangeline said, and the three of us turned and nearly ran back down the trail away from the waterfall. I shuddered at the sound of a howl far off in the distance as the three of us descended in a silent haste. I was taking up the rear, though it was never vocalized. I could feel that the cave had unsettled all of us. The unease was palpable. I cast a number of furtive glances back over my shoulder, and periodically I could swear I was seeing things in my peripheral vision. We moved so quick down the trail that we soon had to stop and take a break. "What do you think that was?" Emma asked, with a quake in her voice. "Probably just some prank that has to do with the folk legend. That waitress was pretty excited to tell me that story," I said between gulps of water. "What if there's actually a dog/man monster thing on the mountain?" Evangeline said with an unconfident smile. "No such thing as monsters," I spoke. "Either way, I'm not dying sober," Emma said, as she took a swig from the bottle of whiskey that she was carrying in her bag. She passed it around, and we all took a drink as well. We kept a quick pace going as we traced the trail back to its source. Each of us had picked up a stick to use for support while walking, and perhaps on some primal level, we wanted them as weapons in the event there was a monster out there. Emma and I had each brought bear spray with us, which we kept very close at hand as we walked. All of our heads were on a swivel as we passed back down the shale slide where Aaron had fallen earlier. We hit the floor of the valley quickly and were nearly jogging down the trail when we stopped again for a break. With Aaron's ankle, her and Evan can't have made it much further. "I bet we overtake them soon," Evangeline said. "Do we stop and camp, or do we make them keep moving?" Emma asked. "I say we find them first, then we can decide," I said. Emma shrugged, and Evangeline stayed silent, so I took that for a tacit agreement with my idea. We began moving again, trudging down the trail as fast as we could with our packs and hiking boots on. The serene wilderness that had before been so peaceful now seemed to be a happy facade that concealed something terrible just under the surface. "Look," Evangeline said, bringing our group to a halt as she pointed off the trail just ahead to where the colored fabric of 2 tents and the smoke of a fire could be seen through the tree line. We hurried ahead to the camp, crashing through the trees and arriving next to the fire out of breath. We called for Evan and Aaron, but received only silence in reply. I opened the flaps of both tents and found the packs of the 2 there, but no sign of the pack carriers themselves. "Evan, Aaron," I shouted, with my hands cupped around my mouth. "Shut up," Emma hissed. "What if it hears us? There's no monsters. They probably just went off to fetch water or firewood or something," I said. "Yeah, and got eaten," Emma replied. Evangeline scoffed as she continued to beat at the underbrush around the campsite. "Well, now they're missing. What do we do now?" Evangeline asked. "I say we set up our tents and wait for Evan and Aaron to come back. They probably didn't expect us for a few hours more and just wandered off." "And if they don't come back?" Emma asked, sitting down and fishing her whiskey out of her pack. "Then we deal with that when it happens," I said, shrugging my pack off. Evangeline remained silent. We set up our tents and heaped the campfire a bit higher. Everyone was moving and working in nearly complete silence, ears trained on the woods around us, starting at the slightest sound. As much as I was trying to ram the idea into my head that there was a perfectly rational explanation for what was going on, I couldn't help but be startled a few times at the sound of some of the sticks cracking and breaking in the fire. We sat silently as an hour passed, and then a second one. Our shadows were beginning to lengthen, and the only thing on everyone's mind was that Evan and Aaron should by all means have been back by now. It was almost as if we were all too paralyzed to broach the subject. That if none of us mentioned it, that if we didn't speak the words, it wouldn't be real. "They're not coming back," Emma said, slurring her words slightly at this point. Evangeline turned away and rubbed her face with her hands. I stared straight into the fire. "We'll find some park rangers. When we get back and report them missing, they'll find them," I said. "Find their bones more likely." Emma scoffed. "Let's eat something and get some sleep. We can start back right at sunrise," I said, as I began to assemble a few things to cook over the fire. "I'm not hungry," Evangeline said, as she quietly walked away from the fire back into her tent. Emma followed her with her eyes and then shrugged towards me. I cooked for Emma and I in silence, and we ate quickly as the sun began to set. We finished and packed our things up before I knocked on the front of Evangeline's tent. "Yeah, what?" came her voice from inside. "Emma's going to bed. I'm gonna stay up and keep watch," I said. "Okay," Evangeline said quietly. "Good night." Emma retreated to her tent, and I took up my walking stick and my bear spray and planted myself next to the fire, which I heaped with a few extra branches. My legs and back were sore, and I was exhausted, so I boiled some coffee for myself and shakily smoked a cigarette. The nicotine calmed me down, and the coffee perked me up. The valley was silent except for the hooting of some owls and the skittering of some nocturnal animals along the forest floor. I paced around the campsite for a while to keep the blood flowing through my legs and managed to smoke my way through about half the pack of cigarettes I had with me. Something howled far off in the distance, which sent a primordial shiver of fear through my body. What was normally the serene beauty of the countryside blanket of stars now seemed to mock me, displaying its beauty with cosmic indifference to what was happening below. I turned at the sound of a tent being unzipped. Evangeline was emerging from her tent, wrapped in a jacket, and looked at me. I nodded to her. "Want me to take over?" she asked quietly. "Sure. Give me one of those cigarettes first," she said with a weak smile. I handed her one and held up my lighter for her. She breathed the acrid iron smoke out into the still night air and walked over to the fire. "Good night," I said. "There's coffee there that's still warm if you want some." "Thanks. Good night." She smiled. I crawled into my tent and tucked myself into my sleeping bag without zipping it closed, preparing in case I had to suddenly leap to my feet. Sleep overcame me quickly, but it was a brief and fitful sleep choked with nightmares. Visions of running through the forest, pursued by some unnatural antediluvian beast that snarled and snapped at my heels. I was dreaming that the beast had caught me and was sinking its teeth into my ankles. I let out a shrill scream, but the scream sounded like it was made with a voice that wasn't my own. I bolted awake. The scream wasn't a dream. I ripped out from my sleeping bag and smashed through the flap of my tent, walking stick in one hand and bear mace in the other. The scream was coming from Evangeline, who was sprawled on the ground next to the fire, with some sort of hulking human form crouched over top of her. The beast had the body of a huge, hairy man, something like 7 feet tall. But the head was that of some mangy, wild dog, with blood on its teeth and a huge tongue lolling down from its snout. Its eyes were deep blue and flashed violence by the light of the campfire. I raised the bear mace and released it at the monster. A jet of aerosolized spray leapt towards the beast and coated it from the head to the waist. It reeled back off of Evangeline, howling and tearing at its eyes and face. It backed and bounded off into the tree line, crashing into the trunk of a huge pine as it went. howling and screeching all the way. "What the fuck was that?" Emma yelled as she was fumbling out of her tent flap. "No idea," I said breathlessly as I rushed over to where Evangeline was lying bloody on the ground. Whatever it was had got at her throat and opened up what I assumed was an artery by how much blood was coming out. She looked at me, her skin deathly pale in the firelight, and she grabbed my arm with her blood-soaked hand. She tried to move, but grunted and fell back onto the ground. She looked as though she was trying to say something, but all that came from her mouth was a gurgling sound, followed by a trail of blood running out from her lips. She went limp on the ground and shut her eyes. "Do something," Emma yelled. "No use," I said, as I stood back up and readied my beer spray again. The sound of the beast's howling had faded to silence, and I couldn't make out the sound of underbrush being crashed through any longer. "What do we do now?" Emma hissed. "Grab only bare necessities. Leave everything that would just be extra weight. We're going to make it back to the cars," I said, as I scanned the tree line for any signs of movement. Emma rushed back into her tent to pack things. I gazed up at the sky briefly, where the stars continued to twinkle, and the moon sat shining down on the scene of horror unfolding in the wild. Emma was ready in a moment, and I left her to keep watch with her can of mace while I packed my things, which amounted to almost nothing except for some water, snacks, and a flashlight. I came back out, and we left our tents there in the clearing next to the smoldering fire. We hit the trail and immediately started running, allowing the moon to light our path and saving the flashlights for only if they were absolutely necessary. Emma was much shorter than me, so we made a slow pace, and before long, the sound of howling began to cut the silence of the night behind us. "We're never going to outrun it," Emma said, panting and stopping on the side of the trail. "Do you have a better idea?" I said, as I opened my water bottle and took a long drink. "Nope, give me a cigarette," Emma said, extending her hand. I gave her one and lit one for myself. "Now doesn't seem like the time," I said, still catching my breath. "It ran from the mace once. I think our only chance is to hit it again and keep running," she said. "Or I leave you behind because you're not as fast." I smiled. "Fuck off." We moved off the trail and hid in a small ditch that was surrounded by bushes, deciding that we had to try and immobilize the thing one more time. The howling was quickly getting closer, and we wouldn't be able to run all night. We each had a final swig of the whiskey bottle as the howling started to get so close that the hair all over me was standing on end. We could both hear the thing prowling around just over the lip of the ditch, and we made eye contact and nodded. We both jumped from the ditch at the same time, each of us discharging a shot of the mace at the thing. It was covered head to toe, but instead of immediately turning the monster, it merely howled and leapt towards us. It landed on Emma and sent her crashing down to the ground. The beast had obviously been blinded somewhat by the mace, as it tried to sink its teeth into her but merely managed to bite into the ground next to her head. As I raised my walking stick to strike the monster, the last thing I saw was Emma's hand that had managed to squirm its way into her pocket, flicking the lighter she had taken from me when she lit her cigarette. With a sudden whoosh, a blinding light, and a searing heat, the monster and Emma were immediately engulfed in a towering flame as the bouton from the bear spray ignited in half a second. The monster shrieked and screamed and howled with a terrible, primal ferocity that made my blood run cold as it writhed on the ground. I heard a pitiful, choked scream escape from Emma's burning form as I turned in fear and began sprinting down the trail. Adrenaline is an unbelievable drug. I ran for what felt like hours, my legs screaming in pain, and my mind a furious hurricane of thoughts that had only the goal of survival in mind. The screams of the dying and the smell of burning flesh and hair never left my consciousness for a second as I was running. As the sun began to make its presence known in the eastern sky, I reached the parking lot and collapsed on the gravel in front of my car. I began crying, heaving sobs that were both gasps for breath and attempts to expel the horror I had just witnessed. My limbs felt like jelly, and it took nearly 10 minutes before I was breathing regularly enough to be able to swallow some water. I climbed into my car, a shattered husk of a person, and began to back out of the parking lot with the goal of finding the nearest ranger station. Before I could floor the gas pedal away from the Crestwood trailhead, I looked back to where I'd come from, and far off through the tree line, I could make out a terrible, black, looping shape. The hair had been burned off of it across its entire body, and what wasn't covered in soot and dirt was a mess of bloody, ragged skin that was beginning to slaw off from the flesh-consuming power of the Bhutan. It merely stood in the tree line and stared at me with its hateful, icy blue eyes. I made it to a ranger station and spilled out this entire story. Unsurprisingly, they think I'm insane. There's a huge search currently underway for the 4 that I left behind, but nobody has been found yet. Safe to say, I've now become suspect number 1 in the disappearance of everyone, so I've been asked to put my story into writing for the use of the police and whatnot. They might all think I'm insane, and who knows, maybe I am. Maybe my mind got shattered on that mountain and I killed all my friends. Monsters aren't supposed to be real. Either way, I've never been the same. I might as well have died on that mountain too. They say I'm crazy, but I know what I saw. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more terrifying stories. Grandpa told us many stories, most of him as a strapping young lad fighting off Nazis and commies and saving our hides. His words, not mine. But then there were his other stories. The ones he'd tell us late at night, after he'd had a few. Typically, we'd be at the cottage surrounded by a lake and stars when he'd talk of the Grove. The Grove, Grandpa told us, was a wolf-like monster lurking in the vast forests of northern Ontario, the final destination for such creatures. It was long and lean, with teeth like swords and claws like Freddy Krueger. My older sister Tara was enthralled. I, on the other hand, was terrified. Then Grandpa got sick. Lung cancer came swift as morning rain. Cancer sticks finally got the best of me, he'd say, puffing away on his never-ending cigarette. Tara wouldn't stop crying. She was always Grandpa's favorite. They were like 2 peas in a pod. As Grandpa lay dying, wrapped in his favorite duvet and family by his side, he told us one last story. The Grove is real, he said, while hacking up a lung. But it only comes out on very special occasions. You must remember this. We leaned in. The stench of death was permeating from his entire orifice. And it must be stopped, once and for all. Grandpa stopped for a sip of water, his withered hands barely able to hold the glass. Not surprisingly, he refused our help. Tara, who was now 16, was clutching my hands, tears leaking from her forest green eyes. I'd never seen her so sad. There, he pointed. Look out the window. His voice was like a chainsaw. Tell me what you see. We peered out the cottage window. It was a gorgeous afternoon. Fallen leaves blanketed the forest floor. Golden rays of autumn sun trickled through tall trees. The ashen moon hung over the lake like a silhouette. A stubborn rain cloud draped high above us, sprinkling us with delicate showers. Then a rainbow appeared, filling the sky with a banquet of delight. A hallmark moment, if there ever was one. Grandpa snapped. This is it. The time of the growth. When the sun and moon meet, it's raining, and there's a rainbow. A lifetime of memories loomed behind Grandpa's dying eyes. His face turned serious. The growth only appears under these circumstances. Tara's grip on my hand tightened, her eyes as wet as water. Deep down, we thought he was delirious, but this was our final moment with him, so we surrendered to it. Our parents entered the room with snacks. Mother was all worked up about something Dad had done. I could care less. I was 13. My parents' squabbling was the furthest thing from my mind. Grandpa, unfortunately, succumbed in his sleep. It would be his last. He died peacefully that evening. A glorious rainbow appeared, guiding his way to heaven. Reports of a gruesome animal attack started pouring in. Apparently, some hikers set out along the Muskoka trails the day Grandpa died and never returned. Their cell phones were discovered next to a pile of grisly bones. As usual, it was deemed a bear attack. Tara and I knew better. The growth, she gasped, wide-eyed and confused. It was true all along. I didn't believe this, but was too sad and scared to say so. Eventually, life returned to normal. The following summer, we returned to our northerly cottage. Tara, who'd recently graduated from high school, was set to attend veterinary school in the fall. Grandpa left plenty of money, which easily covered the costs. To my chagrin, she brought her boyfriend Carl, whom I disliked immensely. Carl was a turd, with his greasy black hair and ever-present earbuds jammed into his oversized ear canals. His nasally voice and shifty eyes couldn't be trusted. Oh, how I longed for it to be just the two of us again. One morning, he and Tara set out on canoes and crossed the lake. They were to spend the afternoon having a picnic, doing God knows what. They never returned. The weather was foreboding. The sun and moon fought like foes. The rain drizzled. A rainbow kissed the ominous sky. I shuddered. Grandpa's warnings returned like a cycle of bad dreams. The growth. Still, I was 14. Too young to fear death. Too old to believe in monsters. But I knew. Meanwhile, my parents were going berserk. They phoned the police, who with the help of a team of locals set out on a search and rescue mission, lasting long through the night. Tara and Carl's belongings were discovered on a small slice of beach. Blood and gore soaked the sand. Not far away was a pile of fleshy bones and matted fur. This devastated my mother beyond repair. The following night, she drowned herself in the lake, leaving me and my father alone to fend for ourselves. It was the worst summer ever. I'm still haunted by it. Sometimes Tara would visit me in my dreams, dead and decomposed, whispering warnings of toothsome monsters. Other nights, it was Grandpa, his voice as sharp as razors. "You must kill the growth," he'd say, before dissolving into darkness. I'd awake in a pool of sweaty sheets, longing for the days of my youth, the days before the sorrow. After high school, I got a job as a welder and soon formed my own family. My wife Sarah and our lovely daughter Lila were my pride and joy. They kept my days bright and my nights worry-free. Sadly, tragedy was lurking, waiting for the causes and conditions to arise. Last year, we vacationed at the old cottage. I'd spent the previous summer doing renovations and repairs until it was shipshape. Lila, who just turned 12, was thrilled. She was the envy of her friends. Against my better judgment, she brought her two besties, Bree and Bryce, who were twins and sweet as pie. One morning, while Lila and I were fishing off the dock, Bree and Bryce sneaked off to go exploring. We never saw them again. "Where's the twins?" my wife asked, while barbecuing burgers. I shrugged. They were here a minute ago. I looked at Lila, who was beaming, having caught 3 smallmouth bass that morning. Thunder crackled in the distance. Rain drizzled like dancing fireflies. The morning moon appeared, followed by the orange sun. Soon a rainbow would appear. I froze. Fear stole over me. My heart skipped a beat. I grabbed my wife and daughter and hurried them inside the cottage. Lila burst into tears. My wife was giving me a look that could sink a fleet of ships. "What's wrong, Richard?" she asked, using her "don't lie to me" tone. My mind seized, my gaping mouth ajar. No answers came. Do I mention Grandpa's tall tales? The monster that only appears under specific circumstances that have now arisen? No fucking way. Only a small part of me believed in the growth. That fraction of mind clinging to childhood. The rest of me declared, monsters don't exist. I checked the time. The twins had been missing for almost an hour. Lightning crashed. My wife's glare changed too. "You better do something, and quick." I called up our closest neighbors, Dave and Rowan, asking for help. Dave, a mountain of a man, came over straight away. He's an ex-Marine and came heavily armed. I recoiled, being nervous of such weapons. Hell, I'd never even bagged a deer, a rite of passage in the north. I was as green as a frog. Dave wasn't impressed. "Do as I do." He quickly showed me how to load, cock, and carry a rifle. We prepared some food and drink, then set off through the winding forest. The grim realization that the twins may be dead was growing stronger by the second. I considered mentioning the growth, but chickened out. Adults don't speak of monsters, and I wasn't about to change that. We hiked in silence until a raging roar echoed off the lake, bringing us to a halt. Dave's face grew dim. "Be careful," he said in a gruff voice. He produced a hunting knife that would impress Crocodile Dundee. He looked scared, which made me feel uneasy. "This man has seen combat." "Tell me again, Rick," he said slowly, as if speaking to a child. "When did they disappear?" "Couple hours ago," I said in a shaky voice. "Tops." Dave gazed at the sky and frowned. His face hardened as he spoke. "Your daughter's friends are probably dead." Tears drizzled down my face like a leaky faucet. I wiped them as casually as a cat, climbing a tree. Meanwhile, Dave continued studying me. We stood toe-to-toe for an uncomfortable length of time before he finally spoke up. What he said nearly killed me. "You know, don't you?" My face turned milk white. "Excuse me?" Dave's fists bulged like boxing gloves. "Don't play dumb with me, Rick. I know more about you than you think." As I gazed into his fearsome eyes, marveling in his massiveness, he said the 2 words I feared most. "The growth." I started choking. Spittle and snot flew like firecrackers from my sullied face. Dave snarled, "Get it together, Rick. This is serious." I pulled myself together, as best I could under these extraordinary circumstances, and told him of Grandpa's stories. Dave nodded approvingly. "Turns out, Our grandfathers were once pals, having served together in the war. I couldn't believe it. Then again, here I was, a middle-aged man, hunting a creature who only comes out when the moon is lit. The sun is bright, it's raining, and there's a rainbow. We marched along the beaten path, calling for Bree and Bryce until our voices grew hoarse. "There's something your grandpa didn't tell you," Dave declared, while leading me through the thick of the trees. "The only way to kill the beast is by decapitating it." I gulped. He continued, "Then, and this is the important part, you must bury its head as far away as possible. Otherwise, the head and body will reattach and it will re-emerge stronger than before. Burning the beast won't work either. Believe me, I've tried." We hiked. Sweat was beating down my face and my legs were growing tired. I drank sparingly from the canteen, trying to keep up, praying for this nightmare to end. As we neared an anonymous stretch of beach, Dave stopped. "There," he pointed. A child's knapsack was scattered across the foliage. We hurried over. Bree's backpack was painted in blood, her sneakers shredded beyond repair. Thunder boomed in the distance. The wind intensified. Dave trembled. Time to go. Feeling utterly dejected, I followed him back to the main trail. Dave's eyes never left the sky, which boasted a battlefield between sinister-looking clouds and a tranquil blue sky. As the clouds parted and the sun reappeared, a drop of rain splashed my forehead. When the moon peeked its head from behind a cloud, all hell broke loose. Something stirred in the bushes. Dave cocked his rifle. I looked up. Stretching across the lake, like the arm of an angel, was a radiant rainbow. A series of gruesome growls skipped across the lake. The growth. Dave dove behind a fallen tree, taking cover. Without warning, something lunged at me, seemingly from nowhere, and I was knocked unconscious. Darkness engulfed me as I dissolved into nothingness. Shots rang out, as loud as rockets. My eyes opened suddenly. The beast was charging towards Dave, baring its treacherous teeth. It was fully aggressive, with gangly arms and thick, greasy fur, its deadpan eyes devoid of life. The thing was translucent and moving at an impossible speed. It snarled. Dave opened fire. Blood and gore spewed from the beast's brute body. But the thing didn't deter. Instead, it toppled Dave, stealing his weapon as one might take candy from a toddler. Dave fought diligently, but to no avail. I watched in horror as the growth mounted Dave, tearing him apart. I snapped out of my fog. My fingers found the trigger. I took a knee, said a silent prayer, aimed and fired. Bam! The rifle's kickback knocked me flat on my ass. The shot rang true. I hit the beast square in the head. It collapsed. Blood and gristle leaked from its blown-apart brains. Dave, to my astonishment, jumped on top of it and cut the creature's head clean off. Its hideous body deflated like a beach ball, laying dormant on the crimson sand. "We did it," Dave declared, wiping the blood from his bayonet. "Well done, Rick." Dave looked haggard. Clearly, he needed an ambulance. I gazed upward. At that moment, the sky cleared, the rain ceased, and the rainbow dissolved into emptiness. The moon disappeared until the following night when it hung like an omen, orange and speckled. "We're not done yet," Dave said. He led us back to the cottage, where he grabbed a large sack from his boat. He plopped the growth's head into it, and we set out to bury it. I dug the deepest hole imaginable. It took over an hour. Dave dropped the bag into the hole and covered it. I was fatally exhausted. My hands and knees were incapacitated. A deep depression devoured me. "We'll toss the body into the middle of the lake," Dave said, looking worse for wear. Except when we returned, the headless corpse was gone. Dave shook his head, his face twisted in anger. "How could I be so stupid?" he repeated over and over. We returned to the cottage without saying a word. My family greeted us with worried, sick faces. I made up a story, and they pretended to believe it. The police set up another search and rescue. The bones of Bree and Bryce were found nearby. This added to my daughter's demise, who has never been the same since. We left the following day and never returned. Dave was rushed to the hospital. We never spoke again. Thus, the legend lives on. Whatever became of the grove, I don't know. What I do know is this: the growth is real, and it cannot be stopped. Fortunately, if there is a bright side, it only appears under special circumstances. So let this be a warning to you. When you're out in the woods, camping, hiking, fishing with your friends or whatever, and it starts raining, if you notice the sun and moon together and a rainbow appears, drop what you're doing and get the hell out of there. As fast as possible. The growth awaits, and when it feeds, it leaves nothing but the bones. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more terrifying stories. Gunnar Viermetz, a hunter for a specialized organization, scanned the side door of his reinforced white van. He looked at his contract for details about the animal his bosses wanted him to hunt. It was large, covered in fur, and was killing people.
Helpful,
he mumbled, shaking his head and reaching for a high-caliber rifle. Gunnar picked a few electrified traps, including one heavy claw trap, and attached them to his hiking bag. He double-checked the van's back, searching for imperfections in the large metal cage. He hopped out and looked over the map with red ink notations of reported creature attacks. Gunnar dotted the map with sites of animal attacks reported by the townsfolk. Some said bears, others said wolves. A few even thought it might be a tiger or skinwalker. Gunnar chuckled at the last one.
Wrong country, dude.
He checked his text messages, glancing at the time. It was 1500. His guide, Annalena, was supposed to arrive by 1400. Gunnar shrugged and walked into the woods. Using his map in conjunction with a compass, the old German quickly reached the rough area of animal attacks. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he took a swig of water, washing the taste of bitter whiskey from his mouth. He and a contact shared a bottle before he left, leaving him with a disgusting taste. Gunnar glanced across the ground and trees. The dense canopy overhead blocked the sunlight and darkened the forest floor. He searched the ground tracks and breaks in the trees, indicating a large animal came through. He checked his map and compass as he traveled. While searching, he found hoofprints of deer, heard birds and squirrels chirping in the trees, and saw scratch marks of foraging animals. Gunnar found a trail and followed it, hoping to find clues. To his misfortune, he did. Dark, dull red blood lay splattered along the ground, and chunks of ripped flesh hung along the bark of a tree. With a clear path marked by drops of blood leading into the woods, Gunnar knew the animal might be at the end. With careful, quiet footsteps and weapon at the ready, he stalked along the side of the trail, watching for signs of tracks or indications of the victim. The blood trail thickened until Gunnar found bits of tissue and a scent worse than his lingering taste of bad medicine. The body of a black-haired woman wearing a uniform, her head and shoulder ripped apart, an arm and half a leg missing, and a name tag lay broken on the ground. Gunnar kept his distance, glancing through the woods in search of the creature. When he was sure the animal was long gone, he approached. Gunnar glanced at the name tag. Annalena Dreyfus.
That's where you went.
He breathed, exhaling the scent from his mouth. He scanned the woods and stepped away from the body. Gunnar checked for signs of an animal. He found big wolf-shaped paw prints in the mud. Walking through mud and downed leaves and stepping over branches, the hunter followed the indentations in the ground, noticing a trail leading toward the body. He listened to the sounds around him, watching with every step until he found a drop of blood on the ground a few more meters. Drop after drop, they all led to a cave. Gunnar noted the entrance's size, confirming a set of tracks and fur nearby. He placed a couple of traps near and around the front, using dried meat as the bait, and positioned himself a small distance away on a short hill. Gunnar aimed his rifle and watched the cave. What little light remained over the canopy faded as night set in, leaving him in the dark. He flipped a switch, changing his scope to night vision, leaving him in the dark. After hours of waiting, he spotted movement near the cave. The brush rustled, and Gunnar froze, focusing on the cave. A small boar peeked out from the bushes.
You bitch. Don't you dare.
Gunnar watched the boar step closer to his electrified claw trap. The hunter aimed his weapon at the boar, his finger on the trigger, ready to fire, and hoped it didn't startle his target away. He saw it. First, a near unseeable black dot, a canine snout, and finally, the eyes of a wolf glowing in the night vision. Step by step, it crawled out of the mouth of the cave, aiming at the approaching boar. The wolf stepped further out of the cave, fangs bared, but not making a sound. The paw appeared next, except it wasn't a normal paw. The hunter's jaw slackened. He'd heard tales of finding a creature like this in his work, but getting to see one. Gunnar fell faint when he saw the beast's outstretched arm. His company sent him to capture a terrifying and deadly monster. Gunnar knew he was looking at a werewolf.
Oh, fuck.
He breathed, his shaky hands throwing off his aim as sudden lightheadedness made him lose focus. A loud squeal reverberated through the air, followed by a howl of pain as the trap snapped shut over the werewolf's leg. Gunnar shot the creature's head, its fur parting as the bullet struck and ricocheted. The creature's ears swiveled as it searched for the origin of the sound, licking the boar's blood off its lips. It stopped, the wolf's ears folding as terror crept over its face. Gunnar could see its legs twitching in pain from the current of electricity flowing into its body, yet the monster still stood. Feeling woozy and trying to steady his hands, Gunnar fired a second shot, striking the creature in the shoulder. Its ears focused on where Gunnar lay, hidden in the brush. It bent, grabbing the trap, and startled as soon as its clawed hand touched the metal. Gunnar fired a third shot, striking it in the chest. The wolf reached and grabbed the trap once more, attempting to pull it open, ignoring the pain. Gunnar realigned his aim, took a breath, and fired a fourth shot, striking the monster in the head, knocking it off balance. The werewolf rolled in place and frantically wrapped its hands around the trap. With a ferocious roar, it ripped the iron jaws open. Gunnar fired his fifth and last shot in the clip, striking the beast in the head once more, knocking it onto the dirt. Gunnar looked away to grab another clip and reload. 1 second, and the wolf was gone. Terror rising in his chest, the hunter gazed around with the night vision scope. The dark of the forest was so complete that Gunnar couldn't even see the gun in front of his face. He calmed himself, ignoring the wave of nausea, and continued watching through the scope, spotting the wolf nearby. Its snout moved in erratic patterns as it sniffed the air away from Gunnar, who fired the next shot. The werewolf jumped and ran into the underbrush, ducking and dodging. The hunter readied his rifle and fired another shot, striking the werewolf in the back. The creature stumbled, correcting its uneven pace. Gunnar fired a third shot, striking the creature's leg. The werewolf turned as it fell. Its widened eyes stared at Gunnar's as he fired a fourth shot, striking the beast below the eye and knocking it to the ground. It still moved, struggling to turn around. The wolf turned again, its eyes flicking around the woods, searching and fixed on something behind Gunnar.
You're not gonna kill anyone else,
the hunter growled, aiming at the base of the skull. Before Gunnar could fire the fatal shot, he heard a howl, a chilling wave coursing through his back. Its discordant noise sounded almost like an elk's bugle, mixed with a coyote's call. The werewolf jumped to its feet, stumbling. It turned and stared at the hunter, its eyes focused on the hunter's, breathing fast and erratic as its ears swiveled around, searching for the sound. Something howled again, and the werewolf jumped like a startled mouse back into the forest. Gunnar pushed himself into a crouched position, a chill running through his body as nausea forced him to stop. His head pounded in pain. He saw the eyes before he saw anything else. 2 massive pairs of glowing white lights floating in the dark. Gunnar pushed one foot on the ground to stand, balancing himself with his hand, and felt a wave of exhaustion as he stumbled forward, collapsing to the ground. The white lights drifted closer, pale fur reflecting their luminescence. The hunter looked into his scope, ready to fire. A large animal with white skull-like facial markings stalked ever closer. Even with night vision, the creature blended with the dark. He could see its nearly unseeable 4 legs moving in the dark, its pearl-like eyes focused on him. Gunnar fired a shot, striking it in the head. It continued forward, unflinching. His gun clicked when he pulled the trigger. Gunnar stood to run. Heavy footfalls struck the ground, followed by piercing pain as the creature sprinted forward and clamped on his leg. It lifted him and dragged him back toward the cave with minimal effort. The massive beast dropped him at the cave's mouth, plopping next to the boar, tearing it in half as the pearly eyes watched Gunnar. The hunter looked at the beast. He turned and stared at the clearing, weighing his options, feeling like a caged animal staring at the freedom he would never have. He reloaded his rifle, aiming at the creature's throat. A shot rang out, but it wasn't his. The dark monster stood at attention, looking around. Another shot, then another. A chorus of explosions reverberated as an untold number of rifles fired their high-caliber bullets into the canine, who reacted with an uneven gait, shaking its head. Gunnar tried to stand, but felt another wave of exhaustion wash over him. A burst startled him from his daze. The hunter watched a net fly through the air and wrapped itself around the monster. 6 men and women entered the cave. He recognized one as the man who gave him the contract. "I'm sorry." He looked at Gunnar, who tried to sit up but slid on the loose dirt. His arms felt heavy. Only a human could survive long enough to deliver the poison. He nodded to the beast, sparks from the net creating enough light to see its black fur as the canine struggled to stand.
What?
Gunnar shouted, coughing and nauseous.
What the hell does that mean?
The beast's howls of pain quieted as the glow in its half-closed eyes faded. We've been trying to get this thing for months. We tried traps, bait, and poisons of all kinds, but they never worked. Either it figured them out, or our bait died too soon.
You used me as bait?
Gunnar tried to stand again, gripping his rifle. I'm sorry.
Give me the fucking antidote already.
Gunnar shouted. I can't. There is no antidote. The man nodded to the creature, silently struggling under the electrified net. We hoped you would survive. Humans metabolize the poison better than most animals, but you're already at the later stages. The man poked under his eye. Gunnar replicated the movement and replicated it, feeling a warm, sticky substance. In the flashes of light, he saw it was red.
What the fuck? When the hell?
Gunnar mumbled, lost for words. I poisoned your whiskey. We couldn't leave this thing unchecked. Someone had to be the bait. I'm sorry it was you. Everyone, the man shouted to the other hunters. We'll bring the beast back once it's asleep. Gerald, prep the cage at the truck. Make sure it's reinforced. He turned to Gunnar. The poison's going to kill you. You still have bullets. I suggest you use one before your organs fail. The man turned and left, taking one last look at the hunter he condemned to death. If you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more horror content. If you have any real cryptid encounters, or you're a horror writer wanting to share your stories, please feel free to email me in the description anytime. The sun was slowly creeping over the horizon, fresh morning dew on the grass, the birds singing their songs, and a gentle wind blowing through the trees. He let out a long yawn. The air was thick with the smell of the remains from last night's kill, the odor of blood still in the air. He stood up from his comfortable spot under the tall oak tree. He took a small step forward and shook from side to side as water and mud flew from his sleek black fur. He began walking away from his resting place towards the stream, not 25 feet away. As he was approaching the stream, he heard a howl. His alpha sending out his call to come home. He ignored the call as he enjoyed being on his own. After all, he was a formidable predator, standing at an astonishing 9 feet tall. Big broad shoulders, a muscle-toned chest, a slender yet toned abdomen, strong powerful legs and arms made him the perfect killer, both powerful and agile. His sharp 4.5-inch claws glistened in the sunlight, and his mouth full of razor-sharp fangs, perfect for ripping apart flesh and breaking bones. He thought back to his kill last night as he bent down, drinking the cool, crisp water of the stream. The thrill of the hunt. The elk had no idea that he was there, just feet away. He smiled at the thought of pouncing on his prey, grabbing the elk by its throat as he bit down on its neck, tearing the bull elk's head clean off. Another howl, again the alpha's call. He let out a humph as he rolled into the stream. A perfect morning for a hunt, Dale thought, as he reached for his recurve bow and pack from his Ford F-150 pickup truck. A cool morning, high visibility and low wind, making for an accurate shot with his bow. The theme song from that animated show, The Venture Brothers, starts playing on Dale's phone. Dale checks his phone and answers. Hey Matt, what's the word? Hey, brother. I just passed the second gate. I'll be there in less than 10 minutes, said Matt. Okay, replied Dale. Did you bring all your gear? Matt asked Dale. Yes, everything. My bow, a quiver full of 30 arrows, my .45 caliber pistol, spare clip, flashlight, water, a couple of granola bars, and my compass, answered Dale. A compass? I bet it's that purple one Lisa bought you for Valentine's Day. Sure is, Matt. Matt chuckled. Okay, buddy. You know I have a GPS, right? Electronics don't always work, brother. Dale snapped back. How's Aaron doing? Dale asked. We're in the middle of it, man. I'm tired of the fighting, said Matt. Sorry to hear, Dale says. Suddenly, Dale hears a faint howl in the distance. What the hell? What? Matt asks. Never mind. I'll be there in a few. Dale hangs up his phone and drops it into his pocket, confused about the howl. A coyote? He wonders. Maybe. A few minutes passed by. Dale had opened his tailgate and was leaning against it with his bow in hand, waxing the string. Matt pulls up and sees his friend. He puts his pickup in park and says, Hey, brother, as he hops out of his truck. Are you ready to get this hunt going? Matt has been looking forward to this hunt for the past 2 weeks. Yes, I am, says Dale as he closes the tailgate to his truck. Matt and Dale exchange pleasantries as they both hear another faint howl. Matt, you heard that? I did. It sounded like a coyote, but different. Agree, it's off. Nah, forget about it. Let's get going. Dale shrugs his shoulders and grabs his gear. Let's do this, brother, Dale says, in an excited tone. The two friends start walking up the narrow trail. They're in the middle of nowhere. South of them used to be a logging camp. However, it was shut down due to strange sightings and a missing person case. The internet wasn't very helpful in providing information about the story. Matt had told Dale he did some research on the area and its surroundings. All that he told Dale was that the terrain was filled with hills, trees, and big-ass rocks. Matt's research skills were average at best. He was always more of a let's see what happens kind of fellow, which was fine with Dale, as he was just looking to escape from the normal life of a mid-class businessman. They both loved the woods and have been hunting many times before. They were both hopeful that this trip would be different from the day-to-day life they normally led. Hey, Dale, said Matt. Yo, the stand is about a mile up the path. See the clearing ahead? Just past that, there is a slight ridge with plenty of tree cover and great sightlines. Sounds good. Let's keep moving. They continued walking towards their makeshift tree stand that they fabricated about 3 days ago. The trees looked over a small valley with a large meadow and a cluster of trees. A stream ran through the area as well. When they scouted the area, they saw all sorts of tracks out there, including deer, rabbits, coyotes, a bear, and elk. The two friends stopped near the base of the tree that held their stand. They just listened for a few minutes, birds chirping and insects moving about. So serene, so peaceful. The two men sat down on some rocks as they leaned their weapons on the tree. Matt, Dale says, your bow is great. Yes, sir. A state-of-the-art compound bow with all the necessary modifications you could ever need, Matt replies. That's great, said Dale. I finally got it spec'd out. She's a beauty, Matt said. She, Dale questions with a slight smirk. Yeah, bro. She. The men stare at each other for a moment, then let out a good laugh. They remove some snacks from their packs and begin to eat. The wind blows through his fur as he slowly walks through the trees. He is thinking of his alpha, who is getting weaker. He won't be leading the pack for much longer. He doesn't have any resentment towards the alpha. He learned most of what he knows from him. His ears twitch. He hears a sound in the valley to his right. He's heard this sound before. He stops and listens, and suddenly the unmistakable smell of urine hits his nose. An intruder. This was his territory. Intruders weren't welcome. He pinpoints the smell and heads towards the direction. He slowly is approaching a cluster of trees as movement catches his attention. Wobbling from side to side, a brown mass is rubbing against one of the trees. He knows this creature. He lets out a slow whoomph. Encounters with these creatures usually result in a fight. They're slow, not very intelligent, but strong. He continues approaching the trees. The wind is in his favor. He gets real low to the ground, coming from behind the creature who is oblivious to his presence. He starts to salivate at the thought of tasting the creature's flesh. His eyes narrow. He is within striking distance now. He can feel his claws ripping into the beast. He can't take it anymore. In a flash, he strikes. Slashing with his claws, he cuts through the bear's throat. The warm crimson liquid sprays onto the surrounding trees. He can feel the liquid flowing down his claws, his amber-colored eyes narrowing further as he watches the bear hit the ground. In a blink, he grabs the 700-pound bear by its neck, lifting it into the air, then slamming it to the ground. He sinks his fangs into the chest of the bear, tearing away a huge, bloody chunk of flesh. Fur and blood move through the air. He swallows the flesh and lets out a tremendous roar. Confirming his kill, Dale and Matt jump at the sound of the spine-tingling roar. "What in the fuck was that?" Matt exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror. "I have no idea," said Dale, with the same expression on his face. "Whatever the fuck it was, it's close, and I sure as hell don't want to meet it," Dale said while gripping his bow tightly. "Agreed," Matt said, while shaking his head, trying to compose himself. Dale removed his .45 caliber pistol from his pack, checked the magazine, and chambered a round. "Dale, I doubt that's going to help. It helped with that cougar in Utah, right?" "Yeah, that wasn't a fucking cougar though, Dale." Matt was able to compose himself. He reached into his pack as well, pulling out a sawed-off 12-gauge double-barrel shotgun and an ammo belt with slugs. "That's your uncle's old gun, isn't it?" said Dale. "Yes, he gave it to me on my 32nd birthday." "So, now what?" "All the game within earshot of that roar is gone," Dale said in a frantic tone. Matt shook his head. "I'm not sure, Dale. Let's glass and see what's out there. Maybe there's still some game around. If not, we will leave. It will take us more time if we have to field dress an animal. Plus, a kill will lure in whatever made that roar," Dale exclaimed. Dale picks up his binoculars. He starts scanning the area below. He notices movement in a cluster of trees a couple miles out. "Matt, movement in the trees." "What is it?" "I'm trying to focus in. Hang on." Dale lets out a gasp. "What, Dale? What do you see?" "A grizzly." "No way. We have a tag for one grizzly," Matt says with excitement. "There's something off. It's shaking back and forth, and there's a pool of blood underneath it." "What's off about that, dude?" "The bear made a kill. That's why we haven't seen anything, Dale." Matt huffed. "Fucking bear." "No," Dale remarked. His face turned pale, his eyes widened, filling with tears. "The grizzly is the one that's been killed," he said. Matt is confused. His friend is clearly terrified, but he has to be mistaken. Matt snatches the binoculars from Dale's shaking hands and presses his eyes against the binoculars. He focuses in on the cluster of trees, and he sees it. A giant black mass, ripping pieces of flesh from the mangled corpse of what used to be a 700-pound grizzly bear. What the fuck? Dale pulls the binoculars from Matt's hands, and in a frantic whisper, he says, "Matt, what in the fucking hell is going on?" "Calm down, Dale. It's just a cougar." Knowing full well that a cougar stood no chance of taking down a bear of that size. Not to mention, he's never seen a black cougar. Matt grabs his own binoculars from the pouch on his belt. The two men stare through their respective lens at the horrific sight. Slopping rips, warm liquid, the sweet marrow from the broken bones. His pleasure was something to be treasured. He's encountered these creatures before and feasted on them. This beast holds a lot of flesh, too much for him to eat alone. He knew his pack would eventually smell the kill and investigate. However, that wouldn't be until the sky was dark. As he sits back into a crouching position, he catches a savory smell on the wind. He smelled it before from his prey. He licked his bloodied chops and took a deep breath in through his nose. He took another. Where was that delicious smell emanating from? Matt and Dale stared in horror at the huge wolf-like creature through the binoculars. A big, broad chest, strong abdominal muscles pulsing as the beast took in long breaths. Blood was covering his snout and parts of his face. Deep amber eyes, pointed ears, and dark black fur like a midnight sky. "Matt," Dale whispered. "What the fuck, dude? That's a goddamn werewolf." "No, Dale. I know what it is. It's called a Dogman. I've heard stories about them in YouTube videos. I never would have imagined seeing one, though. Or that they even existed, for that matter," Matt said, clearly in disbelief. "No fucking way, Matt. No way." Just then, the Dogman stood up on two legs, turning his huge head from side to side. The two men stared in horror at the sight of the blood-covered beast. "Oh shit," Matt exclaimed. He dropped the binoculars. "Did you see that? The fucker just looked right at us," he said. "Matt, there's no way he could see us from this far away. He'd have to have go-go gadget eyes. We are miles away. How about the fact that it just stood up on two legs?" The two men looked at each other in terror. Both men looked through their binoculars again. "What the hell?" both men said. "It's gone," Matt exclaimed, as they stared horrified at the bloody corpse of the once powerful grizzly bear. The smell was close. He continued sniffing the air. He stood on his hind legs, reaching his full 9-foot height, turning his head side to side, trying to pinpoint where the smell was emanating from. His ears turning ever so slightly, trying to pick up any sound. He took a huge breath in through his nose. There it is. He snapped his head in the direction of the captivating smell. He pushed off the ground beneath his feet, heading towards the ridge above him, bounding over boulders and moving past trees in a flash. He was getting excited as he knew this smell well. Fear. He smiled at the thought as he closed in. He got low to the ground as he crept through brushes. He continued to sniff the air and listen intensely. Where is it? There. The tree was not 40 feet in front of him. He wanted to investigate, but his experience as an apex predator made him think better. He waited patiently. The sun began falling from the sky. Suddenly, there was movement high in the tree. He observed with curiosity. Sasquatch, he thought. No, these creatures were too small to be Sasquatch. They had green and brown fur covering their bodies everywhere except their faces. sticks with vines tied to either end. He knew these sticks. He had seen them before. He cocked his head to the side when he saw a shiny stick in one man's hand as he was descending the tree. He knew this object. It makes a loud sound and sprays fire. He let out a low growl at the sight. The one man looked in his direction. He wasn't concerned as he was well hidden. The two creatures were communicating with each other. He tilted his head slowly, flicking his ears. Again, he smelled it. Fear. It was radiating off of them. He controlled the urge to spring forth and consume their flesh, but he waited and studied his prey further. He followed the two creatures away from the tree, only moving when they moved, keeping his distance. The two creatures kept turning their heads, scanning their surroundings. He moved silently from one tree to another, closing the distance. One of the creatures stops and points in his direction. His amber eyes narrowed. Did they see him? Were they aware they were being stalked? He crouched down. He could see the men looking in his direction, communicating. One of them is coming towards him. He can sense the creature's fear. A howl rose from the deep forest. The man froze and backed up towards the other. He could sense their terror. He recognized the howl. It was a member of his pack, his brother. He must have smelled the blood and flesh of the beast he killed earlier. He could have it. These two creatures, though, they were his. Dale, let's fucking go, screamed Matt. I don't want to meet whatever made that howl. Matt, I saw something in the trees. It's following us, Dale said, while pointing in the direction of the Dogman. It doesn't fucking matter, dude. Let's move now. I have a bad feeling. We need to go. Dale looked at his friend. Matt was clearly afraid, as was Dale. They heard a growl earlier. It was low, but they heard it. There's been an eerie silence in the forest around them as they head towards their trucks. Dale finally agreed. Okay, let's move. Dale and Matt continued moving in the direction of their trucks. Dale swore he could see movement in the trees. However, Matt had tunnel vision. He was focused on getting to the trucks. Matt had the urge to urinate ever since the sighting of the bear. It was unbearable. Dale, I need to piss. Hold up. Matt, are you out of your mind? Whatever made that sound could be closing in on us, replied Dale. Suddenly, Matt sees a dark shape crouching within the trees. Matt squints. He realizes there are eyes. Deep, piercing, amber-colored eyes. Dale, Matt says in a shaken tone. What? Look, whispers Matt. Where? At what? Look. There. Right there. Dale sees what Matt is looking at. He can't believe it. Is that? Yes, Dale. I fucking told you. What do we do, Matt? We get the fuck out of here. Now. Dale lets off a shot with his .45 towards the shape. The two men turned to run. They couldn't believe what they saw. It was a Dogman. They knew they couldn't outrun the beast, but they were going to try. Only about 100 feet to the truck, screamed Dale. Let's go, Matt. The two men were running as fast as their legs could carry them. Matt, run to my truck. It's unlocked, Dale screamed at Matt. The two men approached the respected doors of Dale's pickup. Just as Dale touched the driver's side door handle, a deep, menacing roar comes from behind them. The roar shakes Dale's core. Matt, already in the truck, tells Dale to let's go. Trees burst into splinters. Wood and dirt fly through the sky, hitting the truck. Dale fumbles into the driver's seat and slams the door. Matt pulls his friend's jacket. Dale looks at Matt, tears flowing from his eyes. Dale looks in front of the truck. There it is, a 9-foot monster. A broad, wolf-like head, a long snout, and sharp teeth bearing from its maw. Claws the size of steak knives at the ends of its long fingers. Strong arms leading to a muscled chest, down to a slender-toned abdomen, and strong canine legs. His amber eyes pierced their very souls. He stared at the two creatures inside the machine. He had seen these machines before, when they were destroying his home. Humans. He despises these creatures. He remembered his pack setting upon intruding humans that cut down their home. His pack was close, but the humans were able to escape. Not all of them, though. The pack was able to separate one as he ran into the forest. At that time, the Dogman was just a pup when he watched his father rip the human in half. Though he glared deep into each human's eyes before him, and he let out a deep, guttural growl. He could hear the humans yelling frantically inside the machine. The fear coming off of them was delightful, pouring into the air. He took a step forward, and they screamed louder. The machine came alive. He burst forward, leaping onto the hood of the machine. As he punched through the windshield, he slashed at the humans. He felt his claws scrape into one human's flesh. The machine started to move backwards, but it didn't get far as it hit the front of the other machine behind it. Suddenly, he felt a searing hot pain in his shoulder. He roared in anger. The two humans grabbed their ears. Dale, go, go, go! Punch it! Matt screams as he fumbles with his double barrel, trying to reload. He just blasted a slug into the beast's shoulder. The roar it let out was deafening. The Dogman had scraped Matt's chest with its razor-sharp claws. Boom! Another slug flew past the Dogman's head. He snarled at Matt, and a huge clawed hand came crashing through the windshield, grabbing the shotgun from Matt's hands. Dale slammed on the accelerator as he turned the wheel hard to the right. Rocks and dirt flew through the air as the tires fought for a grip. The beast tumbled from the truck, slamming its head into the hard ground. It groaned in pain. The two men are speeding through the darkening path in the forest. Are you all right? Dale yelled to Matt. No, dude. I'm not all right. What in the fuck is going on? That fucking beast is trying to kill us, Matt frantically yelled. No shit, Dale screams. Dale skids around the bend. Look out, Matt screams in terror. He was fueled with rage. That human shot at him. His shoulder burned, and he was dazed from hitting his head on the hard ground. He was pissed off. He rose to all fours, shaking his head as he composed himself. The humans won't get far. He burst through the trees. He could see the truck sliding around turns. He was gaining ground, almost in range. He inhaled deeply as he dug his claws into the earth beneath him. He lunged through the bushes as the machine was turning around a sharp bend. He timed it perfectly. His shoulder impacted the driver's side door of the machine. The force blew small bushes and rocks through the air. The truck tumbled violently down the hillside, smashing into trees as it rolled. He leaped down the hill, following the banged-up machine, stopping at the top of a boulder in between two giant trees, watching the broken machine come to a stop against a tree. The sunlight was fading fast, especially now under the canopy of the trees. His amber eyes sharply watched for any movement inside the truck. Flicking his ears side to side, listening for any sound, he heard faint, thumping sounds and 2 heartbeats. He focused in, and the two creatures' breathing were strained as well. The smell of blood tickled his nostrils. Now, he will patiently wait for his prey to emerge from the now useless machine. The daytime sun had sunk back behind the horizon. The black of night had come. The moon shone bright, high in the sky. The forest was quiet, except for the occasional hoot from an owl or chirp of a cricket in the distance. The moonlight shined in on Matt through the demolished driver's side door. He started to come to. He slowly opened his eyes, blinking rapidly. Finally, he fully comes to. It hurts to breathe. He has pressure on his arm as it's trapped. "Fuck," Matt whispers. He feels his chest and coughs as he breathes. His side hurts, possibly a broken rib. He looks at his left arm, caught under the seat. He was able to wiggle his arm free, and as he removed his arm, he let out a groan. He sees Dale's .45 caliber pistol and grabs it. Then he reaches into his pocket, pulling out his flashlight. Matt turns on the flashlight and scans the inside of the truck's cab. He sees Dale lying unconscious behind the seats. Dale. Fuck, man. Dale, are you all right? Can you hear me? Dale was severely injured. Blood was oozing from his forehead, nose and ears, and a huge gash across his left arm with his forearm bone poking from his skin. Lord only knows what internal injuries Dale has sustained. "Hang in there," said Matt to his unconscious friend. Matt needed to get Dale to safety. He needed to get them out of the destroyed truck. Matt quickly did an inventory check. He had Dale's .45 with a clip inside. He ejected the clip and inspected the ammunition. 6 rounds. He loaded the magazine and chambered a round. Matt saw Dale's pack. He quickly grabbed it and removed the spare clip. 8 rounds, Matt counted. Matt continued to remove items from Dale's pack. A flashlight, a hunting knife with a 10-inch blade, and Dale's compass. He then checked his own pack and removed his truck keys, a tactical knife with a 12-inch blade he had purchased from Amazon not 3 days ago, some water, and a granola bar. He then used his knife to cut a rag into strips. He broke 4 of Dale's wooden arrows and placed them on either side of Dale's arm. Then he used a water-soaked strip to cover the bone protruding from Dale's forearm. "Good thing you're unconscious for this, brother. It's gonna hurt," Matt said. As gently as he could, Matt did his best to set Dale's arm. Using the arrows and rag strips, he fashioned a makeshift splint, then covered Dale with his jacket. Then placed a water bottle and Dale's knife next to Dale. "Okay, brother. I'm going to get my truck and get us the hell out of this horror show. Stay here and don't move," Matt said sarcastically to his unconscious friend. Matt slowly and cautiously exited the damaged truck, scanning his surroundings with his flashlight, gripping the .45 handgun. "Okay, jackass. Your truck isn't going to teleport here. Let's go. It's just a Dogman. A huge, ferocious, 9-foot-tall Dogman. You'll be fine." "Oh, fuck," Matt mutters to himself. Matt looked around and saw the trail of destruction the tumbling truck caused. He checked the compass and aimed it northwest. He began ascending the hill towards the direction of his vehicle. Movement in the truck. He smiled, showing his toothy grin. He was happy the humans weren't dead. He wanted the pleasure of killing them himself. He silently moved from the boulder he was crouching on, slowly making his way towards the truck. He wanted to investigate, so he laid down facing the side of the truck he charged into. Peering into it, he could see one of the humans gathering items. He sensed the panic. He saw the other human was unconscious, blood coming from his face. He licked his chops at the sight. He watched the human start to move out of the machine. He laid perfectly still, being as silent as possible. The human shined a light into the forest around him, slowly scanning his surroundings. The human started to walk towards the debris trail. He watched him until he was out of his sight line, Then he slowly started creeping towards the machine, sniffing the air, the smell of blood filling his nose. He reached the machine and stuck his head inside, sniffing around the inside of the truck's cab. He slowly moves further inside. He lightly touches his nose to the unconscious human's face and sniffs. The sweet smell of blood. The human's chest slowly rises and then gently falls. The creature isn't dead yet. Come on, dude. Almost there, Matt says as he stops to catch his breath. Matt continues to jog towards his truck. The forest is silent around him. Everything seems still. Matt thinks of his friend passed out in his demolished vehicle. He has to get to his truck and back to Dale. Matt turns the bend. He sees his pickup and continues to jog towards it, quickening his step. Matt reaches out to pull the handle of the driver's side door. Suddenly, a blur of brown fur crashes into him, sending him hard into the ground. In a daze, Matt sees it. A brown wolf-like creature with red eyes standing over him, snarling, teeth bared, drool dripping from its maw. Oh, shit, Matt exhales, scrambling backwards. Another one. Fuck. The brown dogman narrows his eyes. He lets out a challenging roar as it moves towards Matt for the finishing blow. Matt raises his .45. 2 shots hit the beast in the upper chest. The dogman roars out in pain as he stumbles back. Matt scrambles to his feet and takes aim at the huge beast before him. The dogman charges Matt, its mouth wide. Matt sees all of its blood-stained fangs. Matt squeezes the trigger repeatedly as he screams out. 1 bullet grazes the beast's upper snout, as the other 3 bullets fly through the dogman's mouth and out the back of its skull. Blood, bone, and brain matter following the bullets through the air. The dogman hits the ground in front of Matt's feet with a solid thump. Matt lowers the smoking .45, shaking in his trembling hand, looking at the beast before him in terror and shock. He killed it. He couldn't believe it. He looked at the .45 in his hand, the last bit of smoke leaving the barrel, the slide locked in the drawn-back position. Matt pulled himself together as he inspected the monster before him. This one was smaller than the other, about 7 feet tall, a bigger chest and legs, more like a stocky UFC fighter with a shiny brown coat now stained red. Matt ejected the spent magazine from the pistol and loaded the spare and chambered a round. Matt pulled his keys from his pocket as he stepped around the deceased dogman. A loud, terrifying howl rang out from the direction of their makeshift tree stand. Oh fuck, Matt thought. More of them. I have to get to Dale. Matt jumped into his truck as he heard more terrifying howls coming from the forest. He started his pickup, turned around, and started heading back to his friend. He heard shots ring out, the roar of his kin, the howls of his alpha and other members of his pack. He looks at the human unconscious on the ground before him. He would be fast. He needs to investigate the commotion. It only took him a few leaps to make it up the hill. He could smell the blood in the air. It wasn't human blood. It was his kind. One of his pack was in trouble. He flew through the brush. He heard another machine heading his way. He peered through the trees. It was the other human heading back to the demolished truck and the unconscious human he pulled from the wreckage. He let out a low growl, then continued following the scent of blood. It was strong now. He could smell a familiar scent. He crashes through the bushes and finds his brother lying lifeless on the forest floor. He could smell the scent of the other human. It killed his brother. Rage filled him. He threw back his head and let out a roar. He was pissed. He pushed off the ground, leaping through the air, bounding through the woods, moving as fast as he could. trying to catch the human that killed his kin. The thought of pulling the human spine from his body, consuming his flesh, was all he could think of. The rage building. The human, there it is. He barreled towards the human. Matt heard something like an avalanche coming towards him through the forest. Oh shit, Matt sees the Dogman gaining ground on him. Matt pulls the pistol just as the monstrous Dogman smashes into him. He crashed into the human. As he wrapped his claws around him, Matt pulled the trigger. The Dogman growled in anger as the bullet grazed his side. They rolled down the hill. Matt crashed into a tree, and his breath flew from his lungs. The Dogman crashed into a boulder. A painful yelp escaped him. Matt groaned in pain as he tried to gain his feet. He coughed as he spit out a glob of blood. He leaned against the tree as he caught his breath. Matt looked to his left in time to see the great beast stand to all fours. The Dogman let out a low growl as he fixed his gaze on Matt. He stood to his full height, his chest expanding and collapsing as he breathed. He growled in challenge. Matt was terrified. He couldn't show it though. He puffed his chest out and screamed a war cry. The Dogman pushed off the stone. In a blink, he was in Matt's face, teeth bared. Matt pulled his knife. The Dogman grabbed Matt by his neck as he let out a deep, guttural growl. As he opened his maw, he stared deep into Matt's eyes. Matt could see his reflection in the beast's eyes. Matt moved as fast as he could, raising the knife. Out of the corner of his eye, the Dogman saw the glint of the knife he quickly slashed with his razor-sharp claws. Matt screamed in pain as the knife in his hand fell to the forest floor. Tears fill Matt's eyes as blood pours from the stump. The Dogman growls as he squeezes his clawed hand tighter around Matt's neck. Matt gasps as he sees an arrowhead protruding from the Dogman's skull. The Dogman's eyes roll back into its head. His grip around Matt's neck slowly releases. The great beast falls face first into the ground. Matt drops to his feet. He looks up to see Dale standing 20 feet away, holding Matt's compound bow in his hands. Dale exhales and smiles at his friend. Matt smiles back as he reaches in his pocket for a bandana and starts wrapping his wrist. Dale starts to move towards his friend, and Matt's eyes open wide. "Dale!" Matt screams. A huge clawed hand wraps around Dale's head. Dale screams in agony as he is lifted from his feet. His screams intensify as his skull begins to crack. Matt cries out as he watches Dale's skull caved in beneath the force of the massive clawed hand. A monstrous gray and red Dogman steps out of the shadows. Almost 11 feet tall, with a huge barreled chest, like a bodybuilder, and 6-inch claws. Scars covered his chest. Piercing ember eyes glowed. A deep, guttural growl came from its giant maw. The Alpha. "My God," Matt said, as the Alpha Dogman stepped forward. As he did, he threw Dale's lifeless corpse at Matt's feet. The growl shook Matt's core. Matt looked down at Dale's body. His eyes bulged out from the broken sockets, blood and brain leaking from his skull. Matt looked up at the Alpha. The Alpha glared back at Matt as it snarled, showing its long, curved fangs. He took a giant step towards Matt. Multiple sets of glowing eyes pierced the darkness. Matt knew this was the end. Nowhere to run. No way to defend himself. The Dogman started to yip and growl in anticipation of the kill. The glowing eyes moved in closer. Matt could see the forms taking shape. They moved in closer and closer. The Alpha moved in a flash. Matt felt nothing. The last registering sight was the Dogman ripping his and Dale's bodies apart as they consumed their flesh. Then white nothingness. The alpha let out a bellowing howl. The rest of the pack joined in. This was a warning call. Stay away. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more terrifying stories. Multiple sets of glowing eyes pierced the darkness. Matt knew this was the end. Nowhere to run, no way to defend himself. The Dogman started to yip and growl in anticipation of the kill. They moved in closer and closer. The alpha moved in a flash. Matt felt nothing. The last registering sight was the Dogman ripping his and Dale's bodies apart as they consumed their flesh. Then white, then nothingness. The alpha let out a bellowing howl, and the rest of the pack joined in. This was a warning call. Stay away. 3 months later. I don't care that fish and wildlife can't find him. Erin screams into her phone. I know he didn't just fucking disappear into thin air. Ma'am, calm down, please, the voice on the other end of the line calmly said. We are doing everything we can to locate your fiancé. According to our records, we've searched every inch of the area where Mr. Lindale and Dale Cunnings were hunting, and we haven't been able to locate either of the two men. Why not? Erin said. You have dogs and manpower. What is the issue? Erin continued to scream through the phone. Ma'am, I will not tolerate you screaming at me. I am doing everything. I've done everything I can to assist you. The man on the phone said. A tear fell from Erin's face as she hung up the phone. These people don't know anything, she shouted. Erin, relax. You know, screaming and cursing at these people never helps, says Lisa, Dale's girlfriend. Erin sits on the couch next to her friend. I know, Lisa. I'm just so sick of no news about Matt and Dale. Are they lost? Hurt? Did they die? I know, sweetie. Lisa says. The doorbell sounds. Who the hell is that? Erin says as she stands and starts walking to the door. Lisa jumps up and looks out of the window. She sees a black SUV and 2 men in black camo fatigues. Erin, Lisa says. Just then, Erin opens the door and is greeted by 2 men in the same black camo fatigues as their colleagues stand next to the SUV outside. Can I help you? Erin says. Lisa joins her at the door. Hello, ladies. I'm Greg Stone, and this gentleman to my right is Peter King. We are with a branch of the government that handles delicate situations. Okay, Lisa says. Our superiors believe that Mr. Matt Lindale and Mr. Dale Cunnings were victims of an attack by what we call big black dogs, Stone said in a serious voice. Erin and Lisa both stare intently at the 2 gentlemen. Okay, Lisa says. Do you mean a literal big black dog? If that's the case, Erin chimes in, then wouldn't there be blood or bodies? Not to mention, I think our men can handle a big dog, Erin says sarcastically. Well, Stone starts to speak, then he's immediately cut off by Lisa. I'm sorry, but do you have a badge or some form of ID? Sure. Stone and King show the two women their credentials. Okay, Lisa says. We already spoke with the ATF, FBI, and CIA. So what are the local area police going to do that they haven't done already? We are a subdivision of a different government agency, Stone says. Meaning what? Lisa says. Did the guys get caught up in some type of drug farming or kidnapping? No, King says. Ladies, have you ever seen an animal like this? King holds up a sketch of a Dogman. Yes, in any werewolf movie that I've ever seen, Aaron says. Lisa stares a bit at the sketch, then says, Are you trying to tell us that our guys were attacked by a goddamn werewolf? That's ridiculous, Lisa says in a heightened tone. Well, Stone says. Just then, King's phone rings. King here. Yes, sir. We are with them now. No, sir. Very good, sir. King hangs up his cell phone as he looks at Stone. The team is en route, King says. Stone gives King a slight nod. The two women swap glances at each other. I apologize, ladies. We must get going. Wait, Aaron exclaims. What the hell was that? Who was on the phone? What team? Where are they going? We need some goddamn answers, Aaron yells, tears of pain and anger filling her eyes. You come in here and show us a picture of a werewolf and say our guys may have been attacked by a big dog, Lisa yells as the two men are walking through the door. King turns and says, We received word that our tech crew was able to ping your fiancé's GPS. We are sending a team in to investigate. Once we know more, someone will be in contact. Have a great day, ladies. Aaron and Lisa look at each other confused. But wait a second, the women say at the same time in irritated tones. We will be in touch, ladies. Thank you for your time, Stone sternly says. Stone and King exit the residence and quickly walk to the SUV. They enter the vehicle, followed by the other two men. So it's happening, one of the other men said. Yes, Jones, it's on. The boys are en route now. Yes, I hope our boys put a hurting on these vicious fucks. The black SUV quickly pulls away. Lisa and Aaron are standing on the porch steps, yelling obscenities at the SUV as it pulls away. What was that, girl? Says Aaron. I don't know, hun, but we need to look into this a bit more, Lisa remarks. The two women start to research Big Black Dog on the internet as they discuss what just took place. The two women come across a YouTube channel that is dedicated to allegedly true werewolf stories. The two friends spend the next few hours listening and watching the videos. Lisa then finds a picture from a trail camera. It's a photo of a Dogman. Under the photo, the words read, Big Black Dog. The two women stare in horror at the computer screen. Her ears twitch. She hears a loud rumbling sound coming. She was just rolling around in the soft grass, her chestnut fur blowing softly in the breeze. She stands to her 8-foot height as she flicks her ears and sniffs the air. She can hear something making its way in her direction. She moves from her position in the clearing, heading towards the rumbling sound. She just comes over the ridge and sees it. A machine. She knows that machines mean humans. She lets out a low growl at the sight. There are tall trees all around her, perfect for cover. She crouches down as she watches the machine. The machine stops, and she observes two men exit the vehicle. Both men, dressed in black and carrying M4s with pistols on their sides, wearing tactical equipment and backpacks on their backs. Another man jumps out of the driver's side door. He was a larger man, taller than the other two by at least a foot. He was wearing a black tank top and black camo pants, carrying a 12-gauge pump shotgun with a smoking cigar hanging from his mouth. She stares at the men, her icy blue eyes narrowed as she picked up the scent of the larger man. He smelled like urine and smoke. She could hear the larger man yelling at the other two men. Wait, what is that? Movement in the trees behind the humans. She sees one of her packs circling around the side of the humans. This one was curious. He was only 6 feet tall, a slender toned body, fast and agile for a young one, just like her own pup. She watched as the black-furred young one slowly moved closer to the men. Suddenly, he stopped as another machine pulls up behind the first. 4 more men exit this machine, all in the same gear as the first 2 men she watched exiting the first machine. One man starts yelling. She sees him raise his weapon in the direction of the young one. She lets out a howl. A distraction, so that the young one can escape the area. She sees all 7 of the men look in her direction. The large human takes a few steps forward. She could see the young one sink back into the darkness of the forest. She is satisfied that the young one is no longer in danger. She lets out another howl. This howl is a warning call that intruders are here. Harold, get over here. Davidson orders. Yes, sir. I don't want to hear your goddamn complaining at all. Not at fucking all. Davidson yells as spit flies from his mouth. Davidson is a large man. He is a veteran of the United States Armed Services. That was a good 25 years ago, and life has taken its toll on him. The brass expects us to find 2 nobodies out here and bring them home to their women, Davidson says. You heard that howl, Edward says. Plus, Chinny swore he saw one in the trees. Ain't that right, Chinny? You got it, Cupcake, Chinny remarked. Good one, O'Neill said with a smirk on his face. All I'm saying is that they're out here, Edwards replied. Those 2 men that came out this way didn't make it. They've been missing for 3 months. Shut the fuck up, Davidson screeched. Our job is to hike to the location of the GPS and search for Matt Lindale and Dale Cunnings. If we run into anything else, we will deal with it accordingly. That means you gotta fuck it, Harold, Ginny remarked. The team laughed. Shut up, you shit stains, Davidson screamed. Let's move out. The team checks their gear. You can hear snapping of clips, magazines being checked and inserted into the guns. The team is bullshitting amongst themselves as they squad up to move out. The team begins hiking through the forest towards the last known location of the GPS. The hike is long, about 5 miles from their location. No roads to drive on. They are out in the middle of nowhere. Tall oak, maple, and birch trees surround them, along with thorn bushes, long grass, bushes, and rocks everywhere. The men have been walking for about 3.5 hours now. The men are making slick comments back and forth between themselves as they walk in a single file line. O'Neill is taking up the rear, keeping a sharp eye out, while Davidson is leading the team through the woods towards the GPS location. Ginny and Harold are walking behind Davidson as they normally did on operations. All right, gents, enough of the chit-chat. Davidson pipes up. We are about a mile away from the last known location of the GPS. Chinny, take Gonzo and scout ahead. Copy that, Chinny responds. Gonzo, let's move. On your 6, said Gonzo. Here, take this, Davidson says, as he hands the locator to Gonzo. Gonzo clips the locator to his wristband, and the 2 men move ahead of the remaining 5 men. She has been following the men since the sun was high in the sky. These humans move slowly, she thinks, as she moves from tree to tree, completely silent. She wants to rip them apart. However, she will wait and study them as she is in no danger. She is an efficient killer. Her chestnut fur is a beautiful camo inside the dense forest. She stops a bit ahead of the group of humans. Disgusting creatures, she thinks as she peers around the big maple tree. Her long, sharp claws dig into the tree trunk. 2 of the creatures move ahead of the others. She looks between the 2 men and the other 5 as they move further apart. They separated, she thinks. Suddenly, she smells a familiar smell. She looks behind her as he comes towards her. An 8-foot charcoal black dogman with broad shoulders and chest, a slender midsection, and big, strong canine legs. It's one of her pack. He has answered her call. He steps towards her. She snuggles her muzzle against his neck. He lets out a low groan. He observes the human standing in the forest and lets out a deep, low growl. She points in the direction of the other 2 humans, and the black dogman bows his head as he lets out a humph. She takes off quickly towards the other 2 humans as he stays to observe the 5 remaining creatures. He watches her until she is out of sight. He has always protected her, ever since they were pups. He turns his attention back to the 5 men and takes a deep sniff in. He smells the cigar smoke, beef jerky in the large man's pocket, sweat, and that savory smell of fear. He studies the creature's clothing and weapons. He humps as he moves to all 4s and slowly creeps towards the humans. He despises them. He hears a crack, followed by another crack, then multiple cracks. The wind carried the odor of blood. Human blood. There was another smell. It was one of his kind. He fights the urge to run to her aid. His lips curl back as he lets out a low growl. He salivates at the thought of consuming human flesh. He focuses back on the other humans. His bright amber eyes narrow. A sinister smile creeps over his face. Gonzo, how much further to the GPS location? Not far, Chinny. About 30 yards ahead. Hold up, Gonzo says. There, 20 yards out. I see a truck. Let's move in, says Chinny. Chinny and Gonzo move in towards the banged-up truck. The truck had deep scratches over the hood, along the doors and quarter panels, and the tires were shredded. You smell that? Chinny said. Yeah, I do. It smells like someone dumped 50 gallons of piss around here, Gonzo replied. Wait, what's that? Gonzo said. Down the hill. On me, said Gonzo. Another truck. Chinny clicks his radio. Davidson, come in. Over. Chinny, update. Over, replied Davidson. We found one truck on a small path. There's another down a steep hill. We are moving to assess. Gonzo had moved further down the hill. He yells back to Chinny. Chinny, get your ass down here. Davidson, we found the other truck belonging to Dale Cunnings. Investigating further. We'll update shortly. Over. Copy that, Davidson replied. Chinny moved to Gonzo's position. Holy shit. What the fuck happened here? I don't know, Chin. This truck is smashed to shit. There's tracks everywhere. Not to mention the smell of rotten meat and urine, said Gonzo. Gonzo knelt down to look through the truck. Did you hear that? Jimmy says as he raises his M4. Hear what? Those voices messing with you again, said Gonzo sarcastically. Fuck you, dude. Seriously, something is out there. Gonzo backs out of the truck as the two men scan their surroundings. Everything is silent. An eerie feeling comes over the two men. Holy shit. Contact, Gonzo says as he raises his M4. He gets off a shot as he is tackled by a black mass with razor-sharp claws digging into his sides. Gonzo screams in agony. Jimmy unloads as he sees Gonzo hit the ground with a 6-foot Dogman, with bright red eyes sinking its fangs into Gonzo's neck. The beast shook his head back and forth violently, ripping flesh away from Gonzo's upper torso. His neck is mangled. Blood, tissue, and bone fly from the young one's maw as he snarls and fixes his gaze on the other human. Gonzo! Jimmy screams as he squeezes the trigger on his M4, letting bullets fly towards the beast. The Dogman yelps as he is hit with the fiery lead. He jumps quickly over the damaged vehicle and dashes through the trees up the hill, breathing heavily, bullets in hot pursuit. Jimmy quickly runs to his friend's side. Gonzo! Gonzo! Davidson's voice comes over the walkie. Jimmy, Gonzo, what the fuck is going on? The fucking thing. It attacked us. It ripped Gonzo's throat out. It killed my friend. Jimmy screams frantically into the radio. We're heading your way, son. Stay put. Davidson ordered. Jimmy didn't respond. His eyes filled with tears. Suddenly, he hears a loud, guttural growl coming from behind him. A small gurgle escapes his lips. He looks down to see a huge, blood-stained, clawed hand sticking from his stomach. He coughs as blood pours from his mouth. A huge maw filled with razor-sharp fangs crunches down onto his neck and shoulder. He tries to scream, but chokes on his blood. His body feels numb as he drops down to his knees. She ripped away part of the man's shoulder and neck, swallowing the human's flesh as she was pulling her huge clawed hand from his now lifeless corpse. The corpse fell in front of her as she took a giant step towards the other creature's corpse. She sniffs the human's mangled body, the air around her thick with the smell of blood. She takes another deep sniff in and listens closely. Where did he go? There, up the hill. She hears heavy panting and small whimpers. She quickly makes her way up the hill. She finds the young one laying under a tall maple tree, his red eyes dimmed, his tongue hanging from his maw, his once black fur now stained red. She stands to her 8-foot height as she looks at the young one. He sees her icy blue eyes looking back at him, filled with sadness. She moves closer to him. She can smell the fear on the young one. This bothered her. She couldn't bear to see the young one suffer. His eyes begin to close. In one quick motion, she slashes the young one's throat with her dagger-like claws. A huge gash opens in the young one's neck. Blood flows, and she throws back her massive head and howls. His ears twitch at the sound of the howl. His amber eyes widen as he listens to the drawn-out howl. He knows this call. It is one of sadness. He joins in with her as he feels her pain. He brings his head down as he feels the rage building inside of him. His loved one's hurt. Her friend is gone. He looks at the men moving through the forest in her direction and lets out an ear-shattering roar. The men turn in his direction, raising their weapons. Snaps, zips, and bark breaking off of the trees. A bullet grazes his ear. He turns and dashes through the woods, his claws sinking into the ground as he turns on a dime and blows past a giant boulder. He is heading towards his pack. These intruders must pay. Holy shit, boys. Those howls are terrifying, Harold says. No, says O'Neill. The howls are sad, dipshits. Chinny and Gonzo must have got one of them, Edward said in an excited tone. One of them is really close, said Reed as he scanned the trees in the direction of the howl. A core-shaking roar erupted. The four men raised their weapons and let loose a barrage of bullets in the direction. Davidson yelling, "Ceasefire! Ceasefire, you fucking morons! You're shooting at nothing, you dumbasses! Stop fucking firing!" The men stop. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Davidson scolds. You hear a roar and piss yourselves. Harold, shaking rapidly, says, "Did you not hear that? It sounded like it came from 20 feet out. Whatever it was, took off when we started shooting," said O'Neill. Edwards, Reed, go see if you can track that thing, Davidson ordered. O'Neill, Harold, on me. We're heading towards Chinny and Gonzo's last position. The men head their separate ways. Edwards and Reed pick up the trail of the Dogman. Huge tracks lead northwest. They follow cautiously, but with urgency in their steps. Davidson, Harold, and O'Neill come up on the first of the damaged vehicles. O'Neill takes point and searches the truck, and he finds a picture of a beautiful woman with green eyes, long, reddish-colored hair, and a bright smile. "Wow, look at this hottie," O'Neill said. Harold takes the photo. "This is Erin Lance. She is Matt Lindale's fiancée. Wow, she's beautiful. Gentlemen, look down there, about 20 feet out. Oh shit, there go our boys," Davidson says. Down the hill, the men slowly approach the two mangled corpses, blood pooling under the bodies, intestines pouring from Chinny's body, and flies starting to buzz. "Oh my God," Harold says, as he bends over and lets go of his earlier breakfast. O'Neill bends down next to the bodies. He removes their IDs and personal belongings that say anything about who they are. Davidson breaks the silence. "All right, boys, collect their sidearms, MREs, and any ammunition they have. Harold, sweep the area. See if there's any sign of Matt Lindale and Dale Cunnings. O'Neill, see if you can pick up the trail of the beasts that did this." "Davidson, I found something," says Harold. "See these gouges in the trees? They must have been made by something huge," Harold said in a trembling voice. Davidson inspects the gouges in the trees. They're deep, 4 of them. Davidson's eyes widened in terror. He snaps out when he hears O'Neill's voice. "Over here, boss. You gotta see this." Davidson walks over to O'Neill's location. In a shaken voice, Davidson says, "O'Neill, what do you got?" O'Neill's eyes filled with terror and fear. He lifts his hand. Davidson looks at O'Neill. "Is that, O'Neill cuts him off. "It is, Davidson. A piece of a human skull. My bet is that it belongs to one of those men we're out here for." "Jesus," Davidson says. "We need to get these damn things." "Harold, report. What else have you found?" "Harold, where are you?" O'Neill stands up and looks around. "Harold, where the fuck are you?" She hears a gasp. She snaps her head in the direction of the sound. A human, How did it sneak up on her? She wasn't paying attention. She smells fear pouring from the human pointing his weapon in her direction. Her icy blue eyes narrow, and she digs her long, sharp claws into the forest floor as she stares the human down. Her lips curl back as she lets out a low growl. She lowers her head. The human is shaking violently. Her ears twitch as the creature's finger begins to move, and she bursts forward with incredible speed. Harold's eyes widened. He touches the trigger on the M4. Harold drops his weapon. He sees his intestines spilling from his stomach. The chestnut Dogman is standing in front of him. He drops to his knees. Harold hears a deep, guttural growl from his left side. He looks in the direction. A huge 11-foot gray and red Dogman snarling in his face. 7-inch teeth and breath with the smell of rotten meat. Harold looks up further past the muzzle of this massive creature. Glowing amber eyes, piercing his soul. Harold's eyes fill with tears. The Alpha grabs Harold by his head. Harold screams in agony as he feels the Alpha's monstrous grip tightening. The Alpha opens his giant maw. Slowly, he sinks his fangs into Harold's skull. Harold's skull cracks under the pressure of the Alpha's jaws. Blood, brain, and skull fragments flow down the giant beast as he crunches down. Harold's skull shatters into pieces. Harold's headless body falls to the ground. She looks at her Alpha as he stands to his full, massive 11-foot height. She bows her head, showing her appreciation for his aid. He lets out a growl. 2 10-foot, barrel-chested Dogmen step out of the trees. The first is black, like a midnight sky, and the other has reddish fur with patches of white, both with orange eyes. The midnight black Dogman grabs Harold's headless corpse and carries it back into the trees as the other picks up the young one's body. Then he heads in the direction of the other. The black Dogman comes around her side and nuzzles his muzzle against her cheek. The Alpha sniffs in deeply, and he lets out a low growl. More intruders need to be dealt with. Where the fuck is this shit stain? Davidson snaps. He can't be far, said O'Neill.
Edwards, Reed. Come in. Over. Yes, sir. Over.
Answered Reed.
What's your 20?
Davidson barked.
We are on top of a small ridge, looking over the river to the north. Over.
Replied Edwards.
We need to regroup. Immediately.
Davidson said.
Sir, we are on this fucker. Odds are, he is seeking shelter. About 75 yards past the waterfall, there looks to be an alcove. We are going to check it out. No,
Davidson screamed.
we have 2 KIA, Chinny, and Gonzo, and Harold is currently missing. We need to regroup now. That's an order. Shit, sir.
Edwards exclaimed.
Sir, that's some fuckery.
Answered Reed.
We need to get this bastard. We're so close.
Reed chirped back. Davidson paused before answering. Sir, said O'Neill, Reed and Edwards are right. That alcove may lead to a cave which may be their den. If we can flush them out of there, we will be able to ambush them, and then we can get home and receive the rest of our payday. Davidson looked at O'Neill. He smiled at the thought of that paycheck. Fine, Davidson grumbled.
Reed, Edwards, hold your positions. O'Neill and I are moving to your position. Over. Copy that, sir. Over and out.
Do we go look for Harold, sir? O'Neill questions. No, he wandered off. Probably couldn't deal with these abominations. But sir, Davidson steps in front of O'Neill. If you want to go look for Harold, be my fucking guest. If you die or get lost, that's just more money for me, Davidson says with an evil smile. O'Neill stares into Davidson's eyes. Unfortunately, I need that money, or we would be having a different conversation. Good. Let's go. The sun falls from the sky. The moon and stars light up the night sky, and the forest is silent. The smell of blood and fear is in the wind. The black dogman and his mate are watching over the four men silently from atop a tall oak tree. The men have been arguing amongst themselves for a while now. The mated pair looks higher above the waterfall. They can see their alpha crouching in the moonlight. He is strong. They think of their two fallen companions, the brothers. They were also strong, just like their father, the alpha. The black-furred brother was a force to be reckoned with. Light on his feet for his massive size. A strong, intelligent, vicious killer. However, he made a mistake. He played with the two humans. He should have finished them quickly. Suddenly, multiple gunshots fill the air. They look to where the humans are. Flashes lighting up the area. A loud roar and screams of horror. The mates watch the humans scatter. Why in the fuck would we risk going inside that cave in close quarters? Those things would rip us apart in no time, O'Neill exclaimed. There may be more in the forest around us. What happens if we go in then? Another comes from behind. Then we'd be trapped. No way. I'm with O'Neill, said Reed. You are all a bunch of bitch asses, said Davidson. Edwards chimed in. Sir, O'Neill and Reed are right. There's no way we should be going into that fucking cave. No fucking way. God damn it, you no good cowards. This is the biggest payday of our lives. We will be set, Davidson argues. O'Neill and Reed look past Davidson. A silhouette, a big silhouette. They slowly start to raise their weapons. What in the hell do you two think you're doing? Davidson yells as he draws his sidearm. You two maggots. Edwards takes 5 steps back towards O'Neill and Reed. Davidson, look, Edwards says, pointing at the huge shadow behind them. Davidson slowly turns. A growl comes from the darkness. Those burning orange eyes peering at the men. Davidson fires on the monster. The midnight black dogman roars. He bursts forward and grabs Davidson by his chest, smashing him into a tree. The 3 men look on in horror. In a flash, the dogman turns, with Davidson in his giant clawed hand. Bullets fly at the beast. They seem to just absorb into his flesh. The monstrosity grabs Davidson by his head, ripping Davidson in 2. Blood, guts, and bones hit the ground in a wet splat. The men turn and run for their lives. The midnight dogman lets out another roar in victory. She watches 2 of the creatures run underneath her and her mate's perch. She looks at her mate. He leaps from the tree towards the 2 men. She quickly follows. The thrill of the hunt. They move down the tree limbs to the forest floor. Before hitting the ground, they push off of the massive trunk, flying through the trees, leaping off boulders, and crashing through small trees. The humans are in sight. The fear coming from them is intoxicating. Her icy blue eyes narrow, and she reaches for one of the humans' backs. How did she miss? She feels wet. It's hard for her to breathe. Reed lets off a burst of 5.56. The bullets exit through those icy blue eyes. She drops to the forest floor. He roars in anger. Reed turns and drops to a knee, squeezing the trigger down. He dashes behind trees. Pieces of wood, leaves, and dust are flying through the moonlight. He turns on a dime, using his claws to pivot and darts towards the human. "Reed!" Edwards yells. Edwards empties his mag at the beast, and blood sprays against the trees. He turns and glares at the two humans, his fur stained red, blood running down his muzzle. The two men raise their weapons and unload on the monster. The gunfire is deafening. The two men exhale. "Damn, that was intense," Reed says. The small trees uprooted as the midnight Dogman came plowing through them. The two men quickly raise their weapons and fire. Again, gunshots fill the air. With his enormous maw, he bites down on one human, tearing his leg away. Edwards screams in pain. "No," Reed yells. The huge Dogman comes down on Edwards with his claws, slashing the flesh from his face, bone and tissue protruding. The Dogman sprints at Reed. He leaps through the air, opening his massive maw full of dagger-like fangs. Reed rolls to the side, turns and fires. Fiery, lead sinks into the beast's side. It howls in pain. He turns and begins his attack again. Reed raises his M4. Click. Click. Fuck. Reed pulls his knife as the beast collides into him. Reed smashes his blade into the eye of the beast, and blood pours from its socket. The Dogman growls with rage. "Come on, you son of a bitch. Fuck you," Reed yells as he continues to stab the beast. One final swing as the massive jaws close around Reed's neck. His fangs sink into the human's flesh as the blade penetrates his brain. Blood pools around the two warriors, laying bloody and broken on the cold forest floor. "Oh, shit," Neil says, as he continues running blind through the woods. The gunshots had stopped. The loud roars had stopped. Someone or something had lost, O'Neill thought. Suddenly, O'Neill's foot gets hooked on a root sticking from the ground. He tumbles down the hill. Splash! He lands belly down into the stream. O'Neill sits up and looks around. Well, ain't this a fucked up situation? Where's my gun? He fumbles around, looking for his M4. Fuck, O'Neill says. He pulls his .40 caliber from his holster and checks the mag. Okay, at least I have you, O'Neill says to his pistol. He looks up at the moon, shining brightly in the sky. Wow, if I wasn't in this shithole, this would be awesome. O'Neill searches his pockets, and he finds it. His sat phone. He begins to dial. Holy shit. O'Neill spins around, scanning his surroundings. Another howl comes from straight ahead of him. He clicks on the flashlight attachment on his .40 cal and shines it in the direction of the howl. He begins to walk, and he can hear something big shadowing his movements. This goes on for a bit. O'Neill rounds a bend and sees it. The cave, he says out loud. He cautiously approaches the entrance. Oh no. Harold. O'Neill's light hits his companion's headless body, and vomit spews from his mouth as he hunches over. No. He composes himself as a deep guttural growl comes from within the cave. A behemoth of a dogman comes walking out from the darkness on all fours. Its eyes glowed bright like the sun, the fur reddish. It growls deeply. O'Neill can see his light reflecting off of the dogman's fangs. The beast stands effortlessly on two legs. It snarls, and drool drips from his mouth. O'Neill stares in horror. The beast has a scar from its right ear to its lower jaw, no doubt from a fight with one of its kind. The Dogman stands square with O'Neill, its back slightly arched, claws spread open, teeth bared. O'Neill quickly looks around. He sees another small alcove in the rocks. I have to get there. That thing is way too big to fit, O'Neill says to himself. He runs as the monster charges him. The Dogman swipes at him, claws extended. O'Neill dives over the beast's massive arm and rolls as he hits the ground. He gains his feet and sprints to the alcove. He can feel the ground shake beneath his feet as the beast is almost on top of him, rotten breath on his neck. O'Neill dives into the alcove. The Dogman smashes into the rock face. Small stones and dust fall onto O'Neill. The beast growls in frustration. It continues to swipe, trying to tear O'Neill from his hiding space. His eyes narrow at the human. He roars in anger as he smashes his fist into the rocks. He looks around. There. He leaps to the top of a rock, then jumps to another. Oh, shit. It can get in through the top, O'Neill says as he looks up and sees the moonlight. He thinks quickly. He reaches down to his belt and unhooks a grenade and pulls the pin as the beast drops down into the space. O'Neill dives from the alcove as he throws the grenade. The Dogman lands hard on the rocky ground. O'Neill runs as fast as his legs will carry him. The grenade explodes. Rock and blood fly through the air. O'Neill hits the deck. Rocks fly past him. The dust settles and O'Neill stands. That's how you fucking do it. Fuck yeah. His words echo and O'Neill laughs. That was crazy. He kneels down by the stream. Crisp water pools into his cupped hands. He splashes the water onto his face. O'Neill stands and begins to walk in the direction of his vehicle. That was quite the adventure. I need to get home. Let the boys know the threat has been neutralized. Then shower and go be with my girl. O'Neill laughs and sings to himself as he walks back to the vehicles. Death stains the air. His pack is gone. He growls. He focuses as he sniffs. Again and again. There, the stench of humans. He looks towards his den, then bounds towards the direction the human went. O'Neill makes it to the vehicles. He gets in the driver's side door. Keys, keys, keys. Ah, got them. He grabs the keys and inserts them into the ignition and turns the key. O'Neill backs up and turns around, heading in the direction away from this terrible place. Stone. It's O'Neill. The team is gone. I'm the only survivor.
What the fuck, O'Neill?
Stone says. The whole team is wiped out. So are the Dogmen, O'Neill says with excitement.
That's good news. Any sign of Matt Lindale and Dale Cunnings?
Negative, O'Neill replied.
Oh well, that's unfortunate. I'll inform their partners.
His strong muscles ripple as he moves through the forest, smashing through anything in his path. This human was not getting away. He sees the dust cloud from behind the vehicle, gaining ground. Oh shit.
What?
Stone says. I got one chasing me. It's catching up.
O'Neill, you must kill that Dogman.
Stone, this thing is fucking massive, O'Neill said.
I don't fucking care. You complete the contract or the deal is off.
Stone yells into the phone. Fuck, O'Neill yells as he throws the phone into the passenger seat. He is in range to attack. He leaps through the air. his massive frame landing onto the roof of the vehicle. He slams his claws into the metal to secure a grip. O'Neill slams on the brakes. The Alpha tumbles from the vehicle, hitting the ground. He rolls to his feet. He composes himself as he shakes his head back and forth. O'Neill slams on the gas, barreling towards the beast. His amber eyes narrow as the human speeds towards him. He sidesteps and grabs the frame of the driver's side door. In one motion, he rips the driver's side door from its hinges. He roars as glass flies through the inside of the vehicle. A piece slices through O'Neill's cheek. O'Neill reaches for his .40 caliber as the Dogman's hand grabs his midsection. O'Neill screams as his claws pierce his flesh. The Alpha pulls the human from the vehicle, and he leaps through the air. The truck smashes into a huge tree and bursts into flames. The Alpha smashes the human into the hard ground. O'Neill's breath leaves his lungs. Blood pours from the holes in his sides. The Alpha bites down at O'Neill's face. O'Neill quickly grabs a log and shoves it between the beast's jaws. The Alpha clamps down on the log with immense force. It bursts to dust. O'Neill pulls his knife and shoves the blade deep into the Alpha's chest. The Alpha backs up and roars. Grasping the blade, he pulls the knife from his flesh and stares at the human. O'Neill gains his feet as he stares back into the Alpha's amber eyes. O'Neill quickly grabs a flare from his vest and pulls the top. A bright red light fills the area. O'Neill throws the flare and turns to run. He doesn't get far as the Alpha grabs the back of his camel pack. O'Neill screams as he spun through the air. O'Neill unclips his camel pack and hits hard into the ground, rolling several feet. "Ah, fuck," O'Neill says. As he tries to gain his feet, O'Neill looks up expecting the beast to be right on top of him. However, the Alpha was nowhere to be seen. O'Neill stands up and pulls his .40 caliber. He scans the bright red surroundings. Nothing. What the fuck? O'Neill clicks the light on his flashlight. He shines it on the ground, looking for any sign of the massive beast. O'Neill yells out, "Come out, you son of a bitch! You motherfucker!" The Alpha, crouching in the brush, his lips curling back, fangs bared. He stares at the human, his chest throbbing from the blade that pierced under his rib, missing his heart by inches, the blood oozing from the wound. He needs to finish this quickly. O'Neill lets off another 3 shots. Bullets are flying at the Alpha. One zips past his head, another hits his shoulder as the other grazes the top of his head. The Alpha lets out a guttural growl. He bursts forward at the human. O'Neill drops to a knee and raises his weapon, taking aim at the beast. He takes a breath and squeezes the trigger. The Alpha smashes into the ground hard as blood sprays from his neck. His gray fur stained crimson red. The Alpha glares at the human. A low growl escapes his maw. O'Neill stands over the monstrous Dogman. He aims his .40 caliber at the Dogman's forehead. Just then, a howl from the darkness. O'Neill looks up. The Alpha bites down hard on O'Neill's leg. O'Neill screams out in pain and squeezes the trigger multiple times. Blood, skull fragments, and brain pour from the gaping hole in the Alpha's head. O'Neill lays on his back. He sits up and stares at the massive corpse of the Alpha Dogman. He then assesses his leg, blood pouring from the bite marks. O'Neill takes his shirt off and ties it tight around his leg. He then removes some .350 paracord from his belt and uses it to secure the shirt around his leg. He screams as he tightens the cord. O'Neill takes a deep breath and gets to his feet. He looks at the blood-driven chaos around him. He turns and begins his slow journey through the silence of the forest to the other SUV. The morning sun is beginning to rise, fresh dew forming on the grass. Birds beginning to chirp, and insects beginning to crawl. A spider begins to consume a moth that got caught in its web earlier, and a deer drinking water from the stream. The last hoots of an owl fading away. O'Neill is approaching the SUV. He lets out a sigh as he climbs into the vehicle. He looks around and grabs the sat phone from the dashboard. He dials Stone.
O'Neill,
Stone says.
is that you?
Yes, Stone. It's me. I'm fucked up. I'm heading to the closest emergency room, says O'Neill.
I don't give a fuck about that. What happened with the Dogman?
They're dealt with, O'Neill said. I'm heading to the ER to get patched up, and then coming to collect my money. I'll see you in a few hours. O'Neill hangs up the phone and drives towards the nearest hospital over 4 hours away. As O'Neill is entering the hospital, Stone and King pull up to Aaron Lance's home. The two men exit the vehicle and approach the home. Lisa flings the door open and yells for Aaron. Aaron, those two werewolf hunters are back. King and Stone glance at each other. Werewolf hunters? King says. The two men pass smirks. Aaron joins Lisa at the door. What's happening? Did you find them? Aaron asks, her eyes welling up with tears. Ladies, we have some information. May we come in? Asks Stone. No way, says Aaron. Tell us what the hell is going on. Our team was wiped out, except for one man. The threat has been neutralized. As for your partners, I apologize, but there was no sign of them, King says. Aaron drops to her knees as the tears fall from her eyes. Lisa tries to comfort her friend while crying herself. We're sorry for your loss, ladies, King says. The two men head towards their vehicle and drive away. Damn it, I really hate those talks. Aaron and Lisa continue to cry while hugging each other. O'Neill walks from the hospital with a cast around his leg. He has multiple puncture wounds, 3 broken ribs, and a small fracture to his fibula. He gets into the SUV as he groans in pain. He reaches into his pocket. He removes the bottle of painkillers and dumps 4 into his mouth and swallows as he puts the SUV in drive. He grabs the phone. I'll be there in 20 minutes, O'Neill said into the phone. 20 minutes later, O'Neill pulls in front of a small office building. He exits the vehicle, heads towards the building. The security guard at the door opens the door for O'Neill as he walks by. O'Neill enters the elevator and presses number 5. A few moments pass and the elevator door opens. O'Neill steps into the office. King, Stone, and Jones are sitting around a table. O'Neill, you fucking savage. Good to see you in one piece, Stone says. Cut the shit, Stone. Give me my money, O'Neill replies. Stone removes a bag from under the table and hands it to O'Neill. There you go, my friend. O'Neill grabs the bag and turns towards the elevator. O'Neill, are you sure all the black dogs were taken care of? King says in a raised voice. I hope so. O'Neill replies as the elevator doors close. He slowly walks through the forest. The smell of death and blood hits his nose. He leaps over a stone and sees a giant mass on the ground, the putrid odor of death strong in the air. A wet feeling under his feet. He looks down to see the crimson red of blood soaking his feet. He continues forward as he comes to the giant mass. He sniffs deeply and lets out a whimper. He then nudges his muzzle against the wet fur of his mother as he whimpers again. He climbs onto her, snuggling against her chest. He stands to his 4-foot height, throws back his head, and lets out a howl. He brings his head down as he picks up another smell. Human. He lifts his head as his icy blue eyes narrow. He lets out a deep growl. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more terrifying stories. The bright sun is high in the sky, birds singing their songs. A fox bends down to take a sip of the cool water from the recent rain. 2 chipmunks chasing each other through the branches of a tall oak tree. A flock of geese fly through the sunlit sky in their signature V-shaped form. A group of white-tailed deer graze in the field. 2 does, a fawn, and a young male. They slowly progress through the field, ever so cautiously. Her green eyes fixed on the deer, she took a deep breath. And suddenly the deer took off, leaping through the field. That would have been a gorgeous shot. Erin lowered her camera as she stood to her feet. It has been 4 years since her fiancé, Matt Lindale, was taken from her. By what? The government agents never really clarified. They showed her and her friend photos of a werewolf, then was told there was no sign of her fiancé or his friend Dale Cunnings, and that this issue had been resolved. Erin had sold her house. She also received the money from Matt's life insurance policy and decided to leave the town she was in and go see the world. She was in Africa on a safari when she discovered her new passion, photography. Erin then went and purchased a top-of-the-line camera. She got a job working for the Discovery Channel. Yet, with all these changes in her life, she couldn't forget what had happened to her fiancé, Matt. Erin places her pack in the back seat of her Jeep Wrangler, closes the door, and jumps into the driver's seat. She takes a breath as she checks herself in the rearview mirror. On her way back to her home, she receives a call from her old friend Lisa, Dale Cunning's girlfriend. Erin ignores the call. Her phone vibrates in the seat again. She answers. "I'm driving. What's up?" Erin says. Erin, I found him. It's been 2 years. I finally found him." Erin is confused. Found who? She wondered. "What are you talking about, Lisa?" Erin hears Lisa fumbling around with her phone. "I can't believe it. He's been hiding out up north. It took me forever," Lisa said. "Lisa, who the hell are you talking about?" "The last surviving man of the team that went to investigate the guy's deaths. His name is Sergeant Richard O'Neill. He was a highly decorated Marine. He was part of special operations for the U.S. government. Then he enlisted with a special sector of the government," Lisa said. Erin continues to listen to her old friend ramble on about this man. "Lisa, get to the point." "He works as a guide now for a state park, 150 miles from where the guys went missing. I'm heading there now. I just sent you the location. Please meet me there. He is the only one that has the information we need." We? What information is her friend talking about? Erin thinks she's taken so much time trying to cope with the events that happened almost 4.5 years ago.
Erin, are you there?
Yes, Erin responds. Send the location. I'll meet you there. Erin hangs up and looks at the location. It's in the middle of nowhere. She clicks on it. Bones crunch. Blood and intestines lay on the ground next to its body. Large claw marks going through the creature's abdomen. The creature makes its last sounds as he rips a bloody chunk of meat from its mangled body. His ears twitch as he hears a cry in the forest. He stands to his 8-foot height, his black and red fur glistening in the rays of sunlight coming through the trees, his massive clawed hand holding the creature's arm. He takes one last bite from his prey. Blood, flesh, and bits of bone slide down his throat. The crimson liquid falls down his toned, slender body. He looks in the direction of the scream. His icy blue eyes narrow as he drops the arm of the dead human on the ground. He bursts off towards the screams. The male human shot at him when he ripped through the tent, and the female ran in fear. He got his revenge on the male, that was for sure. An agonizing death as he ate the creature alive. However, for the female, her death would be quick. He leaped down the small hill as he took a breath in. He could smell her. She was close. He stops as he digs his massive claws into a tree, sniffing the air, his ears flicking at every sound, his eyes scanning his surroundings. He slowly creeps towards an uprooted tree. He knows she's there. He can smell the fear radiating from her, the scent of urine, followed by a whimper. He was salivating at the thought of tasting her flesh. Does it taste like the male's? As he comes around the tree, he can see it. The pathetic human, curled up in a ball, water falling from its eyes. He leans down, his nose touches her face as he inhales deeply. The human's eyes meet his. He lets out a deep, guttural growl as he shows his blood-stained fangs. A small gasp of air escapes her lips as blood flows from the gash in her neck. He throws back his head and lets out a howl. Hey there. Welcome, the young park ranger says, as Erin rolls down her driver's side window. What are you here for today? Hunting, fishing, hiking? You need to show your permit before I let you pass, says the park ranger. Hey, I'm here to meet my friend, responds Erin. We're going on a hike. Okay then, it's a $50 entrance fee. Erin rolled her eyes as she handed the young man two $20 bills and a 10. The park ranger took the money and handed Erin a blue pass. Erin's phone starts vibrating as she thanks the park ranger and begins to pull away. Hello?
Erin, where are you?
Lisa says. I just had to pay $50 for a blue piece of paper.
Oh, great.
Lisa says, a hint of laughter in her voice.
Continue up the road and follow the signs to the welcome station. You'll see me outside.
Erin says nothing and hangs up the phone. I can't believe I'm doing this, Erin says out loud. Wow, Erin exclaims as she sees the beautiful mountain range in the distance. She was in so much awe that she almost missed the left turn she had to make to reach the welcome station. Erin slowly approaches the welcome station as she sees Lisa waving her arms as if she was trying to flag down a cab in Los Angeles. The brakes of the Jeep begin to squeak as the vehicle comes to a halt in front of Lisa. Lisa runs to the driver's side door as Erin exits her Jeep. Erin, sweetie, I found him, Lisa says as she extends her arms to hug her old friend. Hi, Lisa. You look great. Lisa is a beautiful, slender woman with long, curly brown hair and blue eyes. A beauty herself. So, are you going to tell me what we are doing here? This was almost a 4-hour trip for me, Aaron replies. Like I said, I found a man who was part of the team sent in to find the guys. Lisa replies with excitement. He works here as a tour guide. The receptionist in the welcome station said that he is about 3.5 miles up the intermediate trail. I figured we could hike up to where he is and talk to him about what happened, Lisa says. A tear fell down Aaron's cheek as she replied to Lisa. Sweetie, I've worked so hard to try to get over what happened to Matt and Dale. I can't fall backwards. Aaron, I haven't been able to move on. I've dedicated myself to finding out what happened. Remember the men that came to your house, King and Stone? I tracked down Stone, and I was able to find out what really happened to the team. They were ripped apart by what they call big black dogs, Dogman. Richard O'Neill was the only survivor of the team. He knows what happened. He can provide us with details that no one else can. He can give us closure, Aaron. Real closure. Lisa yells at Aaron as she has tears falling from her eyes. Aaron takes Lisa by her hand. She wipes Lisa's face of the tears. Okay, Lisa, I'm with you. Let's go find this dude. Thank you, Lisa exclaims as the two friends share in a teary-eyed hug. How far are we from the waterfall? Asked Ned. About another mile, answered O'Neill. This hike has been great, Linda said. For real, replied Ned. Those elk grazing in the valley and those wolves we saw on the ridge overlooking the river were awesome. The nature here is amazing. One of the many reasons why I love it here, O'Neill says. Thanks for being our guide. You've made this experience great for us, said Linda. Yes, agreed, said Ned. Your knowledge of the land and the wildlife that inhabit the area is astonishing, Linda continued. You said that you were a Marine, right? Ned questioned. Yes, that's correct. 5 tours in Afghanistan and 2 in Pakistan, O'Neill replied. How do you know so much about tracking in the wildlife here? Asked Ned. Just comes with the territory of being a guide here, O'Neill says as he scans the tree line. The group continues walking the path. Tall trees and brush surround them. The hike to the waterfall was for avid hikers. The terrain was rough with rocks and boulders and a steep incline. The warmer weather made it harder since the rains happened more frequently, making the trails muddy. The group continues making small talk as they ascend the last few feet to the foot of the waterfall. Wow, exclaims Ned and Linda. This is beautiful. Thank you so much for this, Ned said, as he pats O'Neill on his back. How tall is it? Linda asks. Pretty damn high, Ned laughs. It's about 100 feet or so, give or take, answered O'Neill. Linda and Ned start snapping photos of the waterfall and the surrounding area. Linda is looking up the waterfall. She sees a flash of brown move from the ledge of the waterfall. What was that? Linda questions. I thought I saw something up there, Linda pointing to the top. What was what? Said Ned. O'Neill looks up. He has been weary since his encounter 4 years ago. He has been told by hunters and other hikers of strange sightings of large creatures. Whatever it was, it's gone now, Ned said. Deep sniffs in through his nose. He can smell the stink of those creatures. He's had run-ins with them. Their teeth are long and sharp, and their ability to swing through the trees silently makes them unpredictable. His icy blue eyes narrow as he sees a small one sitting at the cliff's edge. He gets down low as he silently creeps towards the creature. He sees the creature looking over the edge of the cliff as if he were studying something. No matter to him, as he's hungry from his travels through the wilderness. This creature will make a hearty meal. He moves closer and closer, his eyes fixed on his prey. He's in striking distance now. He moves swiftly and silently towards the beast. His claws dig deep into the Gugwee's throat as his huge hand wraps around its neck. He pulls the beast towards him, and before the young Gugwee can make a sound, he rips its throat away. Blood flows from the gaping hole. He watches the creature's eyes roll back into its head. He bites down with his razor-sharp fangs and wet rips. The sound of flesh being devoured fills his ears. His eyes filled with intoxication as he continued to feast. He stands to his 8-foot height as he picks up the bloodied, limp body in his jaws and turns to walk into the forest. His pace quickens as he moves up the mountain, moving through the dense brush, his claws gripping the forest floor. He comes to a cave. His ears twitch as he hears something inside the darkness. A solid thump as he drops the body of the young Gugwee to the ground. He sniffs deeply. The darkness smells of blood and urine. A lair of another creature, perhaps? He moves into the darkness, quietly moving. He hears a low growl come from the dark. He prepares himself for a fight as this cave was about to become his. He roars in challenge to whatever currently occupies the cave. A huge force crashes into him. Fangs pierce his shoulder. He lets out a roar. He rolls with the creature. Teeth and claws connect with flesh and bone. He pushes the creature off him as he gains his feet. Standing to his full height, he extends his arms, his monstrous claws ready to rip away flesh. He growls in anticipation of the coming victory. The red eyes of the beast are wide, teeth bared. A whooping roar comes from the creature. It slams its huge fist into the hard, cold ground of the cave before it charges towards him. He sidesteps as the beast clumsily slams into the wall of the cave. He pulls the beast to the ground by the fur on its back, slamming it hard into the rocky ground. In a flash, he's upon him. He sinks his fangs into the creature's face and neck. Shrieks of pain escape the creature's maw as his fangs rip into its red eyes, cheek, neck, and top of its head. The creature tries to break free of his grip, but it's no use. He has now put his full weight on the creature's body. In one motion, he rips the left side of the creature's face away. Screams of agony echo through the cave. He raises his massive clawed hand, extending his claws as he slashes downward. His claws sink deep into the creature's flesh, ripping away its internal organs. He throws his head back and howls in victory. The howl echoes out of the cave. He humps as he turns to walk towards the entrance of the cave to collect his prize from earlier. He steps from the darkness of the cave and sits back on his haunches, flicking his ears from side to side, listening to the forest. Satisfied that there are no longer any pressing concerns, he grabs the young Gugwee from the ground and proceeds back into the cave. O'Neill looks up at the sky. The sun has just peaked. A female voice fills his ears. "Hey, are you Richard O'Neill?" Lisa screams. O'Neill turns to see the two women walking briskly towards him. Yes. Ned and Linda turn as Lisa and Aaron approach O'Neill. "Who are they?" Linda asks Ned. "I'm not sure, babe," Ned says, puzzled as he observes the two women. "Were they supposed to be part of the hike?" Linda says. "No, it was just us," answered Ned. Lisa extends her hand to O'Neill as she says, "Hi, I'm Lisa, and this is Aaron." We've been looking for you for quite a while now. You have, Erin snaps at Lisa. Anyways, Lisa continues, you were part of the team that went to go look for Dale Cunnings and Matt Lindale, right? I don't know what you're talking about, miss. Your whole team was wiped out by those Dogman monsters. You were the only survivor. Look, miss, O'Neill says as he steps towards Lisa. You have the wrong guy. Move along. Now. Ned and Linda look on intrigued. No, Lisa says. I know who you are. You're Sergeant Richard O'Neill of the United States Marine Corps, highly decorated. You were part of a government agency that deals with Look, O'Neill says as he grabs Lisa by her shoulders, his eyes filled with terror as the mental images of his encounters fly through his mind. You're asking about dangerous things. I know, Lisa said. They took my boyfriend, the man I loved with everything, away from me, her eyes filling with tears. Erin steps closer. We are trying to find out what really happened, as well as possibly get some closure. Please help us. O'Neill releases Lisa and takes a step backwards. He looks at Ned and Linda, still looking on. Okay, let me get these fine folks back to the welcome station safely. Then we will go to my cabin and discuss this further, okay? Okay, responds Erin. Come on, sweetie. Let's go. Erin takes Lisa by her hand and guides her back down the trail. O'Neill exhales deeply. Damn it. He looks at Ned and Linda. Let's go, folks. Time to head back. O'Neill puts his truck into park as he opens the door and steps out. He looks behind him and sees the two women getting out of their vehicle. He continues walking towards his cabin. This way, ladies. Come on in. Lisa and Erin enter the cabin. O'Neill turns on the lights and closes the door behind them. He engages the bolt to secure the door. Wow, Lisa exclaims. A stunning wooden interior, a nice comfy couch, a rocking chair with a glass-topped coffee table in front of a 48-inch TV, a gun cabinet to the left of the kitchen entrance, holding a variety of weapons, including an M4A1 with an ACOG scope and flashlight, an HK416 with a holographic sight, a lever-action 450, and a gorgeous Remington 700, 7mm with a scope, mag-fed. Not to mention a few handguns and lots of ammunition. To the left of the gun cabinet, a stuffed grizzly bear standing in all its glory, a red fox with a winter tail, a few deer heads, and a huge moose rack. O'Neill exits the kitchen, holding 3 beers and a bag of potato chips. Have a seat, says O'Neill, as he hands Lisa and Erin a beer. O'Neill tosses the bag of chips on the glass coffee table. As he sits down, he pulls a .40 caliber Beretta from his back and places it on the stand next to him. Erin sits as she sips her beer. Lisa, still looking at the interior of the cabin, says, "You have a beautiful place here. Plus you're all the way out here." "Yeah, I built it from the ground up. It has everything I'll ever need, including a big-ass freezer chest and a generator in the basement." "That's great that you decided to cut yourself off from civilization and all. But can we skip the small talk and you tell us what the fuck happened?" Erin says, in an angered tone. O'Neill looks at Erin. "You sure you want to know? It won't bring your fiancé back, Miss Lance." "Yes, that's why I traveled to the middle of nowhere." "Erin," Lisa interrupts. "What's wrong with you?" "It's all right," said O'Neill. "I worked for a government agency that dealt with strange creatures." "Cryptids? Dogman?" Lisa said. "Yes, Dogman. We encountered Sasquatch and Gugwi as well. The Sasquatch were generally peaceful. They just wanted to be left alone. The Gugwi we only encountered here and there. Nasty bastards. However, The Dogman was something different entirely, O'Neill says as he stares at his beer. There are many different types of dogmen. Some have more human features, others look like hyenas or African wild dogs, all depending on what area of the world you're in. The K9 ones though, those fuckers are ruthless, definitely the most intelligent of their kind. They are stealthy, cunning, vengeful, extremely fast and powerful. Their faces look like a dog's or wolves'. Their arms are long, with a mix of dog and human-like hands, with long sharp claws, and their legs are powerful. Some have a mane. I've heard stories of them reaching 13 to 14 feet in height. Those were the kind we encountered while looking for Matt and Dale. My team and I were told to go in and exterminate the Dogmen. Finding Matt and Dale was secondary. O'Neill continues to describe the events that took place. The two women listen intently, watching O'Neill as he relives that time 4 years ago. The terror painted across O'Neill's face. He watches over the valley below. He can see the humans' concrete path they've laid through the land. His keen, icy blue eyes were watching a human bent down by the side of a machine. Blue lights flashing on a machine behind the other. Another two humans approach the first. He decides to move in for a closer look. He leaps down the hillside, moving silently through the trees, not a sound coming from him. Now he is just a few yards away from the disgusting humans. He hears them communicating amongst themselves. His ears twitch as they pick up just the tiniest sounds. He bares his fangs, letting out a low growl. One of the humans shines a light in his direction. What are they doing now? He wonders. The one shining the light pulled his weapon from his waist, as did the one beside him. The other human stood up and took 2 steps backwards. He lets out another low growl, a bit louder than the first. The 2 humans point their weapons in his direction. Their voices become louder and louder, fear overcoming them. He takes a step towards them, out of the cover of the trees. Holy shit. What is that? Shoot it, the man yells. Shut the hell up. Ryan, back away slowly, says the one state trooper to his partner. James, I have a shot. Ryan replies. No, don't shoot it. Shoot, the man yells again as he opens the door of his vehicle. Ryan, just back away slowly. That's one of those creatures folks have been seeing. If we leave it alone, it will leave us be. If you shoot, you'll piss it off. He stares at the 3 men, fear radiating from them. His icy blue eyes moved between them. He slowly takes a step forward. One human moves back, saliva dripping from his open maw. His ears twitch as he hears a click. Suddenly a loud boom echoed out as the man had pulled a double-barreled shotgun from his vehicle, took aim, and pulled both triggers. Suddenly he bursts forward. Fire zooms past him as he leaps through the air towards the man behind the machine. He lands onto the top of the machine, roaring fiercely into the human's face, his hot breath and drool hitting the man in his face. The smell of urine fills his nose. He extends his toned arm and grabs the disgusting human by his neck, lifting him towards his face. Standing with the human clutched in his massive, clawed hand, he begins to dig his dagger-like claws into the soft flesh of the human's throat, the warm red liquid trickling down his hand. Bullets fly through the air. He lets out a loud howl as a bullet hits him in his leg. He whips his head in the direction of the other 2 humans behind him, the rage filling his eyes. He roars in anger, and he throws the human in his grasp at the others as he bounds towards them. Shoot, James, shoot. 2 quick shots echo. He collides with the human, His maw clamps down around the human's neck, and in one motion, he rips the human's neck away. Blood and flesh smack into Ryan's face and chest. He screams out in terror, dropping his weapon. He turns to run, but it's too late. Massive, dagger-like claws dig into his shoulder and back. Ryan screams out in pain as it feels like a vice has just clamped around him. The human screams louder as his grip tightens and his bones crack under the pressure. He then throws the human through the air. A loud crash as the human slams into the machine. Ryan coughs as he hits the car, the air escaping his lungs. Blood falls from his lips. He is upon him in a flash. He slashes away with his claws, ripping flesh away with each swing of his powerful claws. Blood flows around him. He throws back his massive head as he lets out a victory howl. Wait, what is that? His ears flick at an approaching sound and he looks in the direction. Another machine. He lets out a low growl as he bounds towards the cover of the forest, away from the bloody mess of mangled corpses. The squeaking of brakes as the vehicle stops just next to the destruction. A tall man with an athletic build steps out of the vehicle, his face weathered from his harsh life, a scar going down the left side of his face, from his eye down to his chin. He moves his jacket past a holstered .357 Magnum on his waist, removing a flashlight from his pocket. A click, and the LED lights illuminate the gruesome scene. He slowly moves through the bloody mess, shining his light from one mangled body to the next. He bends down next to one and picks up an empty shell casing, then drops it to the ground. Fuck, this isn't good. Suddenly, a howl sounds from the darkness. He looks around, shining his light on the surrounding area. He quickly moves back to his vehicle, jumps in, and drives away. His icy blue eyes narrow as he watches the human. He grins at the thought of the recent events, the smell of blood and fear filling his nose. He cocks his head to the side as the human bends down. He lets out a loud howl. He watches as the human gets into its machine and leaves the area. He moves quickly through the forest, bounding past trees, over rocks, bursting through the dense brush, following the human. Stay tuned this week for episode 2 of Warning Call 3. And please don't forget to like and subscribe for more descent into the unknown content. A few hours have gone by since O'Neill, Aaron, and Lisa started their conversation. Wow, Lisa says, as she takes another sip of her fourth beer. I'm sorry you went through that, Aaron added. Yeah, well, that's part of the job, said O'Neill. Suddenly, a knock at the door. Who the hell is that? O'Neill questions. 2 more knocks at the door. O'Neill, open up, says a male voice from the other side of the thick wooden door. Who is it? O'Neill yells out as he picks up his Beretta. O'Neill, open this goddamn door. No way, O'Neill thinks. Is that? O'Neill opens the door. Stone, you son of a bitch. O'Neill pulls Stone through the doorway. then throws a perfect right cross, connecting with Stone's chin. Stone hits the floor of the cabin. "You motherfucker," O'Neill says, as he grabs Stone by the collar of his jacket, lifting him to his feet. "They died because of you." Stone breaks free of O'Neill's grip and throws a hook that connects to the side of O'Neill's face. "Stop it, you morons," Aaron yells. The two men look at Aaron. O'Neill picks up his Beretta and places it on the glass coffee table. "What are you doing here?" O'Neill says to Stone. "I came here to find you, and I'm sure you've heard of the sightings in the area and the surrounding state parkland," Stone replied. "Dumbass. They're everywhere," O'Neill said. "Well, one or more is close." "What do you mean?" Lisa said. "I passed by a mess of bodies on my way here. 2 state troopers and a civilian. They were ripped apart, rich. It was a bloody shit show. The troopers got some shots off, but it wasn't enough," Stone explained. "Was it a Dogman?" asked Darren. The carnage left behind looked like a Dogman's handiwork. "Well, if that's the case, we better get ready," O'Neill exclaimed. "I assume you stopped and assessed the area, Stone. It probably was still in the area and has your scent." "Shit, that ain't good," Stone said. Suddenly, a loud howl. "What the fuck was that?" Aaron says hysterically. "That sounded close. Too close," Lisa added. O'Neill moved quickly to the light switch on the wall, flicking the switch. The darkness outside lit up with white light. He then moves to the gun cabinet and removes the M4A1, 6 boxes of 5.56 caliber rounds, and 3 magazines. "Stone, that closet to your left. Open it. Grab the tactical vest and toss it over here. There's another for you." Stone quickly opened the door and removed the 2 black tactical vests and, also inside the closet, a small cardboard box. Stone removes the box and opens it. A beautiful night vision scope, as well as the necessary attachments needed to attach the scope to a rifle. He removes the scope as he throws one of the vests to O'Neill. "O'Neill, I assume this beauty fits on the 7mm. "You got that right, brother," O'Neill replied. Stone, heads up. Stone lifts his head as Aaron throws the Remington 700 at him. Stone gets to work, attaching the scope to the weapon. Aaron removes the HK-416 and the proper magazines, and she starts loading rounds into them, then loads the magazine into the weapon and pulls the slide. O'Neill looks at Aaron. "Nicely done." Suddenly, a shadow quickly passes the window, scratching on the side of the house, then taps on the kitchen window with a firm thump against the east exterior wall. Growls can be heard outside of the cabin. Stone's eyebrows raise. "We have to get out of here." "No," O'Neill yells. "It's testing us right now." A shriek of a scream escapes Lisa's lips. They all turn to see a large silhouette peering into a window on the side of the house. Pointy ears, peering eyes, the creature's breath fogging up the window. Stone and O'Neill raise their weapons. A deep growl emerges from the creature. White fangs appear. Suddenly, gunfire erupts, followed by 2 clicks of the revolver. Loud footfalls can be heard as the beast retreats back into the darkness beyond the lights. "What the hell are you shooting at?" O'Neill yells as he turns to see Lisa holding a smoking .38 caliber pistol. "Are you out of your goddamn mind?" Stone says. "I'm sorry," Lisa says as she shakes. O'Neill had grabbed the empty .38 from her trembling hands. "It was looking at me. It freaked me out." Suddenly, a smash against the front door of the cabin. O'Neill and Stone quickly turn, weapons at the ready. O'Neill switches his weapon to full auto. Stone. Upstairs, brother. It's a loft up there. See what you can spot with the NV scope. On it, Stone declared. Aaron quickly takes position next to O'Neill, holding the HK-416 steadily in her hands. The wind blows through his black and red fur, his ears bent slightly back, his muscles ripple as he pushes off of the hard forest floor, bounding 10 feet or more, effortlessly, as he keeps pace with the human's machine. The human's scent is still fresh in his nose. The scent of this one is familiar to him. He has the odor of death upon him, a scent he is familiar with. The machine begins to slow as it turns onto a small path that cuts through the forest. He quickly turns, his claws grip the ground beneath him as he slightly tilts his body to compensate for his speed. The machine follows the path as he moves to higher terrain so he can clearly observe the area as the machine comes to a stop in front of a wooden human lair. He lets out a low growl as the human exits his machine and walks towards the structure. His ears twitch. Something is approaching him. He lets out a deep growl. His icy blue eyes peer through the darkness. A silhouette appears. He stands to his massive 8-foot height as he bares his fangs and lets out another deep growl. The silhouette moves closer to him as it lets out a growl. His ears twitch at the sound. He sniffs deeply. The silhouette begins to take form. A huge head appears in the moonlight, deep amber eyes peering at him. A black 7-foot-tall dogman with a brown thick mane stands in front of him, broader than he is. A barreled chest, longer muscled arms leading to large hands with equally large claws, strong canine legs and a short tail. The massive beast snarls at him. He narrows his icy blue eyes as he stands his ground, his claws extended, ready for an upcoming battle. He wastes no time. He moves in a flash, digging his claws into the black-furred beast's side. His other clawed hand closes quickly around the beast's neck. He slams it hard into the ground. He roars. Pinning the other dogman to the ground, it thrashes about, trying its best to break free. He slashes the beast across its face, his claws leaving their mark. He narrows his icy blue eyes as he stands his ground. He takes a breath as he releases his grip. The black dogman regains its feet, placing its massive hand on his face. He lets out a low whimper as if to say it surrenders to him. He stands tall and lets out a loud howl in victory. He turns his head towards the wooden structure and lets out a low growl. The black dogman takes a step forward as it looks at the wooden structure. He nods and takes off towards the structure. Suddenly, bright lights appear, lighting up the dark forest. He watches the black dogman stop, then quickly move towards the side of the house. He moves as well to the opposite side of the cabin and begins to scratch at the wooden exterior wall. He sneaks over to the corner and silently watches his new companion. The black dogman moves along the side of the house. He places his massive claws on the side of the structure. Slowly, he peers through the window, his amber eyes moving from human to human as he sizes them up. He sees 3 of them with weapons. His eyes meet the brown-haired female. The fear pouring from her fills him with excitement. Her screams fill his ears. His ears twitch at the scream. The terror-filled sound is intoxicating to him. He lets out a low growl as his lips curl back into a smile. Suddenly, gunfire erupts. His icy blue eyes narrow. The black-furred dogman dashes away from the house and back into the darkness of the trees. He humps and turns the corner. He smashes his shoulder into the front door of the structure. 2 gunshots echo in the darkness. He looks up towards the roof. He jumps 20 feet up to the peak of the roof. He lands with a solid thump. He sniffs deeply, his ears listening for the smallest movement. He can hear a heartbeat coming from underneath him. He peers over the side and sees a small circular window below him. Stone sets 2 boxes of 7mm rounds down next to him. He kneels down and leans the Remington 700 bolt-action rifle on the wall. He looks out of the small circular window in front of him. He quickly loads the magazines and injects one into the rifle. The butt of the rifle firmly sits in the crook of his shoulder. He chambers around and leans his cheek on the stock. As he closes one eye, the green of the night vision illuminates the darkness. He scans the trees. There, he can see the massive head of a monstrous wolf-like creature. He slowly takes a breath in as he gently squeezes the trigger. Boom! He missed. The trunk of the tree splinters. He quickly dashes to another tree. Stone chambers another round. Boom! Stay still, Stone says. A loud thump on the roof. Oh, shit. He looks up at the roof. He reaches for his Glock 17 on his hip. Automatic gunfire erupts. O'Neill, what the hell is happening? A loud roar. Screams of agony. Suddenly, a noise from above. Stone looks up. The roof is beginning to crack above his head. He lifts the 7mm and lets off a shot. He growls in anger. He continues to break through the roof. Pieces of wood fly through the air. Another shot. This one just misses his left leg. He lets out a howl. He uses his massive jaws to rip away the final layer of the roof between him and the human below. Son of a bitch. Stone raises his rifle. Claws swipe, knocking the rifle from Stone's hands. He roars as he drops down into the loft. Stone rolls out of the way as the beast drops down. Stone raises his weapon. The beast dives towards him. He smashes into the human. They both fall to the first floor. He rolls over the human and gains his feet. Stone lands on his side. His side was throbbing. Stone, cover your eyes and ears, yells O'Neill. Boom. A bright light fills his vision. A loud ringing fills his ears. He roars in frustration. Stone's vision is blurred. He feels 2 hands grab the straps to his vest. O'Neill drags him over the cabin floor into the bedroom, slamming the door behind him and barricading the doors with Aaron's help. They use the dresser, the bed, and another cabinet. Anything they could find. Aaron, check Stone, O'Neill said. Stone, are you all right? Aaron said, while placing her hands on his face. Yes, I'm good, replied Stone. What happened to Lisa? Stone looks at O'Neill and Aaron. Well, what happened to her? She's gone, O'Neill said. One of those things came right through the window and grabbed her. We unloaded on it, but it was too late. It already had her. Did you hit it? Yes, Aaron said. Barely. It was fast. Faster than anything I've ever seen. It didn't seem fazed by being shot, though. It grabbed Lisa and went right back out the way it came. What happened to you? O'Neill asked Stone. There was another one on the roof. It ripped through the roof like a hot knife through butter. It tackled me like Ray Lewis, and then next thing I know, all I see is white, Stone explained. Yeah, it was that, or you would have been food, said O'Neill. I never would have thought I would be happy that I got flashbanged. What's the plan, O'Neill? He is disoriented. His ears are ringing. He roars in frustration. These pathetic humans. He slams his body into a wall as he tries to regain his feet. His massive claws scrape across the wooden floor of the cabin. He sniffs deeply. He can smell the humans. They are close, still inside. He stands to his full height and lets out a long howl. He can smell the humans. He hears heavy footfalls approaching him. He bares his fangs. A low growl comes from the other dogman. His vision is clearing. He sees the black-furred dogman scratching at the wall next to him. Suddenly, fiery lead comes blasting through the wooden wall. One hits the black-furred dogman in the side, another in its arm. A yelp escapes its maw. He quickly makes his way outside. He sees the humans running for the trees. He roars and gives chase. Crashing through the remaining wall of the cabin, wood flies through the air. The black-furred dogman quickly follows behind him. He moves off to his left to cut the humans off. "Run! Run!" Aaron yells. Stone looks behind him and sees the black dogman hot on their tails. Oh shit, one is right behind us. Stone raises his pistol and starts letting off shots. The black-furred dogman hits the forest floor. "I got it," Stone yells. O'Neill and Aaron stop and turn to look. They see Stone approaching the dogman on the cold ground, blood beginning to stain its black fur red. "Is it breathing?" asked Aaron. "It doesn't appear to be," replied O'Neill. "Come on, let's check," O'Neill said. "Guns up." Stone moves towards the beast with his pistol raised. "I got you, you fucking abomination." Stone sees the dogman's upper body, slowly moving up and down. "Stone," Aaron calls out. "Careful, you idiot." "I got it under control," Stone replies. Just then, the black-furred dogman opens its amber-colored eyes and quickly pounced on Stone, ripping into his chest with his fangs. Blood squirts from Stone's chest. Stone screams out in pain as the beast sinks his fangs deeper into Stone's chest. Stone squirms to get free. The sound of Stone's ribs cracking fills O'Neill's ears as the dogman pushes his powerful claws into Stone's side. "No!" O'Neill yells. Automatic gunfire echoes through the forest as Aaron and O'Neill unload their weapons. Fur, blood, and tissue fly through the air as a barrage of bullets penetrate the flesh of the black-furred dogman. Blood sprays in all directions. The massive beast drops to the ground. Its black fur now crimson red. The warm liquid pools around its body. A howl sounds from the darkness around them. Aaron and O'Neill quickly eject the spent magazines in their weapons. Reaching for another, they both insert another magazine as they scan the surrounding forest. "Aaron, we have to get back to the cabin." "Why in the hell would we do that?" Aaron replied. O'Neill can hear the terror in her voice. "The truck is there. We can get back to town and get help," said O'Neill. "It beats fucking being eaten alive, right?" "What town?" "We're in the middle of nowhere," Aaron says. "It's about 4 hours southeast of here," O'Neill replied. "Okay, let's do it," Aaron says, as she feels her heart beating out of her chest, the HK-416 shaking in her hands. They begin to run back towards the cabin, their hearts racing. He can smell the blood of his kind. He bursts through the forest towards the scent. The scent is getting stronger. His pace slows as he can see the humans through the trees. One of the humans is approaching his comrade. He watches as the black dogman attacks the pathetic human, ripping a bloody chunk of flesh away from its body. His lips curled back into a smile at the sight. He can hear the wet rip of the human's flesh being ripped away. Just then, the other two humans unleashed fire at the black-furred dogman. His body shook as the fire flew through his body, blood staining the ground. Rage filled him. He threw back his head and let out a howl. A warning call to these humans. They won't leave this place. As he brings his massive head down, his icy blue eyes narrow at the two remaining humans. Suddenly, the The humans take off running. He is intrigued. Where are they going? He wonders. He slowly approaches the defeated Dogman. He bends down and sniffs deeply. He is reminded of when those humans destroyed his family. His eyes flew open widely. Rage fills him. The scent of the one human. He smelled it before. That human was there when his pack was taken from him. His mother. All the fur on his body stands up as he remembers the gunfire filling his ears, the smell of blood and death filling his nose. He roars like he's never roared before. It echoes through the wilderness. It was a roar of pain and anger. He begins to consume the fallen human, its blood dripping down his black and red fur, sloping wet ribs. His ears twitch. He can hear the humans running through the forest. No matter. He will be able to catch them. O'Neill and Aaron approach the cabin, the two of them breathing heavily, sweat dripping down their faces. "Holy shit," says Aaron. "I need water." "It's in the truck. Hang on." "I need to go get something in the cabin," said O'Neill. "What? No way. That thing is out there. Who knows how far?" Aaron says frantically. "Cover me, Aaron," O'Neill ordered while running into the cabin. "Damn it," Aaron exclaimed. She walks up to the giant hole in the side of the cabin. She peers inside and sees the blood from Lisa. Tears fill her eyes as she recalls what happened. The black Dogman came from nowhere, bursting through the window, grabbing Lisa with its massive hand, digging his claws into her. The monster ripped Lisa's throat out, blood and tissue splattering on the floor and wall of the cabin. Then just as fast as it appeared, it was gone, carrying Lisa in its massive jaws. Aaron was staring blankly at the blood. "I'm so sorry, Lisa," she says. The sound of tree branches snapping brings her back to the present. "Oh no." "O'Neill," Aaron screams. "We have to get out of here now." O'Neill comes running through the door leading to the basement, carrying what appeared to be a rifle case as well as a duffel bag. "Let's go," he says to Aaron as he runs past her. Aaron and O'Neill run to the truck. Aaron quickly jumps in the truck as the Dogman bursts through the trees. "Come on, get in. Get your ass in the truck. Now," Aaron yells. O'Neill turns to see the black and red Dogman just 30 feet away from him. "Die, you son of a bitch," O'Neill says as he pulls a detonator from his bag and pushes the button. Boom! The explosion knocks the Dogman through the air. He can smell the fear coming from the humans. He is almost upon it, the one that took his family from him. Suddenly, fire and wood fly through the air. The force from the explosion sends him through the air. He crashes into a thick pine tree. A yelp escapes his maw as his breath is removed from his lungs. He sees the human through the window of the machine as his vision goes black. "Damn," O'Neill exclaims. "I forgot how much C4 I put in the basement." "Holy shit, you psycho," Aaron yells. "Hey, it allowed us to get out of there without being ripped apart," O'Neill countered. "Oh my God," Aaron says as she smacks O'Neill in his arm. "Get some rest, Aaron. We have about a 4-hour drive, give or take. You might as well rest while you can." "Sounds good," Aaron says as she leans her seat back. The morning sun peeking through the trees. A northern timber rattlesnake slithering through the grass, coming upon a giant mass. Its tongue tasting the air. The giant mass begins to move. The snake coils up into a striking position. His icy blue eyes open as he sees the serpent in front of him. He lets out a low growl. The snake strikes. His jaws close around the snake's head, severing it from the rest of the snake's body. He gains his feet as he swallows the head of the snake. He sees the smoldering wreck of the once wooden cabin. He walks towards the tire tracks, sniffing deeply, the smell of smoke and blood filling his nose. He shakes the ashes off of his sleek black and red coat. He digs his claws into the ground as he pushes off the cold morning ground, heading in the direction of the scent of the two humans. "What kind of town is this, Rich?" Aaron says in an angered tone. "Rich? First time for everything," O'Neill replies. "Seriously?" says Aaron. The town is set in the mountains, with one road leading in and out. A few houses, a fast food restaurant, a general store, gun shop, gas station, a post office, and a diner called Francine's Paradise. O'Neill pulls into the diner parking lot. 2 trucks, a police cruiser, and a few motorcycles are already parked. The two get out of the vehicle and enter the diner. "Hey folks, welcome. Take a seat anywhere you like," an older blonde-haired woman says. "Thank you," says O'Neill. All eyes are on the two strangers. O'Neill and Aaron sit in a corner booth. The police officer stands up and walks towards them. "Hey there, folks," the officer says. "You two look like you've been through hell." "You have no idea," Aaron scoffs. "Aaron," O'Neill says in a stern voice. "What happened?" says the officer. "We were attacked by a beast." "Aaron," O'Neill raised his voice. The officer took a step back. "Wait a minute." O'Neill looks at the officer. A terrified look painted across the man's face. "Can you describe it?" the officer says. The two look at each other. An 8-foot black and red wolf-like creature with long, sharp teeth, claws, and icy blue eyes, Aaron says, looking confused. "Black and red?" the officer questions. "Well, that's not the one we know." "What?" "There's more." "There's more?" Aaron says, tears filling her eyes. "There's about 3 more," says the officer. Suddenly, a howl, long and drawn out, followed by another, then another, followed by a loud, deep roar. O'Neill and Aaron stand up and walk to the window of the diner. The other patrons look at each other. "We're in for it now," says the blonde-haired woman. He approaches the ridge overlooking the small town. The wind blows through his fur, the scent of his kind in the air. He sniffs deeply. Suddenly, a howl. Another, then another, followed by another. His icy blue eyes narrow. His ears twitch. His lips curl back as he stands to his 8-foot height. He lets out a deep, challenging roar. If you enjoyed this video, please don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more horror content. was heading back into town with my buddy Joe after spending the weekend out on a frozen lake, ice fishing and drinking beer. The fish were really biting too. Joe's SUV was stuffed to the gills with walleye and smallmouth bass. The northerly town of Kapuskasing was buried under a mountain of snow, the worst snowfall since the winter of '97. I've lived my entire life in northern Ontario, so I've seen my fair share of snow, but nothing like this. But you learn to expect the unexpected in northern Ontario. We were heading over a steep incline, enjoying a generous backdrop of pine trees painted in freshly fallen snow, when tragedy struck. We watched as 2 police helicopters landed on the small slice of highway, causing the trickles of traffic to grind to a halt. Not a good sign. This highway was the only road home. We later learned that a newlywed couple had collided with a transport truck, killing both the husband and wife. We were forced to turn around and head back over the hill, where we found ourselves driving through a modest-sized hamlet consisting of 1 stop sign, a gas station/motel restaurant, plus a smattering of wartime houses. Except, all you could see was the pointed rooftops. The houses were completely submerged in snow. It was an incredible sight. Something you only see this far up north, and even then, this was rare. Joe didn't want to stick around, waiting a good 12 hours for the road to clear. He had a wife and kids to get home to, so we pulled over, wondering what our next move should be. Joe had that look in his eye. The look he gets when he's about to do something dangerous or stupid, or both. "I know this look well. Hang tight," he said, "and hold on." We turned onto a crude version of a road, the kind designated for snowmobiles, with stop signs standing a mere 3 feet tall. The road was extremely narrow. Snowbanks as high as trees were towering over us, like large, looming walls of white. If anything were to approach, we'd have nowhere to go. There wasn't enough room to turn around. I was becoming increasingly uneasy. This is how people get hurt. Or worse. "Are you sure this is safe?" I asked, hating the sound of my voice. Joe ignored me, or simply didn't hear me. He was busy white-knuckling the minivan through the snow-tunneled trail, the glare of the setting sun blinding us the entire time. We drove for 15 minutes, knifing our way along the icy road, which was bumpier than a wooden roller coaster. It was obvious that we shouldn't be here. The impending darkness didn't improve my mood one bit, either. I had a bad feeling about this. Joe stopped the van. "What's up?" I asked, not trusting the look on his face. Joe didn't answer. I could see his mind at work, assessing the direness of our situation. "I've got to turn this thing around somehow," he finally said. I couldn't see how this was possible, as we were sandwiched between 2 colossal snowbanks. Something flickered inside Joe's dark eyes. "What's that up ahead?" he asked, flashing on the high beams. "I think it's a road." It was. We edged a bit further, stopping at this makeshift road. There were no signs or road markings to be seen. Nothing. In fact, this road looked worse than the one we were on. "Let's see where it goes," Joe said, cranking the wheel. As the minivan lumbered down the unmarked road, an ominous feeling swept over me. It was impossible to ignore. We were in trouble. There was no denying it. We were completely off the grid. Not even Google Maps could save us. There was only one way to go. Straight. The road was leading us into the dark of the forest, and when you're this far north, that's never a good idea. Especially at night. That's when the wolves come out. It was looking to be a moonless night, which didn't help us one bit. Joe's hands were quivering as he clenched the wheel, keeping us from skidding into the towering snowbank. He kept assuring me we'd be all right, but I've heard that one before. Joe slammed on the brakes. "You see that?" He pointed. Over there. I squinted my eyes. Look, he said. Fire. Deep into the forest, I spotted a small, flickering flame, dancing blue and orange, yellow and wild. Probably a campfire. Just then, a strange and disturbing sound crackled through the night like a howling wolf. You hear that? He asked. The animal cried out again. It was the loneliest yowl I'd ever heard. There it goes again. It sounded like a wolf, except it didn't sound like any wolf I'd heard before, and I've heard plenty. Whatever it was dangerously close. Wolf, I said nervously, but not believing it. As soon as those words left my mouth, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared out of nowhere. Joe stopped the minivan and killed the lights. Be still, he said. I did just that. I sat motionless beside him in the car, but my hands were shaking. Those laser red eyes were approaching at an impossible speed. Reach back and grab the gun, Joe whispered. I tried, but it was out of reach. They were on his side, closer to the back. Those glowing eyes flashed on and off, and for a moment, everything was still. Then, from out of nowhere, the beast lunged onto the hood of the van. We screamed in unison. The thing was huge, unlike any animal I'd ever seen. It looked like an overgrown German shepherd, except it was standing on its hind legs, like a human. It was snarling at us, making ungodly noises, thrashing about. The creature was long and gangly, frothing at the mouth, clearly rabid. Dogman, Joe said, clearly astonished. I don't believe it. Joe gunned it, looking to run the thing over and speed away, but the wheels were caught on ice. Without warning, the beast leapt off the hood and started scratching at my door, its claws like daggers, tearing the door from its hinges. It smashed through the windshield, shattering it into a million pieces. With its dog-like face twisted in rage, the thing took a swipe at me. Its long, toothy claws just inches from ripping my eyeballs from their sockets. The SUV shook, spilling the cooler of dead fish. The smell was atrocious. The dogman disagreed. Before it could rip apart my throat with its curvy claws, the creature turned from me and trampled to the back of the van, where it devoured the fish in seconds flat. Its muzzle turned blood red. Watching it lick the fish guts from its paws was sickening. This isn't how I wanted to die. The dogman's razor-sharp teeth were on full display. The insidious brute seemed hell-bent on killing us both. We were, in fact, the main course. It took a tentative step toward us, licking its filthy face. I gave Joe a look that said, "Nice knowing you, pal," when out of nowhere came an ear-ringing blast, striking the creature in the shoulder. The thing screamed in protest. Then came another shot, hitting the beast square in the chest. Blood and gore spilled like wine across the interior of the SUV. "Someone's shooting at it," Joe proclaimed. 3 more shots rang out. The creature snarled, wiped the fleshy cartilage from its bloodied face, then attacked. Bang! The shot went wide, but it was enough to send the beast scurrying back into the woods. "Holy hell," Joe said in a shaky voice. Without a second thought, he pulled his seat back as far as it could go, then shimmied his way into the back of the van and grabbed the gun. "We're gonna need this." All of a sudden, it was freezing. With the vehicle off and the windshield busted in, it was an igloo inside the van. "It's getting cold in here, eh?" I said, shaking uncontrollably. A large plume of steam escaped from my face as I spoke. I was in shock. I had no idea what that thing was, but it damn near killed me. The scene inside of the minivan was that out of a horror movie. The smell was even worse. I tried opening the door, but it wouldn't budge. Joe tried his door with the same results. We were stuck. I'd slice myself to shreds before I got halfway through my windshield. Joe's door had a bullet hole where the handle should be. We'd have to escape through the back. Blood and guts and fish bones and all. It was gruesome, but we did it. Once outside, I scanned the area, searching for that dog creature that almost killed me, but it had vanished. Joe's shotgun was aimed at a speck of light approaching from straight ahead. A car. Within minutes, we were greeted by a Volkswagen microbus. It stopped directly in front of us. The driver got out and ran toward us, carrying a sniper rifle, wearing a belt of ammunition. He spoke fast and with purpose, checking his surrounding while doing so. You saw it. You did, didn't you? Excellent. Which way did it go, by the way? This guy made Clint Eastwood look like a Boy Scout. I honestly thought he was going to kill us. He frowned as he surveyed the scene. Then he shrugged. I suppose you'll be needing my help. He ran to the bus and opened up the hatch, exposing an array of military-style weapons to the likes I'd only seen in the movies. Holy hell, Joe said, clearly impressed. I remained quiet, unsure what to make of this heavily armed, red-headed stranger who literally just appeared out of nowhere to save our lives. But there seemed to be no other choice. Whoever he was, he drove us back to his cottage, regaling us with the history of this Dogman creature. He told us some pretty tall tales. His name was Patrick. Apparently, he's a Dogman hunter. He says he's never captured one, but claims to have seen 4 or 5, wounding 2 of them. Pesky bastards, he says. Hard to kill. He'd been hunting the one that attacked us for weeks. Apparently, it's been mutilating deer and coyotes, as well as regular cats and dogs all winter long, leaving their salvaged remains scattered along the sides of the road and in people's backyards. The locals were starting to panic. Joe and I texted home. Then we stayed up all night talking about Dogman. I was having a hard time coming to grips with all this, seeing as how I almost died at the hands of one of them. Joe, on the other hand, was enthralled. The next day, we drove back to the SUV to inspect the damage. When we arrived, the van was completely dismantled and destroyed. It lay in ruins. Everything inside it had been ravaged and plundered. This isn't right, Patrick said. There must be an explanation. We scanned the surrounding area for over an hour and came up empty-handed. A fresh blanket of snow had fallen overnight, making track finding next to impossible. The disappointment on Patrick's face was palpable. Reluctantly, we hopped into his microbus and he drove us home with our tails between our legs, where we arrived a day late and short one SUV. We stayed in touch with Patrick going forward. Joe, coming from a long lineage of seasoned hunters, was intrigued by this Dogman creature. Naturally, I was skeptical. I'm fairly certain that beast meant to eat me. The last thing I wanted to do was volunteer to go searching for it. Yet, unbeknownst to me, this was the making of a team of hunters. Dogman hunters. Still, amidst all the excitement, a feeling of trepidation had stolen over me. There was a lesson to be learned from all of this, a lesson lost on my gun-toting counterparts. Some roads are best untraveled, especially in Northern Ontario, where anything can happen, and usually does. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to descent into the unknown for more terrifying stories. Many months had passed since I was nearly pulverized by the creature in the woods. I was with my buddy Joe when it happened, up in northern Ontario. We'd gotten ourselves lost in the dark of the forest, where monsters are known to prowl in the shadows of towering trees. Up here, monsters exist. Ultimately, it was Patrick who saved us. Patrick had been tracking the thing for weeks prior to saving our hides. According to him, the creature is a result of top-secret government experiments dating back to the 1940s. He claims there are others, but none as dangerous as Dogman. We searched high and low for the creature in the woods, but to no avail. By the end of March, our band of Dogman hunters grew weary. Surely the beast was dead. The northerly town of Kapuskasing enjoyed a brief period of normality. No more missing kittens. No more mutilated animal carcasses discarded in people's yards or left on the side of the road for the crows to pick apart. Life moved on. People forgot. Unfortunately, we did too. We let our guard down, and it cost us big time. We'd become fast friends. Hanging out at Patrick's cabin by the lake was a nice pastime on long weekends. Last weekend was no different. Except, of course, it was different. It was a complete catastrophe. "Go grab us some firewood," Patrick said in his thick French accent. Him and Joe were huddled by the campfire, warming their hands over the flickering flames, drinking beer. The evening was cool and breezy. The grass was wet from the previous night's rainfall. The moon hung like a bowling ball, big and round and full of holes. I forced myself off the patio chair and went in search of firewood. Behind the cabin, nearing the rim of the forest, I caught whiff of something foul. A mixture of grease and wet fur. I gagged, figuring it was a bear. I picked up the pace. The last thing I wanted was to be bear food. Something shot through the dense woodland, a stone's throw from where I was standing, making my hair stand on end. Then it released a desperate howl. The sound filled me with dread. That's no bear. I scanned the vicinity, cursing myself for not bringing a flashlight. All I could see was lake and forest. The feeling that I was being watched was impossible to ignore. Twigs snapped. I spun around like a superhero. Two laser-red eyes were peering at me through the thick of the brush. Dogman. I scampered back to camp like a scared puppy. Patrick was yammering on and on about his precious halves and why they'll do better next year. He was furious. Never mess with a French Canadian when it comes to hockey, especially when you're dealing with the Montreal Canadiens. "Guys," I said, dropping the wood in front of the fire. Patrick ignored me. I tried my luck with Joe. "Joe," I cried, "something's out there." That caught their attention. In this part of the world, when someone utters that phrase, you'd better take notice. Joe and Patrick sat upright. Before I could get another word in, the creature in the woods howled. The sound ricocheted off the frigid lake like a fresh breeze. It sounded close. "Aw, crap," Patrick slurred. His face twisted in torment. This is a man who prides himself on being prepared, which none of us were at that moment. "Joe," he snapped, "go grab the guns." Joe stood up abruptly. The lawn chair stuck to his backside, like something out of a Winnie the Pooh movie. He stumbled and fell face first onto the soggy ground. Not his shining moment. Patrick cursed in French. "Fine. I'll do it myself," he said, and hurried toward his heavily armed microbus. Something growled, deep and guttural. Joe shot me a look that said, "Let's go," and we raced to the safety of the cabin, slamming the door behind us. "Patrick, better hurry," Joe said, gasping for air. His face looked like milk. We scooted to the window, which overlooked the driveway. Patrick was fumbling for his keys, trying to unlock the hatch. He dropped the keys. One could imagine the cocktail of cuss words coming from his mouth at that moment. Nobody swears like the French. Our beating hearts sounded like bombs in the otherwise dead, silent cabin. Our eyes were glued to Patrick, who'd retrieved his precious car keys. As Patrick was opening the trunk, something lunged in front of the cabin window. We screamed in unison. Dogman. The beast was hideous. It scowled at us through the frosted glass, exposing an artillery of jagged white teeth. Its muzzle drenched in drool. It stood on its muscular hind legs, flexing its jangly claws inches from our faces. I gasped. This was the Dogman that nearly tore me to shreds a few months earlier. The door handle turned as the creature clawed at the cabin door, trying to get inside. The beast roared, sending shivers down my spine. Then it crashed into the door. Once again, my life flashed before my eyes. The creature in the woods had come back. Now, it was going to finish me off. Shots rang out, sounding like a million bolts of thunder. Joe and I dropped to the floor and ate dust. Outside, Patrick was whooping and hollering and cussing in French. Joe stood up and peeked outside. The look he gave me wasn't encouraging. More shots were fired. I shot to my feet like a firecracker. Patrick's infamous Chuck Norris grin was plastered across his freckled face. In his hands was a semi-automatic rifle. The dog-like creature jumped on top of the microbus, screaming in protest. Before Patrick could take aim, the beast flew off the van and tackled him to the ground. "No," I cried out. Terror enveloped me. My hands were shaking. My legs were butter. Joe grabbed the 12-gauge shotgun off the wall. He cocked it. Then, using the butt of the weapon, he smashed through the window and pointed the weapon. "Damn it," he said. "I can't get a line on the thing." Meanwhile, Patrick was being mauled. The menacing mutt had him pinned to the ground and was tearing him to shreds. The creature's face was a bloodied mess. Its claws clenched around Patrick's neck, squeezing the life out of him. Patrick, reaching desperately for his weapon, was covered head to toe in scratches. Fury found me. If this creature thinks it can feast on my friend, it's got another thing coming. I found a Smith & Wesson lying on top Patrick's dresser. It would have to do. I opened the cabin door, took aim and fired. Bam! The creature collapsed head first on top of Patrick, who quickly freed himself. He found his semi-automatic and went berserk. Joe and I stood transfixed as a bouquet of bullets pulverized the Dogman. Blood and guts and entrails exploded from its chest, like spaghetti hitting a fan, covering the beast head to toe in gore. The creature shrieked. Its crimson teeth glistened under the pale moonlight. It took a tentative step back, wiped the blood from its muzzle, then attacked. With one quick swipe, the beast tore off Patrick's left arm. "Pat!" Joe proclaimed. Joe rushed outside and shot the creature in the back. Patrick fell from its grip like a sack of stones. The beast was caked in red. It looked at Joe and charged. Joe flew into the cabin head first, making it just in the nick of time. The cabin door groaned as the beast slammed into it. The door was on its last legs. Patrick was crying for help. "We gotta save him," I said, in between bouts of hysteria. Joe was trembling. He'd nearly been Dogman food. I know the feeling. The animal was clawing at the door, grunting. "The freezer," I said. "Of course," Joe said, reading my mind. "Dogs like food, especially meat, something this cabin has plenty of." I found a pack of frozen moose steaks from the freezer. The creature was crouched over Patrick, ready to finish him off. I whistled. stealing its attention, then tossed the meat out the door. The beast started sniffing the offering. Its tongue was dripping with blood. Patrick's blood. The dogman raised its ugly head. Then it attacked the steaks like a hungry bear. Meanwhile, Patrick's intestines spilled across his blood-stained sweater as his lifeless body lay on sodden soil next to an arm that moments ago belonged to him. The monster was gnawing away on the frozen flesh, grunting and groaning. The sound was sickening. Joe cocked and fired. The shot went wide. "Damn it," he said, shaking his head in dismay. The dog creature dropped the meat and looked at me with venom. I shot the thing square between its eyes. Blood exploded from the beast's head in every direction. I fired again, hitting it in the leg. By now, I was fuming. Vengeance was mine. The creature dropped to its knees. Fresh blood ran down its face. My eyes darted towards Patrick, who was barely hanging on by a thread. Miraculously, he'd managed to prop himself up against the back of the van. He was panting. Blood was pouring out of him like wet paint. The creature cried out, sending a wave of chills down my spine. Something called back. Then another. There were others. "There must be more of them," I said, barely recognizing the sound of my voice. The howling continued. A pack of dogmans filled the endless night with song. Joe came up behind me. His eyes told me everything I needed to know. "On 3, he whispered. Joe counted. On 3, the door swung open. Joe and I jumped outside, shooting the beast again and again. Its body obliterated by the onslaught of ammunition. The dogman floundered, but somehow held its ground. Finally, as our attack persisted, the creature retreated back into the thick of the forest, leaving a trail of blood and matted fur behind. Suddenly, the world went still. Patrick whimpered. "He needs a doctor," I said. "Fast." Joe called 911 while I stood next to Patrick, holding his one and only hand. It was iceberg cold. He was leaking a tremendous amount of blood. His eyes were barely open, his breathing shallow. Joe arrived with first aid. We tended to Patrick the best we could, but his prospects weren't good. This far north, ambulances are not waiting around the corner. They don't come on a whim. It took an hour before the helicopter arrived. Patrick was flown to the nearest hospital. The cops showed up soon thereafter with a boatload of questions. Apparently, they were acutely aware of this dogman creature and have been for quite some time. This didn't make me feel better. The thing was still lurking in the forest, not far from where we were standing. Joe and I sat around the fire until the sun came up. There was no sleep for us that night. We tried to convince ourselves that Patrick would be fine. He's the toughest guy we knew. If anyone could survive an assault of that magnitude, it's him. Meanwhile, we kept a close eye on the edge of the forest, waiting for the creature from the woods to return. Patrick called the following day. Sadly, the doctors couldn't save his arm, but they did save his life. He seemed in good spirits, but was heavily sedated and unable to talk for long. The weight of the world fell from our shoulders. I wouldn't worry too much about Patrick. Knowing him, he's plotting his revenge as I type this. I certainly wouldn't put it past him. Word travels fast in the north. The town of Kapuskasing was once again placed on high alert. People prepared. There are creatures in the woods. Creatures that rip limbs from your body. Creatures that sink their teeth into your flesh and claw at your throat. And not just one. There are others. That said, there's only one monster on my mind as I finish typing this story. The creature who came back from the forest. Dogman. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to descent into the unknown for more terrifying stories. Summer went down faster than a cold beer on a warm night. Work stole most of my time. I missed my friends dearly. Since Patrick's incident, resulting in him losing an arm to a 7-foot-tall dog-like creature, we'd gone our separate ways. The merry band of Dogman hunters were no more. Joe, my lifelong friend, spent the summer with his family. He works from home and took full advantage. By all accounts, his summer went swimmingly. Patrick, a foul-mouthed French-Canadian who enjoys hunting with military-grade weapons, had his arm ripped off by a Dogman creature earlier this year. I saw it happen. Needless to say, Patrick kept to himself all summer, recuperating from his life-threatening injury. To my surprise, Patrick called me the other day. He had plenty to say. Turns out, he was dating his nurse. Her name is Cindy. She'd heard all about me and Joe and our adventures as Dogman hunters, and was eager to finally meet us in person. Thus, Joe and I were invited to spend the weekend at his cabin. Beers and barbecues and good fishing. Just like old times. I happily agreed. My stress level was at an all-time high. I needed to get away. To my amazement, Joe also agreed. You see, after our second brush with death, Joe was forbidden to see me or Patrick again. His wife told him so. For his own safety, she said, and for the safety of their children. That said, Joe's wife was taking the kids to see their grandparents for the weekend. What she didn't know wouldn't hurt her, right? Right. We loaded Joe's SUV with beer and fresh meat. We spoke nonsensically, avoiding the gory details of our previous trip to Patrick's cabin by the lake. The drive was treacherous. In the backwash of northern Ontario, one wrong turn could cost you your life. Patrick greeted us with an open arm. His ruggedly handsome face exuded confidence. He introduced us to Cindy. To my amazement, she wore more camouflage than he did. She looked as tough as rawhide. Her t-shirt said, "Guns don't kill people. I do." It was mid-afternoon. A cool breeze was wafting off the lake. The sky was a sea of blue, the leaves turning orange and candy apple red. Soon, the four of us were sitting by the lake, sipping ice-cold beer and telling stories. Patrick was trying his darndest to conceal his excitement. He's a proud man, but he was happy to have the gang back together. Cindy was full of questions. "Pat tells me you boys hunt Dogman creatures." Joe spit out his beer. He shifted in his seat, but remained silent. I gave a wary thumbs up. Having nearly been pulverized by the creature in the woods, I don't broach the subject lightly. Before she could get another word in, Patrick spoke up. "Come, have a look at this," he said, grinning ear to ear. He led us into the cabin, which was cluttered with weapons and traps and concoctions I'd never seen before. I'm no gun expert, but I knew those weapons were illegal. "Look there," Patrick pointed to the corner of the room. I shrieked. "I did it," Patrick boasted. "We did it," Cindy said, elbowing him playfully in the ribs. Next to the handmade coffee table, standing a good 7 feet tall, was the creature that ripped Patrick's left arm off. The Dogman. Stuffed like a Thanksgiving duck, its lifeless eyes followed my every move. Its razor-sharp claws were a cruel reminder of how close I came to becoming Dogman food. Patrick was beaming. "Killed the son of a bitch last week. You should have seen it," Cindy said, holding Patrick's hand. "It was great." Patrick made me touch its matted fur. It took incredible willpower not to soil myself. We retreated to the lake. All the while, Patrick and Cindy regaled us with their latest adventure, the story of how they captured and killed an actual dogman. We set up cameras around the cabin, Cindy told us. We had to, Patrick interrupted. The bastard wouldn't leave us alone. Joe tossed me a beer. Check this out. Patrick held up a noose. It was as ugly as the dogman creature standing in the living room. Killed him with this. Of course, Joe said, cracking open a fresh can. He was on the edge of his seat. Joe loves to hunt. It's in his DNA. He comes from a lineage of skilled hunters. In fact, he could skin a bear faster than you can say dogman hunters. Patrick filled us in. They set up traps around the cabin. Last week while sleeping, they were startled by a terrible noise coming from outside. Dogman. Patrick grabbed his sawed-off shotgun and peeked outside. Sure enough, the creature was creeping around the yard, going through the garbage. With the gun mounted to his one and only arm, he went out after it. Meanwhile, Cindy snuck around back. The dogman approached Patrick, looking to finish him off once and for all. Cindy approached from the rear, carrying a bucket full of deer meat. She whistled. The creature turned and charged. Cindy dropped the meat into the center of the trap, which lay on the ground, attached to a tree. As the brute wrapped its eager claws around the stake, the trap sprung to life. The beast was swooped into the air, entangled in thick mesh. Dangling violently from a tree, the beast growled and groaned, kicking and clawing, trying desperately to escape. Patrick approached without caution. This was the moment he'd been dreaming of, long before losing his limb. He'd been trying to capture this creature for years. He finally did it. With the help of Cindy, of course. Beat the thing black and blue, Cindy snickered. Then we wrapped the noose around its ugly head, Patrick interrupted. Snapped its neck like a twig, Cindy added. It died right before our eyes. Sure did, Cindy smiled. Patrick and Cindy were sitting side by side, staring lovingly into each other's eyes. To them, this was romance. I cringed. My appetite was gone. How did I get talked into this? I looked to Joe for support and found none. Joe was enthralled. Once he gets excited about something, no one, not even his beautiful wife and loving family, can discourage him. The beer flowed like wine. By dinner, we'd heard the story more times than I'd seen Blade Hunter. Patrick swore us to secrecy. Word travels fast up north. Cindy fired up the barbecue. Soon our bellies were full of burgers, baked potatoes, and garden fresh greens. Trouble arrived at sunset. Joe and I insisted on cleaning up. I did the dishes. Joe put everything away. When we returned outside, the fire was roaring. The sun was sinking low. The night was chilly, so we wrapped ourselves in flannel and warm blankets. As Patrick began telling his story, yet again, an ominous cry crashed through the night. It was the loneliest sound I'd ever heard. Then came another from across the lake. Dogman, Patrick said through clenched teeth. 2 of them. He nodded to Cindy, who scooted inside the cabin and returned with weapons. When she dropped a semi-automatic onto my lap, I flew from my seat like a firecracker. Unlike my gun-toting companions, I don't do semi-automatics. Patrick cursed me. Cindy nodded disapprovingly, then gave me a handgun. It looked as small as a flea. Joe gladly accepted his firearm and checked to see if it was loaded. It was. Meanwhile, the cooler remained heavily stocked, and the campfire raged on, providing much-needed light. The curious cries continued, like a symphony of lonesome laments. The solitary glow of the crescent moon filled me with discontent. I shivered. The sounds were getting closer. Something was growling from the edge of the woods. I turned. A pair of bloodshot eyes were peering at me. "Get inside," Cindy ordered. Joe and I stared stupidly at one another. "Now!" We went. The cabin greeted us like a mischief of rats. We scurried to the window. Without warning, a large dog-like creature lunged in front of us, baring its teeth. Its snout was thick with foam, its claws crashing through the window with one strong swipe. A deafening shot rang out. We hit the floor. Everything went dark. My ears were ringing. My mind in disarray. Globs of blood dripped onto the floor like wet paint. Dogman blood. I gagged. Joe jumped to his feet. "Over here," he whispered. Joe crouched next to the door, rifle in hand, shaking. Patrick whooped and hollered, calling the dogman every name in the book, and then some. A crowd of creatures responded. Their grisly growls echoed off the lake for miles. "How many of them are there?" Joe gasped, peeking out the door. I shrugged. Honestly, I didn't want to know. We were in the middle of nowhere. Out here, there were no neighbors. No one to rescue us. We were on our own. Joe gave me a nod before rushing outside, weapon first. "No," Patrick spat. Joe was ambushed. The pack of creatures had him surrounded. Patrick shot one in the back. The beast bellowed, releasing a blood-curdling cry that made my skin crawl. I hurried outside. Darkness devoured me. The flickering fire was now a smoldering speck of soot. The fingernail moon vanished. The sky was darker than death. Meanwhile, Patrick was perched in a tree, blanketing the beasts with bullets. Joe wailed in agony as the mangy mutts mauled him. Shots were fired. "Get out of the way!" Cindy shouted. She was close, but I couldn't see her. Footsteps approached. I swung around. A dogman was charging. Its breathing sounded like a sputtering motorcycle. I jumped inside the cabin just in time. "There's 4 of them," Patrick shouted. "One of them has Joe." My courage was floundering, but I soldiered on. I aimed my lowly handgun outside the shattered window. The beast had Joe in its grip. Without hesitating, I squeezed the trigger. Bam! I hit the thing in the shoulder. At the same time, Patrick fired, blowing a hole in its hind leg. The beast buckled. Joe sprang to his feet and fired point blank, hitting his assailant right between the eyes. Blood and brains exploded, covering him head to toe. Cindy came charging. She scooped Joe into her muscular arms, then retreated to the shed, barely avoiding the wrath of the menacing monster trailing close behind. "Listen up," Patrick shouted from the treetop. "When I give the word, go to the shed." Again, I scorned myself for being here. Apparently, spending a relaxing weekend with my pals was too much to ask. Now, my eyes focused on the shed, a stone's throw from the cabin. Now, God damn it. Patrick's voice slapped me in the face. I ran, gunning it towards the shed, screaming my head off. The race was on. Creatures were nipping at my heels. I twisted and turned, narrowly avoiding their grasp. Cindy was egging me on, shouting go, go, go. I ran as fast as I could, but it wasn't quick enough. One of them grabbed my shoulder, digging its claws deep into my flesh. I pried it off me, then dove head first into the shed. The door slammed shut behind me. The creatures crashed into the shed. They were relentless in their rebuttal. The rickety door was all that separated us, and it was taking a beating. The door belched as the beasts banged into it. again and again. We were trapped. My shoulder was a mess, my blood-stained sweater torn to shreds. Cindy quickly patched up my wounds. The pain was egregious. "You'll be fine," she snapped. "Hold still." I did. Cindy bandaged my wound using a dusty rag. Then she found her phone and started punching keys. Her determination was remarkable. She was like the woman from the Terminator movies, only French. Someone touched my shoulder. I screamed in agony. Joel looked haggard, far worse than me. Blood and bruises and scratches galore. His wounds were deep, his water bucket eyes barely open. Clearly, he needed a doctor. "This is it, old buddy," he managed to say. "This is the end." My heart sank. I'd known Joe my entire life. We'd been best friends for as long as I could remember. This isn't how it was supposed to end. Cindy shook her head. "Nobody dies on my watch." Her phone vibrated. "Hang tight," she ordered. Gunshots rang like rockets. Patrick was going ballistic. "Hey, fleabags, want some of this?" Cindy smiled. All at once, she was beautiful. Then she jumped outside and attacked, firing round after round, screaming bloody murder. Rifle blasts and curse words filled the dead of night. I peeked outside. What I saw still haunts me. Patrick was luring the creatures into his cabin. Mounds of meat carpeted the cabin floor. The beasts were like a pack of hyenas, gorging on the feast. Meanwhile, Cindy was open firing, except she wasn't hitting them. She was aiming wide, avoiding the cabin. Then I noticed the makeshift box in Patrick's hand, silver and clunky, with an antenna poking out the end. Cindy stopped firing as Patrick joined her. They shared a quick embrace. Then Patrick pressed the red button. Blammo. The entire cabin was blown to smithereens. The sheer force of the blast sent me flying. The Dogman creatures didn't know what hit them. The world went still. My body and mind shut down. I lay motionless for an undisclosed amount of time until a strong hand picked me up. "Are you okay?" Cindy asked. I was dazed and confused, unable to respond. I hurt everywhere. "You see that?" Patrick bellowed, bobbing up and down. Cindy helped Joe into the microbus, and he was rushed to the hospital. When I say rushed, I use that term loosely. This far north, a 2-hour drive is considered a quick jaunt. I went with them. Patrick stayed behind, keeping a close eye on the wreckage. Cindy boasted the entire trip. Turns out, they'd been preparing for this all summer. They simply forgot to inform us that Patrick's cabin was stuffed with explosives. The plan was to lure the creatures into the cabin, then blow them straight to hell. I didn't bother explaining how dangerous and stupid their plan was. I was too tired. Besides, their plan worked. My wounds were minor. I got off lucky. Joe, not so lucky. The nurses asked plenty of questions. Cindy was prepared for this. "It was a bear attack," she said flatly. "When all else fails, blame the bears." It worked. Joe was stitched up and released the following week. Needless to say, his wife was not impressed. Fortunately, she's a forgiving woman. Joe is doing everything possible to make it up to her. I think he'll be all right. They've been through this before. Although I doubt I'll ever see him again. Patrick and Cindy moved to North Bay. They've opened an ammunition shop, specializing in hunting extraordinary creatures. The store is called Beasts by the Bay. Patrick kept a Dogman's head as a souvenir and proudly displayed it behind the counter. His tall tales loom large in his legend. Me, not much has changed. I went back to work Tuesday morning, and nobody was the wiser. My workmates know nothing of my adventures as a Dogman hunter. To them, I'm a quiet yet responsible worker, someone who shows up on time, keeps to himself, and rarely complains. They didn't even notice my injuries. The northerly town of Kopuskasing has quieted down again. The random slaying of small animals has subsided. For now. The forecast is calling for snow by the end of the week. A long and arduous winter is expected. What will become of Dogman? Only time will tell. My guess is they'll migrate further north, where they'll remain undetected for years. You see, these creatures adapt. They feed. They kill. Then they move on. May this story serve as a warning. If you're up in northern Ontario and see a creature in the woods, run away. As fast as you can. Take it from someone who knows. Up here, the creatures will tear you apart, limb by limb, and feast on your flesh. Their destruction knows no bounds. There are creatures in North Ontario. Creatures that kill. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more terrifying stories. I could smell the stench of death creep over the dashboard as a set of claws reached through the hole in the shattered windshield. A few hours before I faced my horrible demise. I hate winter, I thought as I drove down the highway. It used to be fun way back when I was a kid, and all I had to worry about was if there was enough snow for school to be canceled. I reminisced about hovering by the radio in my youth. Yes, I'm that old, waiting for the announcer to name my school in the list of cancellations, while looking out the window and silently praying for it to snow even harder. My mom would yell at me to get ready and declare that, when she was a kid, the snow had to be piled up to the door before they would cancel school. Wait, they're almost up to our letter, I'd say, knowing they did the listings alphabetically, and if I missed it this time around, it could be another 10 minutes of torture waiting through songs and commercials until they did the cancellation announcements again. I sighed in despair as they reached my letter, and passed it without saying my school's name. I trudged off to get ready, then hurried back only to have my hopes dashed. If it was a good day, they canceled school early, and I spent the entire day running and playing in the snow with the few neighborhood kids in our little village of fewer than 200 people. I'd come home just when the sun was about to set, exhausted and freezing, but with a smile on my face. This particular day was not a good day. I hopefully listened to the radio one last time as my mom yelled at me to get outside, or I would miss the bus. My school had not been named. I trudged outside as the great yellow beast hurtled down the hill and slid to a stop. It usually stopped in front of my house, but today, with the tires fighting against 3 inches of snow on the road, it slid right past, and I had to run to catch it. It wasn't that the plows couldn't keep up. We just lived on a secondary road. Main roads took priority, and we got to pass through every once in a while. I stepped up onto the bus, looking at the driver who looked as thrilled as I did to be heading to school, when suddenly the bus lurched forward and slid 30 feet. I fell onto the step, but stayed inside the bus. The door hadn't been closed yet, and I didn't realize how lucky I had been not to fall out and be run over by the bus's rear wheels. When we finally stopped, the driver looked down at me and asked if I was okay. I told her yes and asked what had happened. She looked in her mirror and said someone must have hit us. She got out and found that a woman had lost control of her car coming down the hill and slid into us. That was my first experience with how dangerous winter driving can be. That's one of the main reasons I hated winter. Why I chose years later to be a truck driver in Pennsylvania, I don't really know. You'd think after nearly being run over by my own bus, I'd learn my lesson. I guess not. These were my thoughts as I drove trying to finish my run and get home on one of the foggiest nights I'd ever driven in. I'd drawn the short straw and had to take the late run to go pick up parts for the next day. Driving a box truck has its pluses and minuses. I don't have to worry about dragging a trailer around behind me at ungodly speeds. But when the truck is empty, let's just say winter is not its friend. Traction can be dodgy with an empty truck. Tonight, I had a different challenge. A week earlier had been the coldest of this winter so far, with an ice storm, followed by snow and bitter temperatures. Thankfully, I didn't have to do the long run on any of those days. However, 4 days after the cold snap, temperatures rose into the 40s and 50s. There was even a little rain. It was beautiful to see all the ice and snow melt off, but it made for ungodly thick fog. You know the expression, the fog was so thick you could cut it with a knife? Well, this fog you couldn't cut with a chainsaw. It stole the light from the afternoon sky, rendering it nearly dark. Even though it was a near impenetrable wall of fog, it had an ethereal quality to it. There were less dense parts that swirled and danced as the barely visible red dots of the car taillights in front of me sliced through it. It was magical, mesmerizing, and extremely dangerous to be lulled by this phenomenon as I drove down the highway, surrounded by other drivers I assumed were fighting to pay attention like I was. My lights were essentially useless. They lit up 20 feet of fog in front of me, and that was it. The light reflected back in my face nearly blinded me if I tried to turn on the high beams. There were no fog lights on my truck. With the cheapskate way the company took care of their trucks, I was lucky the headlights worked. There was no way I was going the speed limit. I had the needle stuck at 35, and even that seemed too fast for the conditions. My hazard lights flashed an eerie red glow in a rhythmic fashion as I crawled my way toward the warehouse in my empty box truck. I wasn't looking forward to the trip back either. It was nearly dark now. I couldn't imagine how bad visibility would be on the return trip. I glanced at the radio to turn the station when a deer flashed in front of me. I stomped on the brakes and swerved to miss it. Thankfully, there wasn't anyone in that lane. Thank God for I started to say when something slammed into the side of my truck. The truck tipped on 2 wheels, and before I knew what was happening, I had lost control. I swerved toward the side of the road, narrowly missing a big rig and heading straight for the berm. Usually, there would be a guardrail to stop me, or at least slow me down. But this was an older section of road, and it only had the old-style guardrail. A heavy metal wire stretched between posts to prevent drivers from careening over the side. These wires were the reason new guardrails are so much sturdier. I felt the impact as the metal tried to slow me down, but failed. I soared through it, hearing it smack off the side of the truck as it ripped out of the ground. I hoped it wouldn't fling around and smash through the windshield. That would end my trip permanently. I stopped worrying about the heavy metal wire shattering my windshield when my truck took a sudden nosedive over the edge of the road. The fall was fast, but the fog seemed more intense. Tree branches assaulted the windshield and shattered my passenger side window. I stood on the brakes and fought the steering wheel, but it was useless. The tree appeared in front of me a split second before I hit it, destroying the driver's side headlight and folding my hood like a piece of paper. The airbag went off, smacking me in the face and destroying my visibility. I continued to hold on to the useless steering wheel as the truck bounced off the tree and careened sideways. I watched helplessly as another tree headed straight for me. This one took its wrath out on the passenger door and brought the truck to a sudden stop. I was thrown sideways. Pain shot through my side as my seatbelt stopped me from ending up a bloody spot on the tree trunk. Everything except me ended up on the passenger side floor. Things I hadn't seen in years made a sudden reappearance. The fire extinguisher, years worth of old chip bags and candy wrappers, and a bottle of soda that I didn't want to guess how long had been there. I paused and took in a deep breath. Halfway through, pain told me I might have some fractured ribs. The truck was leaning to the side, but not enough that I couldn't unfasten my seatbelt. The pressure in my ribs made me undo it as quickly as possible. I hadn't thought it through, though. As soon as I was free, gravity grabbed me and threw me into the passenger seat. I screamed when I landed on my side, hoping I hadn't caused any more damage. My breath came in ragged gasps as I tried to breathe through the agony. Eventually, I was able to think about anything other than pain and stared out the windshield. One headlight still valiantly fought against the oppressive gloaming, making the heavy fog glow an eerie yellow. I strained my eyes to see anything in front of me, but it was pointless. All that was there were trees. I looked out of the somehow undamaged driver's window and up at the faint flashes of light from the headlights of cars and trucks driving by on the road, oblivious to my fate. It was a steep bank I had tumbled over, probably 100 feet from the side of the road down to where the wounded truck and I now lay. The brush and trees didn't look too bad, and the hill wasn't so steep that I couldn't climb it under normal circumstances. I looked down at the yellow t-shirt I wore that had a red patch that was getting bigger and realized it wouldn't be so easy. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my phone, surprised to find it had received little damage. I thanked God for small favors and called my boss. I told him what had happened and approximately where I thought I was. He was none too happy about the state of the truck, but found solace in the fact that at least I wrecked on the way down when it was empty, rather than on the way back when it would be full of car parts. I'm sure the thought of searching through the underbrush for every little bolt and gasket sent shivers down his spine. He said he'd send a tow truck, then hung up. I realized he hadn't even asked if I was injured. I thought about it for a long minute, then began mentally updating my resume. In the meantime, until the tow truck got here, I decided to climb out of the truck and try to make my way back up to the road. With the fog as dense as it was, I was sure the tow truck would have a hard time finding me. I started for the driver's door when my blood turned to ice. I glanced out the windshield into the gloaming fog and saw something big slowly coming toward the truck. It was only a shadow lit by the flashing red lights, which made it even eerier to see it glow red as some massive demon-looking creature emerged from the pits of hell, come to devour my soul. It stood upright, and the lights reflected in its eyes, making them shine red. It was heading for the truck when its eyes locked on mine. It paused, and I found a new definition of fear as the teeth grew into a smile. They also shone red, but I couldn't decide if that was because of the lights or if it had recently gorged on some living thing. I wondered if the deer it had been chasing was still alive. Its slow approach was unnerving. Its form was only half visible as my eyes fought the darkness and fog. As it drew closer, I could see claws on the ends of its hands, and the general shape was that of a massive dog walking on two legs. But it was bigger than any dog I'd ever seen. It stood at least 7 feet tall as the one remaining headlight struggled to illuminate its inhuman form. It was almost to the truck. My mind ran through a list of options, but none of them ended with me living through it, so I dove to the passenger side floor as quietly as possible. I focused on breathing silently, even though my ribs were screaming. I covered my mouth and breathed only as little as necessary. I listened intently as the thing approached. I could hear its breath chugging, like a steam engine sitting idle at the station waiting for a trip to begin. I could smell the stench of death creep over the dashboard as a set of claws reached through the hole in the shattered windshield. I fought to stay as still and quiet as humanly possible as I heard it sniffing the air, searching for me. Liquid dripped from its claws onto my pants. I looked and saw it was dark red. The snout was just visible through the opening. I knew there wasn't much time before the rest of the head would make its horrible appearance and look around the inside of the ruined truck. Once it did, my life would be over. A second claw appeared and clamped on the dash as I felt the creature crawling up the front of the truck. It was only seconds now until it found me. I thought of the things I wanted to do with the rest of my life. Write a book. Find a better job. Maybe even live until the weekend and have a barbecue. None of those seemed likely now. The creature was almost inside. The stench was horrible, and yet I sat, curled up in a painful ball on the floor in front of the passenger seat, sitting in the detritus of years of driving, praying that my life wasn't about to end in violent, gory fashion. Suddenly, the truck lurched sideways with the additional weight on the hood. The creature paused. Ever so slowly, the truck began to slide backward, away from the tree, holding it in place. I heard the screech of metal of the passenger door scraping against the tree holding it. The truck slid backward. I grabbed onto the passenger seat to brace myself as the truck slammed to a stop, hitting another tree. The creature seemed to sense the danger and leaped out of the truck to keep from going along on a deadly ride down the rest of the hill. I breathed a sigh of relief, but it was short-lived as the truck slid further down the hill. I stayed where I was, hoping it was the safest place in the truck if it slid further. Hopelessness overwhelmed me as I waited to see if the truck would continue its slide, having no idea how far the bottom of the hill was, or if there was a sheer drop in my future. For the moment, it almost made me forget there was a demonic-looking creature still out there, lurking, hunting me. I didn't dare move from my spot, even if the truck was stable. I was sure it hadn't lost interest, and I wasn't about to pop my head out of the window and serve myself up as a snack. Turned out, I didn't have to wait long. As I looked out the driver's side window, I saw the creature peering in. We locked eyes. It opened its massive jaw full of sharp teeth, some of which were still red from its last kill. It hissed at me, spraying me with whatever vile fluid was in its mouth before advancing. It dove through the window and slashed at me with its claws. I covered my face with my arms. It slashed at me, tearing at my arms and making me scream in pain. Agony covered me in a blanket as I pulled into a tighter ball, trying to protect myself. But it was useless. Blood was already pouring from my arms, and it was trying to pull them away from my face to aim a killing blow at my neck. In desperation, I did the only thing I had left to do. I reached up and pulled on the door latch. Thankfully, it opened, surprising both me and the creature. I fell backward out into the brush, tearing at my face and chest. But I was free for the moment. I quickly recovered and crawled underneath it, trying to escape. I crawled uphill, hoping to escape out the other side, but had overestimated the height of the truck and found myself trapped underneath. The brush had been compressed as the truck slid, and I found I had nowhere to go. Despair whispered sweet nothings in my ear as I realized my only escape route would take me into the waiting arms of the creature determined to dine on my entrails. As I lay there curled in a ball, watching my arms bleed, I felt cold. I wasn't sure if it was the adrenaline wearing off or just being outside. The temperature had been unseasonably warm lately, but it was still only in the 50s. The mystery was solved when I turned and saw I was laying in a patch of snow. The hillside must not have gotten much sun, and it seemed this patch of snow had held out against to unseasonable warm. Lucky me, I was laying right in the middle of it, with nowhere else to go without alerting the creature to my presence. So now I had the misfortune of yet another way of dying. The list seemed to be growing by the minute. A aside from being dismembered by some horrible creature, or crushed if the truck decided to shift its weight again. I could freeze to death, or just simply bleed out. My chances were getting slimmer. I wasn't sure if even Vegas odds makers would give me odds of making it out of this alive. My head was on a swivel, looking in every direction, watching for any movement. Unfortunately, I could only see the way I came and a small sliver near the front of the truck. The rest was a tangle of brush that was too dense to see through. The constant was the fog. It crept under the truck, sidled up to me, caressing me with its icy kiss. My eyelids felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. I knew I couldn't fall asleep, but the enormity of the situation was crashing down on me, and my mind was shutting down. My exhaustion dragged me down into the abyss of unconsciousness, and I wanted nothing more than to allow myself to be taken away. Close my eyes and wake up at home in my bed, free of this nightmare. As my brain convinced me this was just an illusion, I saw movement. My eyes tried to focus on it and track it, but my brain wasn't making sense. It seemed there were two creatures now. One was at the front of the truck, and one had climbed inside. I felt the truck move and saw the undercarriage moving up and down inches from my face as the second creature did whatever it was doing inside the truck. I knew it wouldn't be long until it discovered my hiding place. I fought to keep my eyes open. If this thing was gonna get me, I wanted to fight it off with my last breath. But my traitorous eyes refused to stay open. The last thing I felt was a pull on my legs. It had found me and was pulling me from under the truck. I had no resistance left to give. My fleeting thought was, I hope it kills me quickly instead of eating me alive. I opened my eyes and looked around. There was a nightlight in the wall. That seemed very odd for a creature's den. I looked down at myself and was surprised to find I was covered with a blanket and laying in a hospital bed. There was a tube going in my arm and a machine with glowing numbers beside my bed. Both my arms were bandaged and my head felt like it was on fire. I tried to put together how I got here, but my memory failed me. Just then, a nurse walked in. "How are we feeling today?" she said. Confused, I said, "Where am I? How did I get here?" "You're in the hospital and the police brought you in." "When?" "Last night, around 9. "How bad?" I said, lifting my arms. "Lots of cuts and scratches, some of them pretty deep," she said. "You'll need to be bandaged for a while, but other than that, you lost some blood. We gave you some, and you've been recovering ever since. When can I go home?" "I'm not sure," she said. "There's an officer outside who wanted to ask you some questions." "Am I in trouble?" She shrugged, then stepped out of the room as the officer came in. "How are you doing?" He said, "Okay, I guess. Were you the one who brought me here?" "Yes, I pulled you from under the truck," he said, pulling out a notepad and pen. "Why exactly were you under the truck?" "I was being chased." "By what?" I opened my mouth to tell the truth, but my brain screamed at me. "Whatever you do, do not tell him about the creature. It was some kind of animal. Do you know what kind?" he said, making notes. "The kind that crawls into the truck and tries to rip your face off," I said, holding up my arms. I crawled under the truck to get away from it. "I see," he said, writing on his pad. "Your tox screen came back negative. You hadn't been drinking or anything else, according to your blood work. What made you drive off the road like that?" I thought about it for a long moment, as his eyes bored expectantly into mine. I swerved to miss a deer. His pen stopped moving. "You swerved to miss a deer?" I nodded. "Nothing else?" I shook my head. He stared at me blankly. And you have no idea what kind of animal attacked you. No, sir, I said, looking at the bandages on my arms. He closed his notepad and stuck his pen in his pocket. I hope you get better soon, he said, standing and heading toward the door. He paused in the doorway and looked back. If you think of anything else I might need to know, just call the station. I opened my mouth, then closed it and nodded. I'd like to say I found a better job. I'd like to say I'm not driving truck anymore, especially on that stretch of road. Both of those things would be untrue. I knew better than to tell my boss anything more than I told the officer. It sounded good to say I wrote this to warn others of the danger. But the truth is, I just had to tell someone about how I get cold sweats every time I go near the stretch of road where I had the accident. Especially when I go past the spot where they still haven't fixed the guardrail. I'd love to say that I never see a set of eyes watching me from the side of the road when I drive by, but that's not true. I'm waiting for the day it jumps out in front of me again. This time, I won't swerve. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more terrifying stories. I was a big deal in those days, at least as much of a big deal as I could be in high school. I was the star of my school's football team. My girlfriend was the hottest girl in class, and I was driving a Ford Mustang Mach 1, 1969, one of the finest cars in the world, and it was all mine thanks to a scout checking me out at one of our football games. Big talks of a scholarship with my name on it. I didn't understand how much potential I had until my dad turned to me after talking to the scout with this excited glint in his eyes. That week, a black muscle car was parked in our driveway. My dad said it was mine. Times were different in the 70s. I got my license when I was 16. I knew some kids who got theirs when they were 15. Anyway, I was cruising through town all day that day with my father, one of my happiest memories. If anyone in the school didn't know my name by then, they all did when they heard the roar of that Mustang's engine when I arrived. Yeah, I was a bit of a douche in high school, but those who knew me also knew I was one of the nicest guys. My friend, Clint, said it was because I was very slow at times, which a lot of people found cute. I didn't care what they thought, as long as they knew I wasn't some thug, despite my looks. I enjoyed having friends. Anyway, I tell you all of this because something big was going to happen. The entire class, about 50 17-year-old teenagers, were about to go on a camping trip. Tall trees, mountains, warm fields baking in the sun. Situated near a river was a large camp with log cabins, a few fire pits, and even an outdoor cafeteria under a thatch roof, not to mention the activities they had set up. Even a classic obstacle course. Of course, it was a big deal. Even if we were almost technically adults, we still had that childish energy in us, whether it was winning a foot race, a pull-up contest, or scoring in the bushes. We were thinking about swimming in the river, competitive camp games, like tug-of-war, sneaking off after lights out with our girlfriends, and, of course, impressing anyone somehow during that trip. We talked about all of this after the school announcement in the boys' locker room. "Nick, are you driving down there in the Mustang?" Clint asked me. "Of course," I said. "Sally and I are going together. So, mind if I hitch a ride with you guys?" Clint asked in a hushed tone, looking around at the other guys. "Forget it. There's no room." "But you have 4 seats," Clint yelled. Everyone laughed. "Yeah, that's where our things go," I told him. "Put it in the trunk." I put my hand on top of his head and shook him around a little. "Then where would I put the beers?" I told him. There were a few cheers when the guys heard this. Speaking of which, I'm collecting cash so my big bro can get us beer. Anyone interested in getting on this? Pay up. The more you give, the better the selection. Some paid up there, and some paid later. Some made orders and put a little extra in. You have to understand that our entertainment was very limited compared to today. The movies had it right. Alcohol and sex were on our minds. Very little else, truth be told. We were very organized when it came to setting up a party, at least most of the time. "Well, if you're bringing beers, then I guess I can ride the bus for a few hours," Clint said, suddenly very amiable. "Still, next time, pal." I parked outside Clint's house and angrily set the handbrake in place. I watched him practically skip out of the house with a pack on his back. After putting his things in the back seat, Clint opened the passenger door and hopped into the Mustang. "Hit it, lover boy," he said. "Shut the hell up," I snapped. All he could do was laugh as we set off. "Hey, I'm sorry Sally got sick," Clint said, twisting the cap off a soda bottle. He was very careful with it after I glared at him. "Yeah, me too," I muttered. We listened to the radio in silence. I stopped at the gas station before heading to school. I needed to fill up the tank and a jerry can. It's always good to have a little extra for long trips. Clint kept slapping his legs to the tune, like some anxious drummer who really needed to jam. He got really energetic when he had sugar. I was glad when we got out to confirm we were present and ready to follow. A few teachers weren't happy with me driving to camp, but when you have no real black marks on your record, your parents' permission, and the football coach heading the field trip, they really couldn't do anything. I was still more than a little frustrated. As we drove, I decided to break the silence by venting what was going through my head. Sally didn't seem sick when I talked with her the day before. I heard through the grapevine that her ex was also staying behind. Sally had a track record for choosing bad guys and cheating. She was one of those follow-your-heart type girls. I was prepared to give the trip a skip on that alone, but with a trunk full of alcohol that others paid for, I just felt obligated to go. My father also said something that bothered me. "Stand by her as long as she stands by you," he began. "And when you have nobody to stand by your values, no matter how much it hurts." I'd have happily taken lies and unfounded guarantees over some be the bigger man wisdom. "Do you think she would cheat on you?" Clint asked as I told him this. "I don't know. I'm not special," I said. "I'm not her first. I'm not." "Don't start with that bull," Clint said, easing back into his seat. He really knew how to make himself comfortable. "If she screws up what she has with you, she's an idiot. You'd be better off without her, but she sure as hell wouldn't be better off without you. I'd still be the idiot who trusted her." "You've always been an idiot, Mr. Football Scholarship," Clint said. I thumped the side of his arm. "No offense. We all have our strengths. Anyway, your dad is right. You don't know if she is going to do anything. so try not to think about it. Whatever. And they might not look it, but those other girls are something else, Clint said. Her loss is another's gain. What girls? Clint pointed to the school bus in front of us. The back window wasn't the cleanest, but I could see a group of girls at the back waving at us. Clint leaned forward and turned up the music as loud as it could get. The girls whooped and raised their arms, but then suddenly faced forwards before sitting down in their seats. I bet you that was Miss Weaver that shouted at them, Clint said, turning the music down. Crazy bitch should have been left behind. I spent the rest of the trip watching Clint and one girl at the back of the bus mime an entire conversation, him saying things that made me laugh. If she could have heard him, she would have kicked his ass. We took a narrow, wavy road into camp. It wasn't too bad for the Mustang, but the bus struggled. At least somebody had thought ahead and cut back branches. I could see piles along the road and the flat stumps sticking out the trunks they had left behind. When we reached the spot, I parked the Mustang beside the bus. Clint and I grabbed our bags and joined the roll call. We were divided into different cabins. 2 girl cabins, 3 boy cabins. There certainly wasn't a shortage either, but I guess only some of them were prepared for us. After stowing our things, we were given a rundown of camp activities and the schedule they had set out for us. Looking back, I realize now that the whole camp thing was just to make the school look good. A photo opportunity to show off to parents and get more enrollments. I wouldn't have cared, even if they made it obvious. Looking at that schedule, I just noted the free time they gave us. Morning, midday, and evening. Except for the 5th day, which was a stargazing astronomy lesson. Blah. I used the first free slow time to talk with the guys before we went to our assigned cabins. The plan was simple. Get the booze in the evening, conceal it in our bags, and then hide it in the cabin. There were only a few teachers and a couple of hired instructors. There weren't any room checks. Nothing. These were lenient adults who wanted to enjoy their time there as much as we did. I wouldn't have been surprised if Coach Sykes brought his own booze. 1 or 2 from every cabin, Clint said. Bring empty bags. We can't all go to the Mustang. People will definitely notice. What time? Somebody asked. Late. After midnight, I said. We gotta make sure the teachers are asleep. So midnight is a good time. With the plan set, I was part of the 6 guys that would hike back up to the bus and Mustang. I wasn't about to lend someone the keys to my car just so they could open the trunk. Besides, seeing as it was in my car, I would get in trouble anyway if things went to hell. Stop crowding the window, I told the guys in my cabin. We have to keep a lookout, Nick, one said. If you're caught, we ain't getting out a drink the rest of the week. Shut up, I said, sliding the window shut. I will get the damn beer. Tensions were high. The first 2 nights of our stay were screwed. One of the girls, that first night, swore she saw something in the woods and screamed, which set the teachers off thinking there were wild animals. Big deal, right? It's the forest. There's bound to be a few animals. A fact that didn't keep her from screaming her head off. It was a big joke the next day, but she wasn't laughing. The night after that was screwed, thanks to a pair of lovebirds who crossed by right in front of one of the teachers' cabins. Big mistake. For that one, Coach Sykes kicked in every door to the guys' cabins and lectured us on late-night walks in the forest. When I regrouped with the others outside the cabin, we walked deep into the forest before rounding out towards the car. We kept the distant lights of the camp in sight, just in case we lost our way. We were also far enough that we could talk on our walk. Got some news, guys, Clint said, grabbing one guy by the back of the neck. One of the lovebirds from the night before. Our buddy here got caught last night. Tell us something we don't know, one guy interrupted. Shut up. He got caught last night with his girl going for a stroll. What he failed to mention was that he wasn't going someplace with his girl. Oh, no. They were, in fact, returning from their little rendezvous, Clint said, followed by his best French laugh. Bullshit. Did he tell you that? No. This little bit of information came from Abigail, who, get this, thanked him for a wonderful night right outside the girls' cabin this morning. You heard? The lovebird said. 3 cheers for Stanley and Abigail tomorrow, Clint continued, patting Stanley's shoulder. For now, pay the stupid bastard back for almost costing us a great booze heist. Clint smacked the back of Stanley's head, followed by the rest of us, who had a few soft hits in. With that matter settled, we cracked jokes and continued our climb up the hill. We soon found the familiar path that we took down to camp and stuck to that. It was slow going. You'd be surprised how dark it can get, and we weren't about to use flashlights. Luckily for us, the bus was easy to spot in the dark, so we stumbled over to it and approached the trunk of the Mustang. After unlocking the trunk, we started to pack our bags with the cans of beer. Why cans? One guy asked. Bottles make noise, I told him. Although I have a brandy bottle here for Max, who felt like being a little extra. Which cabin is Max in? Mine. Hand it here, another said, taking it. Fucking brandy. Fucking brandy, we all repeated. Max always has to be special, huh? Well, he better share. We're not going to be able to take everything, Clint said. That's fine, I said. We missed the first 2 nights, so it works out. I closed the trunk and locked it. We tightened our packs and prepared ourselves for the walk back. It was going to be a lot harder. Liquid tended to slosh about, making balance tough. It would take even longer. Unfortunately, going slow was no longer an option. Near the path we took, we saw a flashlight. It bobbed with the person's movement, and for a moment we just stared at it. Then the light turned to us. Silently, we all turned to the forest and ran, knowing that if we said anything, our voice might be recognized. We had to leap over a short fence the vehicles were parked in front of. I could tell that a few of us had tripped over it. I heard glass break, and another utterance of fucking brandy before we took the tumble down. Loose leaves, tall grass, and twigs. I could tell we had entered the deeper forest when the grass thinned out, and all I heard was the crunch of twigs and leaves. I didn't run for more than 10 seconds before I noticed how quiet it got. I focused on making distance. Running with that weight on my back didn't faze me much. I had been running with weights like that as part of my exercise routine. You need strong legs to play football. I started to veer to my left, knowing I needed to head back to the cabin. I was about to say the same to the others when I realized why it was so quiet. I didn't hear any other footsteps. The others must have separated, which was a smart move. It just seemed that I was the only one that ran so far before deciding to turn back to the cabin. I cursed when I realized that whoever was checking out the parking lot could go back to the cabins and make sure everyone was accounted for. If the others made it there before me, great, but how would they explain me and my pack missing? I kept running. A few minutes later, I saw the distant light of the camp. I slowed down to catch my breath and began creeping back to my cabin. If I moved too fast, someone might notice. Basic sneaking in the dark rules that everyone should know, which is why you never scan the darkness. You linger in spots to notice the small changes. Before I got close, I heard something. A repetitive beating sound growing louder. A steady series of thumps and footfalls. Then all I heard was a growl as something collided with my side, knocking the wind out of me. I could barely catch my breath before I felt this pressure on my back and a viscous pulling. All I heard was snarling, and that weight was making it difficult to get air back into my lungs. I heard fabric rip as my pack was torn open. I heard claws on the cans, but then something crunched. I felt something wet hit the back of my head, and then I heard the hiss of the beer spraying out of the can. The pressure lifted for a moment, but the snarling remained. It got closer to my ear. I could feel the breath hit the back of my neck. I could hear it sniffing and growling soon after. Just as it did before, it bit into one of the beer cans. Light. A flashlight beam crossed through the trees, hitting me before going somewhere else. The pressure lifted off my body, and I heard something running. I rolled over quickly to see something moving between the trees. It was massive, a dog-like creature that bounded from tree to tree before sprinting off into the darkness. I stayed still in the shadow of the tree. I heard the footsteps of someone. Whoever they were, they stopped just before my tree. The flashlight scanned back and forth over the forest before they turned around and walked back to camp. I steadied my breathing again when I thought they were out of earshot. The feeling of panic took a lot longer to settle. When I thought it was safe, I got everything together and made my way to the cabin. I took my time not just to be careful, but because I kept looking back. I reached up and knocked on the window. It slid open. Hands stretched out to take the pack, and then they helped me inside the cabin. In the dark, I got plenty of pats on the back. I was the last one, but no alarms were raised. Mission successful. What happened to your pack? Someone asked. Did you catch it on something? Looks like he already started. 2 cans are missing, another said. The mood was too good, and I was too disoriented to tell them anything. I decided not to say anything, but I was grateful it was dark. I didn't want them to see my face. That night was a mini party, as was the 4th night of our camping trip. Some booze slipped into one of the girls' cabins, but I wasn't complaining. I just tried to relax as best as I could after that. Being the camp hero, I had plenty of beer to help with that, but otherwise, we were all fairly calm and quiet. On the 5th day, Clint shouldered me. One of the cabins has gone dry, he said. Max's one. I guess he needed the stronger stuff to keep him from overdoing it. Too bad, I said. I'm not going to get more. Screw Max. Yeah, my thoughts exactly, Clint nodded. Besides, it's the last night. No chance of slipping past the teachers tonight, especially Coach Sykes. What do you mean? Stargazing tonight, Clint said. Remember? We're going for a night hike to the clearing to get a good look. Maybe I can smuggle some of my... I stopped listening to him. I was busy thinking up excuses. The best excuse I could come up with was food poisoning. Not the blow chunks into the toilet, but the painful, stomach imploding kind that made it difficult to go on hikes in the dark. Coach Sykes immediately saw it as his best football player needing some rest and recovery, so gave me a few pills and told me to hit the sack. Miss Weaver, however, would stay behind and keep an eye on things. She didn't want to leave one student behind in the camp while everyone went off on the hike. I think she was going to stay behind anyway. She was a little too old for it all as well. I didn't care. I just holed up in my cabin and breathed a sigh of relief. I saw her make the rounds, walking mostly between the cafeteria and the female teacher's cabin. I see her stop at some point to look out towards the river and the mountain behind it, smoking a cigarette. I couldn't really see her figure, but I could see the glow of the cigarette tip now and then. I joined her with my relaxation ritual. A few cans of beer were close by. I thought about the trip back home. Clint would be riding shotgun. I knew that much. but I wondered if the extra fuel from the jerry can would be enough. I tried recalling a gas station along the way. I crushed a beer can into a flat disc and added it to the rest. We would get rid of all of them in one shot. Couldn't leave any easy-to-spot cans lying around. With these mundane thoughts circling my mind, I decided that I was preoccupied as well as liquored up. Enough. It was time to get some sleep. I went to bed and waited for sleep to take me. I then heard the footsteps of someone walking outside. Looking up to glance through the gap in the curtains, I saw the familiar glow of a cigarette. I was about to lower my head when the shape shifted and a second glow appeared. Two fiery sparks in the darkness that weaved from side to side. I didn't quite understand what I was looking at. That's when the figure left the darkness, so painfully slow, creeping, not too different from the way I did when I approached the cabin after grabbing the booze. As the cool light of the night hit the body, the shape confused me more. At first, I saw an arm, but it was dark and misshapen. The fingers weren't that long. The legs themselves appeared crouched, yet the figure was tall. As it stepped fully into view, I saw that the misshapen parts of its body were merely clumps of hair that seemed to stand among its already hairy form. The fingers weren't long for its size, but its claws made up for it. The eyes lost their red tinge, becoming black beads that caught the light, but even the darkness seemed to dim that glint. It was a monster, a wolf-like creature standing on its back legs. Its body, an ugly, demonic mix between man and dog. Yet, its face was that of a hound with white teeth, gnarled, as I could see a few poking out from beneath its black lips. As it approached, it must have seen me. It must have seen me see it. Why else did it walk so slowly? Yet, why did its eyes follow mine? Maybe it knew I saw it and just didn't care. It knew that there wouldn't be any interruptions. This time, it knew I was alone. If it could smile cruelly, I felt it did, just before it dropped to all fours and ran towards the cabin. I was helpless. Despite my size, despite my strength, I couldn't do anything. I saw the glass shatter as if it weren't really there. A window to me, a bothersome cobweb to it. Darkness filled my vision, and in that darkness, its eyes became like fire once again. I saw teeth. I felt claws dig into my skin. I remember grabbing a bed frame. I felt teeth sink into my left leg. It hurt, but I felt true pain when the teeth reached my bone and I could feel the crunch. The grating of bone on bone. I was screaming all the time, but I knew that help wouldn't reach me in that second. The creature tried to pull me out the window. It got my leg hung over the window. It started to tug at my leg. I heard nothing but ringing, and my heart pounding. I dropped to the floor of the cabin, but I didn't feel it. I stared at the broken window and the wet blood gleaming on the windowsill. I raised my eyes to look at the sky, and then I passed out. I woke up in an ambulance, I think. The sun was up. A beam of light gleamed through the windshield and straight into my eyes. With the light in my eyes, everything looked dark, highlighted with gold. "He's awake," a guy behind me said. "Thank God," the driver said. "I will let Aurora know." "Hey, kid, how are you feeling?" the man behind me asked. Before I could answer, he continued speaking. "If you feel a little weird right now, that's just the drugs taking effect. If you want to rest, you can." I didn't have much choice. I could feel my eyes roll back and then my head drop. I was out again. The next time I woke up was 2 days later, post-surgery. I woke up with family around me. There's a certain kind of sadness that still tears me up inside when people look at me. Yet, it doesn't hurt as much as the expressions my family wore as they sat by my hospital bed. My father, especially. My leg had been amputated, at least partially. A lot of it was already missing, according to my family. The doctor explained the rest to me alone. I will spare you gory details, but tried to save as much as they could in surgery. But it wasn't going to happen. Looking down at my left leg was surreal. I just couldn't believe it. Maybe my mind was just preoccupied with something else. I received flowers from Sally, but she never showed up. Turned out my bad feelings about her were founded. She just felt guilty enough to make an empty gesture. When Clint told me that little bit of news, it was like a drop in the ocean. I told him to forget it when he suggested a little revenge. I just didn't care. And sure, losing my leg was life-changing. I didn't get my football scholarship, but the university I was speaking to did give us a sort of half-scholarship thing. It meant I needed better grades, and my parents had to pay more than they would, but still less than the full price. I will never know what I could have become. What I am now is nothing more than a glorified manager at a car dealership. I spend most of my days at a desk, just getting on with life. And it's not bad, but like I said, I get those looks, and those who knew me can't help but look a certain way when they see me. Even as I look at my leg now, my thoughts aren't filled with what could have been, even though there is plenty of that at times. All I think about is that creature, that man-dog thing. It changed everything inside my head. It ruined my life, the life I could have, but it also broke something inside me. It took something inside of me, because I hear it. I hear it every time I am close to falling asleep. My heart aches with fear. I feel powerless all over again. I know it isn't in my city, let alone outside my window, but I still check every single night. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe for more descent into the unknown content. is the account of Captain Collins, a now missing member of the Passgate Rangers and the leader of the now defunct Ranger Squadron 3, commonly known as the Nightcrawlers. The following document is being made public under the auspices of Project Blackfeather, in an attempt to bring to light the dangerous and irresponsible activities of one Godwin Sinclair and his ring of associates, operating out of Ravenhead, Alberta. The Archivist. 2 townspeople went missing last week. We found one of the bodies just off the South Slope Road a few days ago, mauled all to hell. So much so we couldn't even tell which of the 2 missing people it was. The other one still hasn't been found yet, but with the reports of half howls and half human screams from the edge of town, I'm guessing we're not gonna find him. Sinclair and his acolytes think some kind of lycanthrope or monstrous animal that's left the forest behind. Command told us to get ready either way. We're heading out for the ranging tomorrow and plan to be back within a week. I'll be leading the Nightcrawlers up the western side of the valley. The Headless Men will have the east, and the Ironsides will be going up the center before both of us, trying to flush whatever this thing is outwards toward one of us. Orders are to capture, but we have the freedom to kill if capture is untenable. I'm no stranger to hunting down monsters at this point, but the night before a ranging is always the worst. You never know who's coming back or what state they'll be in. Sinclair sent us a nice, rich dinner and some wine from his personal stores, though. I suppose it's nice, but it almost feels like a last meal before an execution. The team is excited, and I suppose I will be too once I'm in the field and adrenaline is flowing. It'll be the last night I get to sleep in a real bed for the next week or forever, maybe. I can't wait to sleep on the forest floor and wake up stiff and cold with pine needles in my ass. Bedtime. We were up before the sun, armed and kitted within an hour, and all 3 teams were assembled in the yard where the Master Ranger met us and briefed us again on the situation. Remember, Ironsides are to stay ahead of the entire line. Keep noisy and keep loud. We want this thing flushed towards the edges of the valley where the flanks can pick it up. Captains, keep frequent contact with one another. Don't break formation. If you can drive this thing across the ley, Collins, you and the Nightcrawlers will go on alone, while the others hold the riverbank in case it loops back. Understood, the old ranger said. Got it, I called, adding my voice to the chorus of acceptance that arose from the assembled group. Good. Now get out of here. I want a report from each captain every night. The 3 teams marched out of the yard and reached Ravenhead after almost an hour. We passed through the town, on the way to the South Slope Road, and a few of the townspeople who were just beginning to stir waved at us or called a good luck out of their windows. The Headless Men broke off first to hold the east, and it was only us and the Ironsides until they broke off a few hours later. Being the furthest from the staging ground, we were the last to reach position and spread out into a lone, staggered line. This close to Ravenhead, the Passgate Forest has been cut back, leaving only rolling hills of grass and a few scattered assortments of trees and scrub. Ahead of us, as we spread out across the valley, bloomed the tall and ancient trees of Passgate. Pine trees grew taller here than they did anywhere else in the world, but that's probably the least strange thing you'll find in this valley.
Nightcrawlers in position. Over.
I spoke into my radio.
Ironsides in position. Over.
Crackled a voice from the radio.
Headless Men ready to range. Over.
Came a second voice.
Ironsides moving out. Give us an hour and get walking.
I switched to the radio channel for my squadron and told them we had an hour to kill, so hold position and keep an eye on the tree line. I set my backpack down on the ground, and propped my rifle against it. I pulled a cigarette out from one of my jacket pockets and lit it. The iron smoke filling my lungs and fully waking me up. I looked down the line and saw the smoke rising off a few other cigarettes. I shook my legs out and sat down on the grass, leaning against my bag. Even though I've been in them for years, there's still something off-putting about the Fascinate forest. Well, it's literally home to monsters, so I suppose that's a stupid thing to say. The trees themselves, though, the ground, the bushes, everything is just off somehow. I've never been great with words, but I guess the forest just gives off a bad vibe. Huh. Well, whatever. This is a ranging log, not a journal. Who cares what I think? We sat for an hour, smoking and checking our guns over when the call came from the Ironsides to start moving. The captain of the Headless Men and I both confirmed we were moving, and I signaled my rangers forward. I was on the far right of the line, and we were spread out so that I could just make out the ranger to my left, enough to cover extra ground, but not too far away if one of us found something. It's slow going when you're trying to flush something out, especially when it could be some sort of man-eating beast, so we weren't covering much ground. The whole first day passed uneventfully. One of my rangers found a footprint that turned out to just be a regular wolf. One of the Headless Men shot a deer accidentally, living up to their call sign, and I could hear the clamor of the Ironsides even from an hour ahead of us. Their shouting and banging echoing through the dark forest as they tried to flush an angry monster right onto us. We each paired up with the man to our left and lit a fire, sleeping in shifts through the night so we could keep watch along with a line of fires running through the woods, which would hopefully keep our prey to the north of us. Sleep is easy to find when you've been walking with a full pack all day, but hard to rouse yourself out of. I had the first watch, so I at least had the chance to sleep until sunrise, when my partner nudged me awake with his boot and handed me a mess tin of eggs, bread, and bacon. I ate quickly and washed it down with some of the coffee that had been boiling over the fire. Warm and awake, we kicked our fire out and covered up our tracks, spacing back out to our positions in the line. The voice of the Ironsides captain echoed from my radio, instructing all squads to begin moving. I passed the message down the line, and we began walking again. Even at the height of midday, not much light penetrates through the canopy of Fascinate, leaving us in a largely dusky state of lighting. We called a halt around 1 o'clock, which allowed us to eat a quick lunch before we kept moving. It had been a few hours when I noticed that all of a sudden the forest had gone quiet. The Ironsides weren't making a racket anymore. Before I had a chance to think about it, a voice spoke from my radio.
All units halt. Ironsides has potential contact. Ready weapons. Over. Nightcrawlers, read you. Over. Headless Men holding. Over.
The forest was dead silent, aside from the clack of rifles being readied that drifted towards me from down the line. Even the birds and the critters of the forest were silent. We're dealing with something bad, I whispered to myself. The silence didn't last long, as a moment later, the forest erupted with the sounds of gunfire far ahead. I immediately dropped behind the trunk of a nearby tree and peeked out towards the sound of the firefight going on. Unlike us, the Ironsides carried automatic weapons and way more ammunition. They were the heavy hitters of the ranger units, and you could hear why. The blaze of guns lasted for maybe a minute before the forest fell back to eerie silence.
Target is moving north towards the ley. Over.
Captain Ironside said through the radio.
Did you get visual? Over.
Captain Headless replied.
Barely. Whatever it is, it's big. Bipedal. Humanoid. Dark fur. Nothing more than that. Moves damn fast. Ironsides in pursuit. Both of you move your units up closer. in case it doubles back. Over.
Copy. Over, I said, and radioed to my team to make double pace through the woods. We set off on a light jog forward, guns at the ready and packs growing heavier with every step. It took 2 hours before we were in position to the left of the Ironsides line, and the headless men fell into position only a few minutes after us. A halt was called, and I radioed the Ironsides captain.
How's the tracking? Over. It's still moving north, as far as we can tell. Too late to pursue. Let's get a line of fires going across the valley and make sure it stays north of us. Extra caution tonight, everyone. Over.
I relayed the message to my team, and we built our fires extra bright that night. I presumed that everyone would be as on edge as I was, but if they were, the ranger I was camping with didn't show a hint of fear. He fried up a quick dinner and we ate in silence, ears alert to every small sound that came from the woods. I slept first that night, with my rifle loaded right next to me and my knife held close to my chest. Not that a knife ever did much good against the things we usually faced, but it made me feel better all the same. I was jolted awake in the middle of the night by something that sounded like a human, imitating the howling of a dog. It was piercingly loud, but seemed to be coming from a good distance off. The ranger on watch was already crouched, rifle at his shoulder, aimed off into the forest. He motioned for me to keep quiet and still, so I slowly, carefully picked my rifle off the ground and quickly scanned our perimeter. A moment later, the forest burst to life with the sound of a roar, a scream, and a clip of bullets being fired. My heart began to pound. The adrenaline was coursing through my blood, and I realized what I loved about being a ranger. The thrill. Me and my partner stood still as stone, guns trained towards the source of the sound, ears trained on everything else. After the initial commotion, all we could make out in the night was the sound of something crashing through the underbrush far away in the distance, followed by a deep howl half an hour later.
One of our fires got hit. No casualties, 1 injured. Target still heading north. Over.
Ironsides captain barked through the radio, sounding out of breath.
Get a good look at it? Over.
I asked.
The injured ranger says 7 to 8 feet tall. Humanish. Big teeth. Over. Nothing else. Over. He swears he emptied a clip right into it. We should be able to follow the blood come the morning. Over. I read. Over.
I set the radio down next to my blanket, and the other ranger nodded at me slightly. You got 2 more hours, he said, as he laid his rifle across his lap and leaned back against a tree to resume his watch. I nodded in response and faded back into sleep. I had the last shift of the watch and sat for 4 hours waiting for the sun to come up, gazing off into the darkness of the night and occasionally feeding the fire. I could see the lights of the other fires in the line, shining through the darkness like distant fireflies. For some reason, something about being in the wilderness just makes me feel so empty. Not in a bad way, but more like emotions just flow in and out of me like a gentle creek, without leaving a trace. Was I scared? I don't know. There's fear in me, that's for sure, but it almost feels like it isn't mine. It's like it's the fear of some ancient, forgotten human who lived and hunted in the depths of the woods centuries ago. Like an instinctual fear that exists because I'm human. So there's fear there, but it's not mine. The line got underway right at sunrise. All 3 units pushing forward at a reduced pace. Captain Ironsides was right. The beast was bleeding. Not a lot, but enough to track it. It was moving quickly towards the ley, and we reached the banks of the river just before the sun went down. The ley divides Blackfeather Valley in half, somewhere around the middle. It's a freezing cold river, well, more like a stream that tumbles out of the mountains and bisects the valley, cutting the Pascate Forest in the south from the Lake Wash Forest in the north. The rangers have tried building small bridges across the ley in the past, but every time we do, something smashes it to bits. Rangers sent to guard the bridges never come back, so we gave up years ago and settled for fording the river when we need to cross. Captains Ironsides, Headless, and I met at the center of the ranger line for a meeting before we proceeded. We were all sat around a blazing fire, drinking the crisp glacial water of the ley from camp mugs. I say Dogman or werewolf. Ironsides said, "Sounds enough like one." Headless shrugged. "Your man never got a good look?" I asked. "No, but the description is close enough. Besides, the howling after the attack is enough for me," Ironsides replied. "The crawlers are ready to go over, I assume?" Headless asked. "Always," I nodded. "The thing is wounded. I doubt it'll be that much of a problem," Ironside said. "I saw the blood trail. The wound looks superficial. Regardless, we'll rest up and go over in the morning." "Can you two split all the watches between yourselves?" I asked, getting to my feet and sticking my hands over the fire. The two other captains nodded. "We move at dawn. I'll radio reports by the hour," I said as I returned to my rangers and filled them in, telling them all to get a good sleep and eat well. As I curled up on my blanket next to a fire, I watched through half-shut eyes as the Ironside and Headless sentries began to patrol up and down the south bank of the ley. I fell into a fitful sleep that night, dreaming of my limbs being torn off by the jaws of some huge and horrific beast. I woke just before dawn, sweating like a pig. I splashed my face in the ley and readied my gear before I made my rounds and woke all the other night crawlers. All 12 of us were gathered at the point where the blood trail entered the ley, checking rifles and tightening our pack straps and clothes. Captains Ironside and Headless wished us all good luck, and we splashed across the river ford, plunging into the tree line of the lake wash. 3 others and myself formed the main group, while 2 rangers served as a vanguard, running ahead of us, 2 as a rear guard in the event we were followed, and a pair of 2 far off in the bush on our left and right. We spent the entire day on a small game trail. The blood trail had begun to fade, but the prints of the beast were still noticeable. Huge, loping strides and massive paws with claws on the end. Something that walked sometimes on 2 feet and sometimes on 4. As the sun was beginning to make its downward descent, the 2 rangers in the vanguard radioed in that there was a ranger station not too far ahead that we should be able to make just after sunset. We figured it would be nice to sleep on bunks and under a roof, so we decided to press on. Fully stocked and no signs of the beasts was the report from the van. The 2 flanking pairs returned to our main body, and the rear guard made double time to catch up with us, so 10 rangers made the station at the same time, about an hour after sunset. "Damn," said the man to my right. "Yeah," I murmured. In front of us, the 2 rangers who had been scouting ahead were laying slumped on the ground in front of the station in pools of their own blood. Guts and viscera had been strewn around the grounds, and one of the rangers was now a head and a leg less of a man than he had been that morning. Not even a shot fired or a radio call. Another ranger said, "Secure the building. Nobody outside until sunrise. 2 guards for the night at all times. Decide the shifts yourself," I said, turning to the unit behind me. "We'll bury them in the morning." We filed inside and found the inside of the station untouched. It was a long log cabin filled with bunks and supplies, which had a ladder leading to an observation tower. We had built a number of these, scattered throughout the lake wash and the pass gate, but none were ever permanently occupied, typically just being places for us to restock and rest for a night when outranging. Nobody spoke that night. The station was dead silent, aside from men tossing in their beds or the occasional snoring. We rose at dawn, buried the 2 dead rangers, and radioed the report back across the river. We searched the camp by the light of the sun, but could only find one set of beast tracks leading still further north, the prints caked with drying blood. How did one of these things, wounded, get a drop on 2 rangers? Someone asked. I don't know, I replied. But nobody separates from the main group now. We all stick together. Be ready to fire at any time. We took our hats off and saluted the 2 freshly dug graves before we began making our way north again, hot on the tracks of the beast. A sense of apprehension was growing inside me as the day wore on, and the forest remained still and silent, with still no sign of the beast aside from the trail we were following. We reached the Blackwater Lake at nightfall, the lake which the lake wash gets its name from, and camped uneventfully on its quiet shore. I could sense the men were growing uneasy the further we ranged from the lay, but nobody dared voice a complaint. When we woke that morning, there were 9 of us left. One of the sentries had vanished in the night. There were a few footprints at the edge of the camp, but they led straight into the Blackwater and never emerged again. The old lady of the lake got him, one of the men said over breakfast, but none of us replied or even acknowledged that anything had been spoken. We packed and moved on, casting a few lingering, furtive glances at the glassy still surface of the Blackwater, and continued north. Halfway through the day, we had broken out of the northern tree line of the lake wash and were on the north slopes of the valley. The trail carried on, and it only took us an hour to find what we were looking for. Well, he made it pretty damn easy for us to find him, came the voice of a ranger from behind me. All of us had our attention fixed forward at the gaping cave mouth in front of us. Hot air was drifting out of it, and blood and bones were scattered everywhere by the entrance, which seemed to have a layer of powdered bones coating the ground like a giant, horrible welcome mat. All right, who's going in first? I asked, and the men behind me laughed. Fuck capturing the thing. There were explosives back at the station. I say we level the whole cave, one of the rangers said, and the others muttered and mumbled their agreement. For once, I agree with you all. I don't think we're capturing this thing. I shrugged. Max, you and me will go back for the explosives. The rest of you stay here and make sure it doesn't leave the cave. The men shifted uneasily and looked around at one another, hearing that most were meant to stay behind. There's 7 of you and 1 of it, and you know exactly where it is. Don't worry about it. We're shooting fish in a barrel at this point, I said, as I reshouldered my pack and motioned for Max to follow me. Double time. We should be back in a day. Max and I set off, following our trail back to the station. We had entered the lake wash again, and were a few hours away from the cave, when my blood turned to ice as I heard the distant sounds of shouting, shooting, and howling. Max looked at me, and I locked eyes with him. I stopped and raised my radio up.
This is Captain Crawler. Does anyone read me? Status report. Over.
The radio burst to life with the sound of screaming, hissing static, and gunshots. The man on the radio was yelling something incoherent at me, of which I could only make out one word, the one word I hadn't wanted to hear.
Pack.
The line went dead, and I attempted twice more to radio to unit, to no response. Max was staring at me, stone-faced, silently gripping and relaxing his rifle over and over. What do we do? He asked. I stopped and thought for a moment. I looked back to where we had come from, and then back down the trail we were following. Same orders. We get the explosives and bury them. I ordered Max to dump any extra weight from his pack, and I did the same, throwing random equipment that I didn't think would come in handy onto the ground. We set off at a jog back down the trail again, thankful for the slightly lighter packs. We ran until well past sunset when our legs were burning and hunger clawed at my stomach. "Can you keep going without sleeping?" I asked, as I wolfed down water and some canned beef. "For a few hours at least," Max replied. I nodded at him, and we picked our guns up and resumed running. It was near 3 in the morning when we stopped, and only because the trail had become too dangerous to run on in the dark. We had passed Blackwater, and, in my estimation, would reach the station by noon tomorrow as long as we didn't sleep too long. 2 hours sleep. "I'll take first watch," I said, catching my breath and pointing at the ground behind Max. He didn't need to be told twice and threw himself down, falling asleep immediately. I struggled to keep myself awake, pacing the perimeter of the clearing we were in and chain-smoking the cigarettes I had left. I nudged Max awake after 2 hours, and I laid down, falling immediately asleep. I woke to the feel of sun on my face. "That's not good," I thought to myself as I bolted upright from the ground. Max had fallen asleep against a tree. We had slept way longer than we should have. I got up and threw a splash of water into Max's face, waking him up with a start. "Get up!" I yelled, at which Max jumped to his feet and lifted his gun. Without telling him, he grasped what had happened, as I could see the fear spreading subtly across his face. We began to run again, but after not 15 minutes, heard a distant howl echo out of the forest far behind us. "The fear is not mine. The fear is not mine," I repeated to myself, mentally over and over as we ran. The howls were beginning to grow more frequent and even worse, closer the longer we ran. By noon, I figured we were almost back to the station. That's when the howling broke out from far too close. I stopped where I was, turned, and cocked my rifle. "What are you doing?" Max yelled as he spun to look at me. "They're too close and too fast. We won't beat them running," I said through ragged breaths as I raised my gun to point into the woods. Max stopped, looked at me for a moment, and coming around to what I was saying, readied his rifle as well. A light mist was clinging to the floor of the lake wash, and the forest was dead silent as we stood side by side, guns trained on the trail we had just come from. The only thing that could be heard was our heavy, rhythmic breathing. As quickly as the silence had settled, it was ruptured again by a howling, snarling creature that came sprinting out of the underbrush. It was massive, probably 8 feet tall if it wasn't hunched over, rippling with muscles. It had the head of some sort of mangy, evil dog, and red eyes that betrayed a terrible, primal hunger. It had far too many teeth for a normal dog, and the tongue that lolled from its mouth was yellow, red, and black from the fat, blood, and marrow it had been feeding on. Max managed to loose a shot at it, and it connected with the beast's shoulder, causing it to stagger slightly in its forward sprint. It was moving faster than anything I'd ever seen, and leapt the last 20 feet to land directly on Max and send him sprawling to the ground. It snarled at me, looking like it was ready to pounce, but it snapped its attention away when Max sank a knife into its side. The extra second was all I needed. I raised my rifle and put a bullet directly through the head of the beast, which caused it to freeze, totter for a moment, and collapse to the ground next to Max. I helped him back to his feet, but he was in bad condition. The beast's claws had raked him all along the side of his body, and the impact of the tackle had clearly broken a number of his ribs. I slung his rifle back over his shoulder and draped his arm over my shoulder, beginning to stagger the two of us back towards the station. Nice shot, Max smiled weakly as he attempted to wipe the beast's blood off his face. Thanks. We listened, and while we could still hear some howling, it sounded far off again. I hoped that this one had been a lone hunter from the pack, and we would have enough time to reach the station. We did. It took almost another 2 hours as we staggered along, but eventually we reached the station. I had radioed back to the other ranger units on the lay a few hours back that our situation was lost, and the Ironsides and Headless Men were now moving north in full force to support us. They said they would rendezvous with us at the ranger station, but I knew that would take almost a full day. Max died. His breathing had grown rapid and shallow, and I'm guessing he drowned on his own blood based on how much he eventually puked up. There wasn't time for a burial. I found the explosives. The pack, it's very close now. I'm thinking they'll reach the station in the next half hour if I'm lucky. But I have the explosives. They won't know what hit them. For the first time in my life, though, I don't think the fear is primal or instinctual or whatever anymore. I think the fear is mine. Captain Collins, the last Nightcrawler. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more terrifying stories. I have heard the rumors and stories of Bigfoot. My cousin's mom claims to have been attacked at her childhood home in Florida in the 80s. So I always thought they were stories just to get a scare out of people. I never knew of a cryptid called Dogman. I saw werewolf movies and monster movies and thought they were just fiction, not roaming the wilderness for people to have run-ins with them. I have lived in South Dakota my whole life, by a small town called Whitten. It has a small creek that runs right beside it, and my friends and I always used to play in it, day or night. But on July 11th or 12th, I was on my way back from a job called custom haying, where you cut, rake and bale prairie grass or alfalfa for ranchers for their cattle to feed them when grass isn't plentiful during the winter months. I got home early in the morning between 1 and 2 a.m. I got out of my pickup and walked into the yard to my, at the time, 2-year-old German Shepherd pup. He was excited to see me, and I was playing around in the yard with him before I took him inside for the night, and I figured I would have another cigarette before going in also. All of a sudden, my pup started looking down the road and was looking at something. I didn't give it any thought because we have deer, raccoons, and critters that come into town since the creek isn't that far away. When his hair stood up on his neck and back and started to growl softly, I was kind of on alert. We have coyotes in the area, and with the rare sightings of mountain lions every now and then. So I figured it could be one of those. I started looking down the road and didn't see anything at first, until I saw an ear flick in the shadows of a tree a block away. I strained my eyes a little harder, and I saw a real as you and me creature standing in the shadows of a tall cedar tree. I couldn't move. I thought it was a trick of the light. I tried rationalizing something, but then it blinked and an ear flicked again. I was looking at a movie monster. I slowly reached down and grabbed my pup by the collar and unhooked his leash. We slowly backed towards the house until we were out of sight from it, and I rushed into the house. I locked my doors, drew the shades on my sliding door, checked windows to make sure they were locked, went up into my second story, and looked out the window that was facing the direction we saw it. It was still standing there, and it snapped its head up to the window I was looking out of. I went and grabbed my rifle out of my closet and went back upstairs and stayed there until the next morning. I went outside after the sun was well up in the sky, and it measured to my best estimate around 6 foot 8 inches. It had a grayish colored fur. I would think it must have been an older one for gray hair, or at least that's what I could think. I could only describe it as looking like the dog soldier's werewolf, not so much for a mane of fur around the neck and no tips of hair on the tips of the ears. But that is the most descript on how it visually looked. I have gotten the feeling of being watched from the creek since that night for the years that I lived there. My sister has said she has had weird feelings from time to time, and I can't say if it's that creature or something else. I never doubt stories from people that have heard strange things or have had actual sightings. There are Dogman in South Dakota, and I don't really know if I want to have another sighting. Back in the winter of 2001, my youngest son and I were on our way from Boise, Idaho to Medford, Oregon. We had taken a car trailer to his old place in Boise in order to haul his non-running Jeep to his new place in Medford. We hit an area of heavy snow in the southern Cascades around 2 a.m. It took 45 minutes or so to get down the mountain, and we had, of course, been drinking coffee to stay alert. About 25 miles west of the pass, it became obvious that the last few quarts of coffee had to be drained. We stopped at a wide spot in the road near a summer tourist house that was deserted during winter months. There was a gas station and ice cream joint on the west side of the road that was closed this time of year, and no town or settlement within 30 miles. Now, this was tall timber country and unsettled. Across the road was a small parking area for the ice cream joint. It was paved and about 200 feet wide and 80 feet deep. I pulled in, and as I stepped out the truck with a .45 on my hip, it occurred to me in a flash that grabbing the 590 Mossy would be a good idea in the middle of nowhere. As we walked to the far end of the area to be well off the road, the hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood on end. The area directly to our front was open with a depth of 50 yards and a width of 100 yards. The night was clear and cold with 8 to 10 inches of snow on the ground and a moon almost full, so we could see quite well. While standing and taking a leak with my son, about 15 feet to my right, I saw something springing from the earth in front of us across the open area. 10 or 12 creatures moving rapidly back and forth in sort of a thatch weave pattern. Now, these things were not human men. These things had to be close to 7 feet tall. They were thin, bipedal with long arms, with medium-length gray fur, and damned fast on their feet. I brought the shotgun up and slid the safety off as my son was drawing his .45. I don't know if I can adequately explain the overwhelming feeling of menace, but here it goes. I had been operating on pure instinct since I stepped off the pickup truck. The rotten feeling hit me a split second before the things arrived in front of us. The feeling or instinct was that we were prey and subject to a very bad, gruesome death, and to be slaughtered and eaten. Not a logical process, but gut feeling and massively overwhelming. As they were moving around in front of us, more appeared and mixed among them, all the while running about really fast in front of us. My son and I were backing up toward the truck. I would not present my back to them. Some of them peeled off right and left in an encirclement movement. They were rolling in fast from the sides now, so I could smell and feel their presence. We got to the truck, loaded on adrenaline and ready to kill, as we both knew we were in grave danger. We piled into the truck and locked the doors. I had the keys out and ready as my butt neared the seat. I had the engine lit and the trans in gear, gas pedal mashed in one motion. Adrenaline is great stuff. As we fled, something very close to our truck let out a ululating scream of rage and pain. I believe one or more of the group had gotten really close to us in their pursuit, and I ran over the foot of one of them. Yeah, They were that close. We rolled onto the highway, and I told my son to watch the bed of the pickup, as well as the trailer. He was already indexed to the rear with the shotgun ready to blast. We hauled ass for at least 20 miles before the feeling of grave danger started to abate. The feeling that nailed both of us, as we discussed soon afterward, was one of being prey and soon to be slaughtered and eaten. Now, I am not easily led, and I neither believe or disbelieve all the Bigfoot, ghost, and werewolf stuff. In fact, I am skeptical. My son was speaking with a coworker about 6 months later, who had grown up in Prospect, Oregon, about 30 miles south of Union Creek, where the incident took place. He asked Jake if he had ever heard of any strange going-ons in that area. Jake went ashy white and pretty much retold the above tale and said to avoid that place at night. A family friend, a 25-year retired cop who had not given 2 flights of a fancy and an excellent observer, had a tale very similar from a year before. I told my wife of this event, of course. She looked at me at the beginning as though I had developed a 3rd eyeball in the center of my forehead that was from shock. She did believe me, but did not wish to hear any details. She said the tale gave her chills. Me, too. As I write this, the hair on the back of my neck and forearms is sticking up. I have not gone back to explore, and would not without a large group of shotgun and flamethrower-equipped men with me. My son and I are both sane, sober people, and not taken to hysteria. We were very wide awake as things transpired. We saw and smelled what was there. As a sidebar, neither of us heard footfalls from the creatures. They were silent until I heard one as we were getting the hell out of there. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more terrifying stories. My dad and I found a spot pretty deep in the brush to set up camp, and when night fell, we decided to sleep in our sleeping bags outside to watch the stars. My dad fell asleep pretty quickly, but it was a bit harder for me. I remember trying extremely hard to fall asleep that night, but to be honest, even though by that time I'd been on plenty of camping trips with my dad already, I was still pretty freaked out by the forest at night. This fear kept me awake all through the night. I remember that at a certain point, when I was just starting to finally drift to sleep, I heard something come out of the trees and snapping twigs loudly as it walked on toward us. My dad still was fast asleep, and now I was basically pissing my pants. I thought some strange person was walking on toward our campsite, but as I squinted my eyes open a bit, I could see that only about 10 feet away from me was an enormous, hairy creature that stood and walked on 2 legs like a human would. Obviously, I wanted to scream out in fear, but I tried my best to pretend I was asleep in hopes that it would just eventually move along. I think the creature, which I now believe to be a Bigfoot, was attracted to the smell of the meat my dad had been cooking before. And strangely, it didn't seem the least bit interested in us. It seemed more interested in just slowly walking around our campsite, presumably looking for some of the food it must have thought we had. But I have to tell you that not only was I scared at the sight of the giant hairy man, but I was also sickened by the pungent and overwhelming odor that the beast was emitting. Eventually, the Bigfoot seemed to get bored and disappeared into the darkness. I remember trembling in my sleeping bag and not being able to sleep the rest of the night. I didn't tell my father about it until he woke up the next morning because I was afraid if I tried to wake him up during the night, then the creature might see us awake or even hear us, and I was not willing to find out how it would react when it did. When I told my dad about it, he just told me it was probably a large bear walking around on its hind legs. But when I described to him that the creature was extremely human-like and walked like a person would, he chalked it up to me just either hallucinating from fear or I was not aware that I was dreaming. To this day, I know exactly what I saw. It was about 9 feet tall, with extremely long and matted brown hair all over its body, including the face. To me, it seemed to look very human-like in a primitive sort of way. I still remember the horrible stench that made me want to vomit. That was probably the longest and most terrifying night of my life. Afterwards, I've come to honor the experience because I would come to realize that the creature was undoubtedly a Bigfoot, and I was one of the few people who got the chance to see it extremely up close and experience it. So one night, when there was a blood moon, I decided to try and get some decent pictures and went to a secluded spot just outside of town. Pulling into the area, I noticed a youngish tree had fallen by a nearby creek, right by where you could park your car to shore and fish in the creek. I started setting up the scope and camera, and I started to hear a lot of rustling in the brush. And since coyotes are common enough, I had my handgun on my hip, so I didn't pay it much mind. The rustling soon became more akin to something violently crashing through the woods. At this point, I stopped what I was doing and shined my flashlight around to try and see what it was. I figured maybe a cow or something had gotten loose and couldn't see anything. I was off-put by the sounds, so I started to pack in my stuff to leave when I heard some splashing, followed by the sound of a very large crack. I turned and drew my gun while pointing my light at the fallen tree, and there it stood. Everything went into slow motion. This 6-footish tall thing with what seemed to me at the time was the face of a wolf, but much too large to be a wolf or coyote. It was roughly as tall as I am at 6 feet. As the light hit it, it paused, looked at me, growled, and charged at me. I fired 8 shots in quick succession before it barreled into me, knocking me flat. Rather than follow through on the attack, it kept trucking and disappeared into the cornfield. I got up and left the rest of my stuff, came back the next day to find a farmer, a couple sheriffs, and a game warden. The farmer had sheep, and a couple had been killed the night before, so he had been driving around setting up trail cams and stumbled upon my stuff, the weird trail of smashed corn, as well as some strange prints in the mud. So he had called the game warden. I told them about what I saw and was told it was probably a bear, but the tracks were distinctly not bear tracks, so I didn't believe it. I know what I saw that night, and that was no bear. I was on a ferry for a school softball trip off Kodiak Island, Alaska in 2014, when I was 18. It was 11 p.m. in May in Alaska, so the sun was thinking about setting, but it was still pretty bright outside. We noticed a pod of orcas swimming with the ferry's wake, which is very cool, but not unusual. If you're familiar with the dimensions of an orca fin, you know they're about 4 to 6 feet in height and look like big black spikes coming out of the water. They travel and hunt in pods of anywhere between 15 to 40 whales. Apex predators, the beautiful demon murderers of the sea, total assholes, and top of the food chain. So, we saw a pod of orcas, counted them to be around 10 to 15, with some babies scattered in there. It was very fun to watch, and it took them a good 30 minutes to all go by. We tried to get pictures, but it was just dark enough that our shitty phone cameras weren't much good. Another 30 or 40 minutes go by. It's about to get dark. We're cold and sleepy and about ready to go in. No more orcas. Haven't seen one for like a half hour. And then one of my JV girls spots another one. So we all turn and look. But one dorsal fin is immediately followed by another, and another, and another, and then 2 more, and then 2 more after that, in 2 separate rows, and they're taller by a lot and jagged. Like some have whole chunks torn out of them, and they're all 8 to 10 feet high. They're all attached to one creature, and we can just barely see its back slicing through the water covered in these rows of spikes. And it just keeps coming. This thing is like 20 or 30 feet from the ferry running parallel to it, and we are all transfixed. There's like 9 or 10 of us, and no one is saying a word because we've all turned to look at a whale, and we are all now watching something that is horrifically, terrifyingly, and obviously not a whale. Someone tries to take a picture, but it's too dark at this point, and the only reason we can see this thing is the light cast from ferry portholes. It's a tale as old as time when it comes to things that you really fucking wish you had a picture of. But we all stood there, completely scared, fucking stiff, and in awe. We watched this thing just keep surfacing for a good 6 or 7 minutes, which means that whatever it was long. Like 60 or 70 feet long or longer, and covered in enormous spikes. Spikes that looked like they'd won thousands of battles with God knows what. It took what felt like an eternity for any of us to say anything after the last of it disappeared back into the unknown. I mean, if you and like 8 of your friends had just all seen something that all of science had definitely pointed to not existing, and you had all seen the same exact thing, and it was very obviously trailing and hunting. Not 1 but 15 something apex fucking predators. What do you even say to break that silence? That's the thing that eats me about the whole thing, is that it was hunting. It was following them. It was literally hunting about 60 tons of toothy, angry, intelligent apex predators. Every once in a while, one of us will hit another one of us up and check in like, do you remember this? Was I hallucinating? Did we all see the same insane worldview melting, terrifying thing that night? And the reason I know we did is because none of us talked about it after that. Not during the trip, not after, not to any of our friends. Because how the fuck do you even tell someone about something like that? Now we have almost 10 years between us and that night, and I assume some of them have probably told people. I know and tell people because I've seen a lot of shit like that in Alaska, and I just keep it real. Also, there's a very rich history among Native Alaskans of something that lives and hunts in the waters around Kodiak. And I feel it's important to tell its story because someday someone is going to find one of these creatures and it will be all over the news. I believe there are so many creatures in the ocean and on land that we have no idea exists. Different cave systems, different ecosystems unexplored. I believe it's only a matter of time before the whole world knows the truth. My entire childhood, my father and I used to take late-night walks due to his insomnia from shift work. Our neighborhood is considered very safe, and ultimately was an urban neighborhood, besides one of the roads towards the back, which was lined with a thick forest for about a mile and about a quarter deep, which circled back on itself. All of these walks are very dear memories of mine, except one, and it ended up being the last one. Along the road with the tree line, there was a single street light to illuminate a small plot of land that someone owned, but it was very overgrown and ill-kept. It was very common for us to walk this road, to enjoy the sounds of the forest, the lack of illumination, and the ease of circling back. One ordinary night, as we're walking and making conversation, my father abruptly stops, pulls me close, puts a hand over my mouth, crouches with me, and points towards the single illuminated plot roughly 100 yards away. At first, I didn't see anything and thought he was pulling my leg, but just as I began to protest his grasp, I see a very small humanoid figure roughly 3 feet in height, scrawny and with long limbs materialize out of the plot's brush line and cautiously take in its surroundings before signaling towards the brush. After a few seconds, two other small humanoid figures materialize as well. After a brief moment of what looked to be a discussion, all three make a dash for the forest tree line. Once this happened, my father picked me up, threw me over his shoulder, and made a break for our home, which was roughly a half-mile back. Mind you, my father is 6'5" and 220 pounds, and I was roughly 120 pounds at this time, and he never showed signs of slowing due to his fear and adrenaline. After this night, we never took late-night walks. He installed 4 bright motion detection lights around our acre plot, and he brought home a dog. The few times I've tried bringing it up, he doesn't want to discuss it, and made it clear he never wanted to. Those figures still give me chills, and the image of the three huddled together is very vivid 15 years later. There's a small abandoned town in the county where this woman lives, and she swears she saw a terrifying creature there, unlike anything she's ever known. Pressman's home was a strange little town that popped up around a union representing printing workers in the United States and Canada. When the labor union moved its headquarters in the late 60s, the town largely became abandoned, leading to strange stories and sightings around the many abandoned buildings. The woman explains a common thing for teenagers to do in rural Tennessee is to drive up there in the middle of the night to look for spooks. She was doing just that one night when something ran out right in front of her car. It stopped and looked directly at her, but she could not figure out what kind of animal it was. At first, she thought it might have been a rabid dog or coyote with mange, but it quickly became apparent it was much, much stranger. It ran on its fists like a monkey, but on all fours using its knuckles. Its face had a snout, which is what made her think something canine at first, but it had a naked pink tail like a possum. She had no idea what this thing could be, so she started asking around town and found out that the same creature had been seen at Stone Mountain, which connects to Pressman's home. Some believe this woman may have spotted a wampus beast, a cryptid localized to Tennessee and the surrounding area. This strange creature is often said to more resemble a cat than a canine, but others say they have spotted the creature there too, and the witness descriptions are not always consistent between sightings. My family throughout history has had a long list of strange encounters with cryptids and just weird shit in general. I grew up in San Antonio, but my father's side of the family are from the Jourdanton, Pleasanton, and Christine areas about 30 miles south of San Antonio, and my mother's side of the family are from El Paso, West Texas area. This one happened to my great-grandparents on my father's mother's side. They lived on their small cattle and livestock ranch in Christine, Texas for the later decades of their lives. Christine is a super small town where everyone knows everyone, and there's no need to lock your doors when you leave or when you go to bed. My great-grandparents were the warmest people you'd ever meet, always smiling and sharing humorous stories with friends and family. They'd take your coats or jackets when you'd enter their warm home, and before hanging them up on their coat rack, they'd sneak a $20 bill into your pocket for you to find later. They were the kind of older couple who were always poking harmless jokes at each other in front of company to entertain you. Super charming and loving, and always smiling and loving the life they'd built for themselves. Visiting them was always a treat because I grew up in the city, and when we would visit on a weekend, my great-grandfather would take my younger brother and I around the ranch to see the animals and livestock, pet the horses, feed the goats, and throw rocks into the stock pond. When we'd return to their house from seeing the ranch, my great-grandmother would have our favorite breakfast for dinner on the table. Fresh hash browns, farm-raised bacon and ham, homemade tortillas, mild and spicy salsas, fried eggs and coffee, always with coffee, even if it was dinner time, and we loved it. So this story takes place during the 1960s, not exactly sure on the year, but my great-grandparents were in their late 50s, and their children, my grandmother, were all grown and had gotten married and moved out. So at this point, it was just the two of them living on the ranch. They were on their way home from visiting some family in the south side of San Antonio, about 70 miles away. They had lost track of time, so it was late into the evening when they left. So they're driving back home to their ranch near Christine, Texas. And on their route, they have to drive over this wooden bridge that extends over a deep creek. I think sometime in the 1980s, a better road was paved into the town that no longer made it necessary to have to take this small dirt road and bridge from Highway 16 to their small ranch. Several years ago, the wooden bridge was torn down and a new bridge was built using steel and concrete. Spanish moss hangs from the trees, which really makes it creepy. And from what I remember, this bridge is about 80 feet long from end to end due to the creek. It expands over being relatively wide. Underneath the bridge is a good 30 to 40 foot drop down to the creek bed. For the most part, the creek is dry year-round and only sees water flow during rainstorms. As my great-grandparents are driving over this wooden bridge, their truck suddenly dies and comes to a stop near the middle of the bridge. My great-grandfather starts swearing up a storm because he's tired. It's late, and they're still about 10 miles from home. He maintains his truck better than most, and they had a full tank of gas. Even the headlights and cabin lights shut off, so they were stuck there with only the moon bathing them and the surroundings in soft moonlight. My great-grandfather was born in the brush country of South Texas, so there's not much he hasn't seen out there. And in this situation, while most people might be a little intimidated to leave the safety of their vehicle, my great-grandfather was in his element out at night in what is essentially his backyard. Thinking it has to be a battery connection that came loose, my great-grandfather asks great-grandmother to hang tight, pops the hood, and opens his door, stepping out into the cool night to check under the hood and hope to diagnose the issue. As he's struggling to see, fumbling with the battery connections under the hood, behind him, he hears the sound of clip-clops on the wooden bridge. It sounded like steps of a hoofed animal approaching him from behind. He turns around and lets his eyes adjust to the dim moonlight to see what's making the noise. Maybe it's a deer, or a cow or a goat that's gotten loose from one of the other ranches in the area. Squinting, he's looking down the bridge and sees what appears to be a thin man, about 5.5 feet tall, but with a set of very large ram horns on his head, walking upright, approaching him from the opposite end of the bridge. Its hoofed feet clip-clopping on the wooden bridge as it's steadily trotting towards him. A cold chill ran up my great-grandfather's spine, and he quickly shut the truck hood and hopped back into the driver's seat, slamming shut the door behind him and locking it. My great-grandmother, confused by his sudden reactions, asked what's going on, and my great-grandfather points at the humanoid that is slowly approaching their vehicle. She sees it and reacts with, "What the hell is that? A goat?" Watching it approach them and their vehicle, they can see that the horns on its head are very large, much larger than any ram or goat they've ever seen, but still cannot make out whether it has a ram or goat's head or a human's head. It's about 20 feet from the front of their truck when it hunches over and begins walking on all four of its cloven feet. They can only vaguely make out its features as it reaches their vehicle and begins circling them. My great-grandparents twisting and turning in their seats to watch it as it bobbled its head up and down, pacing around their truck. It doesn't ever touch their truck. It only slowly saunters around their vehicle, with the only sound in the night being its hooves clipping and clomping on the wooden bridge. Though it was dark and difficult to make out its exact features, they both agreed that it had the body of a skinny, bony man but with the head of a goat. They both said that the creepiest part of the encounter was watching its large horns bobble around the front and rear of their truck, unsure if it was going to do anything to them, and how it felt like an evil or demonic entity, that they could sense it not being a normal animal, but a creature with evil intent. They held their breath and didn't know what to do, and my great-grandmother, being very Catholic, begins praying quietly under her breath. On its 5th or 6th time walking around their truck, it stands back up on its hind legs and meanders towards the opposite end of the bridge from which it came, eventually disappearing into the black night and leaving them in the truck frightened and shaken. A moment later, like clockwork, power is restored to their vehicle and my great-grandfather starts the truck up and peels out of there, making a beeline for their home, where they rushed into the house and grabbed firearms. They spent the rest of the night locking all of their doors and windows and got no sleep that night. When we were younger, my cousins and I would go and visit what we believe is the same bridge. I'm not sure if this was the actual bridge where this apparently took place, but it was very similar, and we would park our truck, get out, and thrill ourselves by walking around out there after dark with flashlights and embrace the creepy ambience armed with shotguns and rifles, of course. My great-grandparents never saw anything like that creature again, but from that night onward, my great-grandfather always kept a loaded shotgun and a pistol in his truck. My encounter was in September of 2018. I live on the edge of the Sam Houston National Forest, a 5 to 10 minute walk from Lake Conroe, down FM 1097. Strange things had been happening for about a month, with things coming to my house, weird noises in the woods behind my backyard. My wife and I had a dog that was taken by something which I saw it grab my dog and yank it into the tree line. Unfortunately, I couldn't see the full identity of what grabbed her, but when my wife and I went to find her in the place where she disappeared, there were no signs of a struggle, no blood, no fur, nothing. Like whatever took my dog just vanished. To shorten my story, it was about 4 a.m. one morning. I was sitting on my porch smoking a cigarette, enjoying the peace and quiet. But at this time, it was too quiet, absolutely no noises, and in this forest, even for 4 a.m., there are always noises. I shined my spotlight around from the backside of my property and followed the tree line. I came to the biggest tree directly across from my front porch, and next to the tree was the biggest wolf head I have ever seen, looking at me from behind the tree. This head had to be about 4 to 5 feet off the ground. This thing had the brightest green eyes I have ever seen. Captivating, actually. I just stared, slightly shaking with the light in my hand. After a few seconds, this thing grabbed the tree with its hand. Not paw, but hand, and stood up next to the tree. I was floored. What in the hell am I looking at? I was in shock and completely scared. This creature was gray and was standing there, just looking at me. I couldn't move. I was shaking terribly. This thing then took 2 steps towards me, and that snapped me out of my trance, and I reached behind me trying to find my doorknob. I ran inside and woke up my wife and begged her to come outside and see this. Surprisingly, instead of yelling at me for waking her, she said she could tell something was wrong with me by the sound of my voice. She came to the front door, and I just knew this thing would be gone, but it wasn't. There it stood, and the look on my wife's face said it all. She was seeing what I was seeing. The creature then dropped to all fours and walked down the tree line back into the forest. I've never been the same since. It left me scarred, where I'm afraid of the woods at night, and very jumpy to noises and things. It looked like a giant gray werewolf, which I now know is probably what is referred to as a dogman. People need to know that these things are out there. I'm not saying people should go out there and obliterate them all if they could even find them, but people should be aware that they exist and they're out there. But believe me, I've tried telling others, and they just laugh and make jokes and think I'm nuts, which makes the people who have encounters shut down and not share their experience. Anyways, that's it in a short nutshell. If you read all this, thank you for taking the time. Take care and be safe out there. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more terrifying stories. After the first calf was killed, we walked the entire perimeter of the fence line, but there were no obvious signs of entry. Damn, did the son of a bitch jump over the top of the fence? My brother Davy inquired. We better figure something out, I answered. I'm trying, P. That's what my family called me. My name is Peter, but when my younger sister was barely old enough to talk, she could only say P and nothing else. It stuck. I grew up on a cattle ranch. We raised beef cattle. It was once a good living, something worth the effort, but in time, corporate farming took over. The market pressure was immense, costs skyrocketed, and soon we were in over our heads. It was my father's dream to live on a farm. He scraped and saved until finally he and my mom had enough money to put a down payment on a good plot of land far away from the city. My dad and mom were city folk, but we grew up trying our best to be country folk. We were miserable at it. 20 years in, and 2 years ago, as I mentioned, everything went sour, dead in the red. Instead of sticking it out, my dad disappeared, headed off to who knows where. Left me, my mom, my brother, and my sister to fend for ourselves. Luckily, Davy was knowledgeable enough to know how to run the ranch in a fairly decent manner. He was the oldest and the smartest. In his late 20s, he held a deep grudge because of things he would never get to accomplish. He wanted to go to college, to go back to the city and claim the original family heritage. Good old-fashioned city hedonism. See, Dad had a reputation, a bad one to say the least. He may have wanted to live in the country, but I often heard how much he enjoyed living in the city. My mom would say he thought being in the country would make him pure. The city made him a scoundrel. My mom passed away not long after Dad had left. Now, Davy would never get to be a fun-loving city scoundrel, acting like a God-fearing country Puritan like his dad. I was almost 18 when the cattle were slaughtered. I felt guilty, but in time I had planned on leaving the ranch. I didn't want any damn part of it anymore. P, this thing is big. I don't see how it could go over the top. I just don't get it. We can't shore up the fence. Well, we gotta figure something out. You already said that. I could see Davy was a little irritated. I found the first slaughtered cow. I was walking through the field to check on the feed. The calf was lying next to the hay feeder, with her stomach ripped open and neck bent sideways. It was a small kill, so we figured it was some coyotes. Another day and another calf. That was the first time Davy and I inspected the fence. We strung some barbed wire across where we thought the predator was getting in. But that following Saturday, we found 2 more dead. But this time, It wasn't no calves. These were full-grown cows. They were a mangled mess. Legs ripped apart from their bodies. Insides all torn out and slung across the ground, and one of them had its head torn off. The last and final cow was an impossible scenario to explain. The cow was thrown up in the willow tree, hanging over a thick branch, headless, with its side torn away and missing. The ribs were visible, and I could smell the stench of blood still dripping from the tree. Davy found it and got me out of bed. You ain't gonna believe this shit. I need some help. When we got to the tree, and I saw how the cow was positioned, horrible thoughts began to rush into my head. This ain't the work of a coyote, I said. You think this is someone trying to scare us? Maybe chase us from our land? I don't know. But suddenly I ain't worried so much about the cattle as I am for us. I hear you. It's an animal. A big, fucked up animal, but it's an animal. I think I know what we can do. I'm gonna get some bear traps. Bear traps? I answered in disbelief. Where in the hell are you gonna get bear traps? Aren't they illegal? They are, but forever. That old man that hangs out at the feed store kept trying to sell me and Dad some bear traps. He said we would need them one day. Well, maybe this was what he was talking about. I don't like it. What if Allie comes back here? It's too dangerous, Davy. We'll keep an eye on her. We just won't let her play back here. She'll have to stay in the front yard, close to the house. You or I will always be with her until we figure this out. Yeah, but what if you catch a neighbor in that bear trap or an innocent kid just trolling around? P, what neighbors? We are miles away from the next nearest road, and you're talking about neighbors. It's an animal that can throw a full-grown cow up in a tree. Davy let out an angry sigh and stormed off towards the truck. That following day, I watched as Allie played in the front yard. Every now and then, I would walk to the side of the house and see what Davy was doing. I could see him bending down and setting the traps. He put one at every other post. He must have gotten more than a couple. P, why can't I go help Davy? He's doing something important. Takes a lot of effort. Not something a little girl like you can manage. I'm not a little girl. Without thinking, I answered, what he's doing is dangerous, even for a grown man. Dangerous? She asked. I looked back at Allie, and I could see a little worry in her eyes. I'm sorry. I just mean, he's doing something important, and if we bother him, he could mess it all up. Davy didn't get all the traps set until late afternoon. I could only make out his silhouette as he came scampering back towards the house. Man, what's wrong? He looked worried and confused. I heard something back in the woods. I felt like someone was watching me. What did you hear? I don't know. Heavy breathing or something. Let's get inside. His voice cracked with fear as he spoke. I followed him from behind into the house. He was tapping his right hip with his hand. He always did that when he was nervous. You're not telling me something. Just get in, he commanded as he held the door open. Where's Allie? She went upstairs to her room. You sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Calm down. Davy turned and dashed upstairs, yelling for Allie. I had a guttural reaction before I began to realize that I didn't really remember seeing Allie go back into the house. She said she wanted to go to her room, but I didn't recall if she did or not. I just accepted that since she said it, she did it. I was absolutely and horrifyingly wrong. Davy rushed back down the stairs. Where is she, P? Where's Allie? I can't believe you. I can't fucking believe you. She said she was going back into the house. I heard the door slam shut. I think, well, I know she went back inside. At that moment, we heard an animal howl in the distance. It was fierce, and yet full of pain. There was another howl, and then a high-pitched screech. This kept up and increased in frequency and intensity. The howls began to sound like screams, and the screams began to sound like howls. We finally realized that the screaming was coming from Allie, the howls from something else. Damn it, P. Allie's in the backyard. We ran around the house and down the side of the fence. I peered up towards the forest and the back of the fence line. Allie was only halfway up the left side of the fence, a little distance from the beast caught in a bear trap at the back. She was firmly planted to the ground, her arms stiff by her side, and her hands balled up in fists. She was screaming so much that she would lose her breath, began coughing, and then resume screaming. When we reached her, Davy flung her up in his arms and held her tight to his chest. Don't look, Allie. The sun was barely visible, hidden behind the forest. There was a scattering of sunlight cast through the leaves, illuminating the beast stuck up against the fence. It had to be at least 7 feet tall, a towering mound of fur, with long arms and what I believed from that distance to be claws on its hands. Is that a werewolf? I asked. Shut up, P. It's just an animal. A werewolf? Allie asked. No, honey. P is silly. The howling had never stopped. The beast was in obvious pain. Fear, plus the irritation of that constant bellowing, wore thin on my nerves. We need to get out of here. Davy, let's go. We need to go get the police. We need to put it out of its misery. What? I said in disbelief as my eyes began to water. I could no longer contain my fear. Are you kidding? What are you? Saint fucking Francis? That's a monster, Davy. A monster who ripped open cattle and threw one up in a tree like it was nothing. Shut up. Just shut up. You're scaring Allie, he screamed. I'm scared, Davy. I'm scared too. You're talking stupid. Let's get out of here. Here. Davy set Allie down and fumbled into his pockets. He pulled out the truck keys and handed them to me. Take Allie and get out of here. I'll call you when I'm done. What? Come on. Leave it. It'll either escape or die. We just have to leave and wait it out. I can't do that. First of all, I need to kill it to make sure it's never a danger to us or the cattle anymore. Second, it's just an animal. It doesn't know what it's doing. It's not evil. It's suffering. It needs to be put down. We're losing the ranch anyway. Why are you fooling yourself? Let it go. Let all of it go. You don't give a shit about this ranch anyway. Go. Get out of here. Davy went back towards the house. I knew he was going for the rifle. He was a stubborn see to the end kind of guy. I took Allie by the hand and walked toward the truck. She fought me and tried to run back to Davy. Come with us, Davy. Come with us, she yelled as I dragged her along. Davy stormed out the door, rifle in hand, with a stern, determined look on his face. His mission was one of mercy and defense, and he was damned willing to die for it. I finally got Allie in the truck. I had to hold her tight to me as I tried to start the truck. Every time I tried to turn the ignition, she would reach for the door. Stop, damn it. Just fucking stop. Stupid ass Davy. I banged my fists against the steering wheel. We heard a gunshot, and Allie stopped squirming and sat still. Was it over? I had to see for myself. I turned the engine over and backed out of the driveway. I drove the truck slowly down the street until I could see the backyard. The beast had broken loose from the bear trap, limping slowly along to our barn, dragging Davy behind him. Davy wasn't moving or attempting to get away. Is Davy all right? I don't see him. I couldn't answer. I saw him, and I didn't like what I saw. I sat there in silence. I was drawing up in my mind the different scenarios, the different ethical outcomes of my uncommitted decisions. Should I try and save Davy and leave Allie in the house? Or should I drive away with Allie and assume Davy already dead? I began to weep. The weight of my choice was too much of a burden for me to handle. Allie saw my crying and began to cry too. She was smart enough to know something difficult lay ahead. I pulled the truck back in the driveway and turned the engine off. I took Allie back in the house. She was submissive, even quiet, strangely quiet, as if the good brother was already dead. Why worry about the less significant brother? I took her into the house. When I leave, go lock every door in the house, front door and back door. Go up to your room and lock that door as well. I reached in my pocket and handed her my phone. Call the police and tell them you need help immediately. Don't tell them there's a monster. Say, there's a bad man on our land. Do you understand? She nodded her head. Yes, as she closed her eyes. Be careful, P. Please, save Davy. I went outside. I heard the deadbolt lock from the other side. I gathered myself, took a deep breath, and walked around the side of the house. I didn't see any sign of Davy or the beast, but I could see the barn door swung wide open. I made my way to the back of the fence line. The rifle was on the ground near the fence post, with blood smeared across the stock. I picked up the rifle. I knew it probably had at least 2 shots left. I stumbled a bit and put my hand out to catch myself. My hand landed against the post. As I was looking down, I noticed that the beast's foot and ankle were lying in the bear trap, its mechanical jaws clamped tight. The flesh was gnawed and torn. It was apparent the beast had chewed through its ankle to escape the trap and Davy. There was also a brownish-gray tuft of fur snagged on the barbed wire. When I got to the barn, I hesitated. I pondered what I should do. What was my plan? My mind was too scrambled to come up with something rational, so I decided to move forward and accept my fate. I stepped lightly through the interior, looking side to side in each stable, gun at the ready, and heart beating angrily at my chest. There was a trail of blood contrasting sharply against the hay on the ground, leading to the last stall on the right. The barn was darker than I had anticipated before going in. I now longed for a flashlight or a lantern. The further I stalked into the barn, the darker it got. The darkness was not overbearing, but it did hinder my ability to see finer details. I finally got to the last stall and quickly pointed the rifle inside. 2 men were lying in the stall, Davy flat on the ground, and a stranger leaned up against the back wall. His chest was heaving up and down, the air wheezing as it escaped his weakening body. I saw his right leg bleeding profusely, a fleshy, gnarly stump with no foot or ankle. I saw that Davy had claw marks slashed across his face, and his neck had a gaping wound. Unlike the stranger, Davy's chest was not moving. I pulled the butt of the rifle up to my shoulder, ready to shoot at the darkened mass at the back of the stall, when I heard it speak. Son, it spoke weakly. The stranger leaned forward. In the glare of a strip of light shining through the tired wooden barn slats, I saw my father's face. After a momentary flash of nostalgia, I pulled the trigger and shot. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe to Descent into the Unknown for more terrifying stories.